I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Planning Commission of October 27th, 2021. A printed agenda is available outside the hearing room, and a copy of the full agenda, including the staff reports, is available at the front of the chambers with the clerk. The Open Meetings Act is posted just inside the doors at the back of the room. If you are here to speak on the proposed city special permit 19036A or county special permit 21042 relating to proposed construction of the solar energy conversion system, please note the hearings on those two items will not begin prior to 2:30 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. respectively, as indicated on today's agenda. There are sign-up sheets located just outside the chambers, and testimony will be taken from individuals in the order of sign-in based on position. If you wish to speak on either or both items and have not signed in, please do so at this time. Please note the Planning Commission will be allowing testimony on agenda items by video conferencing for those individuals who have pre-registered. If you parked in the parking garage across the street to the north, the gate is open and no coupons are required. Out of courtesy for those attending this meeting, commissioners and the staff, cellular phone usage is not permitted in these chambers during any portion of this meeting. We appreciate your cooperation. Please note the Planning Commission action today is final on the following agenda items. 1.1C, Special Permit 19021A. 1.5, Special Permit 531H. 1.6, County Special Permit 21045, 5.3, Special Permit 19036A, and 5.4, County Special Permit 21042. Any aggrieved person may appeal final action of the Planning Commission to the City Council or the County Board by filing a notice of appeal with the clerk within 14 days following the action of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission action on all other items is a recommendation to the City Council or County Board. The first item of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting held October 13th, 2021.
Move to approve, Campbell. Second.
Go ahead. Joy.
Jerry?
Hall.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Joy.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Shear.
Yes.
Raymond Yost.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Motion carried 8-0.
The next item of business is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda will be called at the same time and will not be scheduled for a separate public hearing unless there is a request from someone wishing to speak or at the request of a commission member. I will ask Jerry to read all the consent agenda items into the record. Once these items are read, she will ask if there is anyone wishing to speak. If you wish to speak on an item on the consent agenda, we would ask that you stand and state that item. That item will then be removed from the consent agenda and scheduled as a separate public hearing under Section 3 of today's agenda. All items remaining on the consent agenda will be voted upon in total with a motion for approval. Jerry, will you please call the items on the consent agenda?
Yes, thank you. The first three items are associated. Item 1.1A is annexation 21007 to annex approximately 31.34 acres more or less. And the associated item 1.1B changes zone 21043 from AG Agricultural District to R5 Residential District. And item 1.C, which is special permit 19021A, to expand the existing Rokeby Ridge community unit plan by approximately 31.46 acres with a waiver to maximum height. All of these on property generally located at 84th and Rokeby Road. I would note that it is final action for special permit 19021A unless appealed to the City Council within 14 days. Item 1.2 is comprehensive plan conformance 21022 to review as to conformance with the 2040 comprehensive plan. A request to declare a portion of the Pershing block as surplus, including approximately the north 100 feet and east 80 feet of Block 63 original plat, generally bounded by Centennial Mall, 16th Street, and M and N Streets. Item 1.3 is comprehensive plan conformance 21023 to review as to conformance with the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster comprehensive plan and proposed amendment to the West O redevelopment plan to add the Instinct Redevelopment Project Center of Excellence, formerly known as Nature's Variety, for Phase 2 of the original Nature's Variety redevelopment project on property generally located at 309 Southwest 32nd Street. Item 1.4 is Comprehensive Plan Conformance 21024 to review as to conformance with the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, a proposed amendment to the Antelope Valley redevelopment plan to add the Antelope Square Apartments redevelopment project, which is a residential housing development on a full city block on property generally located north of P Street between 22nd and 23rd Streets. Item 1.5 is Special Permit 531H, amending the Wilderness View Townhomes Community Unit Plan to allow for the addition of 17.88 acres and 44 single-family attached dwelling units with waivers to permit more than 40 units on a permanent dead end, and waive the requirement to provide vehicle turnarounds and allow for non-standard cul-de-sac on property generally located at Maple View and Carlton Drives. And I would note that this, again, is final action by the Planning Commission unless appealed to the City Council within 14 days. And the last item on consent is Special Permit 21045 to allow for an accessory dwelling unit on property generally located at 7005 South 162nd Street. Again, this is final action on this item unless appealed to the county board within 14 days. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these items?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting the site to be disclosed?
No to that as well.
Okay. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any of these consent agenda items? If so, please stand and state that item.
I request that 1.3 be pulled into a public meeting.
Okay, we'll remove that from the consent agenda and schedule it for a separate public hearing. Immediately following, it'll be the first public hearing item. Any other items to be removed from consent?
Okay, I'll take a motion on the consent agenda.
So moved to approve the consent agenda.
Second, Shear.
Jerry?
Okay. Ball.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Joy.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Shear.
Yes.
Raymond Yost.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Motion carried, 8-0.
Okay, there are no requests for deferral, so we will now proceed to public hearing. Prior to staff making a brief presentation, each staff person should state their name, agency, and address. The applicant will then be requested to present his or her testimony, followed by those who wish to testify in support, followed by those who wish to testify in opposition. The staff will then be given an opportunity to respond to the testimony, and the applicant shall have an opportunity for rebuttal. Each person testifying should state their name and address and shall have 5 minutes to speak unless additional time is requested and granted. The timer will go off after 4 minutes. The clerk will then indicate you have 1 minute remaining to wrap up your testimony. Once the final minute has lapsed, the clerk will indicate that your time is up. If during your testimony you have copies of documents or materials you would like distributed to the Planning Commission members and/or included as part of the record, please provide them to the clerk. The Planning Commission will vote immediately at the close of the public hearing unless the commission votes to defer action or continue the public hearing. Jerry, please call the first public hearing item.
Okay. Item 3.1 is Comprehensive Plan Conformance 21023 to review as to conformance with the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, a proposed amendment to the West O redevelopment plan to add the Instinct Redevelopment Project Center of Excellence, formerly known as Nature's Variety, for Phase 2 of the original Nature's Variety redevelopment project on property generally located at 309 Southwest 32nd Street. Staff recommendation is in conformance with the comprehensive plan.
Right. Dan?
Good afternoon, Dan Marvin, Urban Development, 555 South 10th. With me today is Ernie Castillo. Ernie worked on the original Phase 1 and can provide information on this. This is an expansion of Nature's Variety on West O Street. It's a large expansion. I think what was in the paper was a total of an expansion of about $175 million. Most of that is equipment that would be moved into the building to provide additional capacity for them to operate and also consolidate their operations on a single site. One of the things we learned from this project was that because they're on multiple areas within Lincoln, there's a variety of truck traffic that has to circulate within the community in their processing, and by going to a single site, they will be able to reduce the traffic. Ernie, is there any additional information we'd like to add?
Ernie Castillo, Urban Development. I worked the first phase of the project, as Dan said, in 2017. It was a consolidation of 3 or 4 different sites here in Lincoln that just made it better for the company to continue growing and more functional. They recently came back. Things have been going well. There is a rep from the company that could answer any specific questions, but now we're, as Dan said, going into this phase 2, eventually heading towards a redevelopment agreement.
Questions? No? So then, Ernie, you really represent the applicant at this point? Or is the applicant here as well?
Andrew Willis with the
Wonderful.
is here, and I think he would like to be able to
Of course.
speak as well.
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Okay, testimony from the applicant.
Good afternoon. Andrew Willis, 233 South 13th Street, on behalf of Nature's Variety Instinct. So the proposed project here, this is a very large expansion of the existing building out there. It's about when done, be about 250,000 square feet. And it really consolidates all the operations from their several locations across town. It's really a raw pet food production facility, warehousing and everything, kind of bringing everything into house. So it's all in one location. A couple of, I guess, kind of interesting points or key points about this. This building, it's raw pet food. There's no cooking. It's non-odorous. There's no fermenting. It really is. It's very minimal from an industrial standpoint. I mean, there's not much that's going on there. It's really less noise. There's less things happening there, but there's a pretty good expansion going on and production going on. It will be the plan is to make it LEED certified, and there's apparently less than 10 pet food plants that are LEED certified in the United States. This would be one of a very few, kind of an exciting piece of the project. But then, primarily what this will do is, by bringing all the operations in one place, it will reduce truck traffic that goes across town and through town. Really put it into one place. It really makes efficiency, obviously, for the business itself. It will. Part of this, I guess, there will be. As part of about $180 million in overall investment, about 120 new jobs, retaining the 100 jobs in town that exist for the company right now. But then I think one other kind of key point on this is, since this is phase 2, and this is part of a replatting of phase 2, as we look at the tax increment financing that will come with the redevelopment agreement, it's unlike unusual tax increment financing project where we're saying, all right, we're going to defer the tax for 15 years. We're actually going to bring tax from phase 1. I mean, it nets out, because you're saying, all right, well, phase 1 is started, but we're bringing this phase 2 in, which basically, as we looked at it, phase 1 tax increment is currently about $25,000. So you're really bringing that back on the tax rolls a lot sooner than you would have. I mean, you're deferring the next phase, but it does have a positive effect that you don't usually see as a redevelopment project. Again, just worth noting. But overall, from a cost-benefit analysis, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's really, big picture what this project looks like. It's pretty exciting. They're doing a lot, and they're moving fast. They've been expanding. Things are going great, and they just need more space, and this makes a lot of sense for them, and they need a little bit more assistance to make it work.
Questions for Andrew? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have testimony in support of this application? Any neutral testimony? Yes, please come up.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Ruskowski, 5307 P Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I am a millwright business development professional with the North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. North Central States understands the project will utilize the incremental tax revenues for installation of utilities and other public infrastructure improvements in the West O Street redevelopment area. The planning documents state in regard to employment within the redevelopment project area, it is anticipated that the project will create an additional 120 jobs in the city of Lincoln. In addition, it is anticipated that the project will consolidate Instinct operations at this campus and retain the approximately 100 jobs in the Lincoln market, which will strengthen the West O corridor business community. However, the North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters believes any developer requesting or receiving tax increment financing, grants, or loans from public subdivisions should commit to, 1, having a plan to bring on a general contractor and subcontractors that hire locally skilled workers to perform the construction and maintenance of the facility. Second, train the next generation of skilled workers through an apprenticeship program registered with the Nebraska Department of Labor. The skilled jobs and career opportunities created by this project can help sustain our community. If not, the jobs are taken out of state by workers who take their paychecks and skills back with them. The developers should submit a written plan to hire locally and train locally. North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters and our partner contractors make that commitment, and so should the developer requesting the tax increment financing for the project before the commission today. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Any other neutral testimony? Is there testimony in opposition? Okay, any questions for staff or the applicant? Applicant rebuttal, do you have anything else to add?
Not necessarily. I can, if you have questions about the testimony, I mean, it's not a current policy. I'm sure that those all sound like great ideas. I can't speak directly to them at all, but again, that's not really part of the policy at this time.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second, Shear.
Jerry?
Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried 8-0.
I would move to approve the comprehensive plan conformance 21023.
Second. Go ahead, second, Ball.
Jerry?
Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
And Edgerton.
Yes.
Motion carried 8-0.
I actually went a little too fast there. Was there anyone who wanted to have some conversation or comment on that? I know we voted already, but if there's anyone who wants to have anything to say, Dick?
I just am well aware that this is an excellent company, and it's great to see them expanding in the community.
Yep. Anything else? Great, thank you. And I appreciate the neutral testifier as well. I think that's great, a great discussion point, and I think that that's worthy of additional consideration as we move forward. As noted, it isn't part of our policy right now, and that's a much broader community conversation, but I appreciate you raising that at this time. Okay. Where are we at?
Okay. Proceeding on to administrative action only. Item 4.1 is change of zone 21037 from R2 residential district and R4 residential district to an R2 and R4 planned unit development with associated waivers on property generally located at 4720 Randolph Street. Staff recommendation is conditional approval. I would state that this change of zone was carried over from the October 13th hearing and scheduled for action only, as the motion to recommend conditional approval on the 13th failed to obtain the necessary 5 affirmative votes to move it forward. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed?
No. The next ex parte?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting the site?
I don't see any of those either.
Okay.
Thank you. I will take a motion.
I think isn't our motion carried over, or is it lost?
I think we have to retake, I think there has to be another motion.
I would move to approve changes zone 21037.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Joy.
Joy. Discussion. We do have discussion. Yes, okay. Discussion. Dick?
Again, Tabitha has been a great company in this community, and I think what's really nice about this project is it's not going off the tax rolls. It will remain on the tax rolls, and that's a win-win, I think.
Yeah, I appreciated the discussion. Last time I wasn't here, but did watch the hearing and read the minutes and reviewed the application, and appreciated the discussion that you all had on the project. And I, like Dick, have just tremendous respect for Tabitha and the work they've done, and think this has some real potential for that part of our community.
I'll say
Yeah,
something.
Dick, or Dennis?
I just think it looks like a good project too, and it, again, I wasn't here either, but I read the testimony, and I think it'll be a really good fit for the neighborhood. There's a lot of work that was done with that, so I think it's a good project.
Yeah, I agree. This is an exciting concept. It's a new concept that really could be a model for other communities as we look at ways to ensure affordable housing for multiple populations in our community. Tabitha has always been a great community resident, has been a good neighbor, and I'm sure will continue to be a great neighbor in the Witherby neighborhood. Jerry?
Okay. This is for conditional approval of change of zone 21037. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Raymond Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried 8-0. Okay, under public hearing and administrative action is item 5.1, comprehensive plan amendment 21002 for the adoption of Plan Forward 2050, the Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan. Staff recommendation is for approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this item?
No. Andrew?
Good afternoon, Commission. Paul Barnes, I'm the manager of the Long Range Planning Division, and it's an exciting day for us in Long Range Planning as we're bringing forward 2 long-range documents for your review and recommendation. And the first on the agenda before you is the 2050 Comprehensive Plan, which represents really a culmination of years of work, about 2 years plus of time and effort and expertise that's been put into this effort. We're very excited to present this to you. As you'll note, we did do a briefing before you on October 13th, and we're going to cover similar material on that, but then Andrew Theroff with me today is going to touch on the comments and how they've been addressed in our public process period. So before we do that, I would like to kick us off in the presentation by just stating our vision overall for the 2050 Comprehensive Plan, that it is a comprehensive plan and it is a roadmap to plan forward, not only in time but also in concept, to envision a community that is thriving, livable, equitable, innovative, and resilient. And as you all know, these are our 5 themes of the comp plan, and are interwoven throughout and have really provided some good direction in the content as we've developed that. So With that, I'll turn it over to Andrew.
Andrew Theroff, Planning Department. I'm going to give just kind of a quick presentation, and then we'll be available for questions. So Plan Forward is essentially building off of what we did in L Plan 2040, which was the current comp plan. In terms of the way the plan is laid out, there's a few major sections. We have the growth framework, which we'll touch on in a second. We have 15 goals. These are our big picture aspirational statements. Some communities would call those vision statements. We have 9 elements. These are essentially the sections of the plan that provide background information on different topic areas. A lot of this element content is similar to what's in L Plan 2040. And then kind of the core of the plan is our policies. So we have 80 policies, and within those policies we have hundreds of action steps. So each policy has anywhere between 5 to 15 action steps for how to implement that policy. So in a big picture, that's how the plan is laid out. Looking at a couple sections in more detail, we have our growth framework. I think when people hear about a comprehensive plan and think about what the planning department does, growth is a big thing people think about. Where are we going to grow? What's it going to look like? So we did want to be sure and touch on that today. We did demographic projections with the UNO Center for Public Affairs Research. Their projections have been really accurate in the past. What they're showing for us over the next 30 years is that Lincoln will need to add about 40,000 new households, 48,000 new households. So a couple things when looking at how the growth is going to look. One is, what is growth going to look like on the edges? So L Plan 2040 assumed we had 3 units an acre for density on the edge, for residential density. This plan is assuming 4 units an acre. For infill and redevelopment, so development within the existing city, L Plan assumed 22%. We're assuming 25% with this new comp plan. So essentially in the big picture, we're assuming higher density along the edges and more infill. When you put that all together, what you come up with is that we need to add about 6.9 square miles of developable land along the edge of the city. So what you can see in this graphic, the black line is the 2040 growth area, and then those purple shapes are the new 2050 growth areas that we've added with this plan. Another piece of the growth framework is the future land use map. It's hard to see much at this scale. The big thing I'll point out is that we did add a light industrial land use category. So this is meant to allow more flexibility when locating heavy commercial, light industrial uses. Typically with our just traditional industrial category, we have a 300-foot buffer, and obviously there's a lot of considerations in terms of residential and environmental impact for heavy industrial uses. This light industrial category is meant for less intensive uses, maybe less intensive assembly or light manufacturing, things like data centers. I know one of the major employers we added to our light industrial category here was Sandhills Publishing. Those types of uses are what we kind of consider to be light industrial. Other items in the plan not related to the growth framework are shown here. So what we did is we organized the topics into what we're calling the top 10. These are not the only 10 new or notable things, but these are the things that in the public collection process, these are what we've heard the most about from people. These are what people are most interested in. So we did want to be sure and highlight those things. The first is complete neighborhoods, looking at having neighborhoods that have a mix of housing types, housing price points, but also things like walkable neighborhood retail, parks, schools, things like that. So the complete neighborhoods piece looks at a couple different things. One, it looks at our existing neighborhoods and identifying which of our existing neighborhoods wouldn't be considered to be complete, and then how do we address that. It also looks at our new growth neighborhoods and making sure that when we're building new neighborhoods, they do meet our guidelines as being a complete neighborhood. The infill and redevelopment section looks at how we're going to accommodate that 25% of new growth as infill. That's about 12,000 units. So it looks at different contexts within the city for what that infill could look like and what it could be. Design standards is really looking at our commercial design standards. This is something that's already in L Plan today. We're bringing it forward. In the new plan, we're adding a little more clarity in terms of where design standards could occur, be it certain zoning districts, maybe it'd be along entryway corridors, maybe it'd be focused along TIF projects. So we provided more options for how design standards could occur. There was a local food discussion in L Plan. We've significantly expanded it this time and added some new action steps. Early childhood care and education is a completely new discussion for us. It's something we heard a lot about in the early stages of this plan, so we made sure to include a section on that and then some action steps to help locate childhood care facilities. Sustainability and resiliency, those are two topics that were really discussed a lot with our climate action plan process. The climate action plan was adopted into the comp plan last year. That's going to carry forward to the new comp plan as well. But we've also taken specific goals, action steps, policies from the climate action plan and woven them into the text of Plan Forward. So it's found throughout the plan now. Parking, this one is looking at reducing or eliminating minimum parking requirements in some districts, maybe all districts. We don't get into the details of it, but we do talk about wanting to reduce the regulatory parking burden to help promote redevelopment within the city. Workforce development, that's a whole new topic in the plan as well. That's something we heard a lot about in our early visioning meetings. And then finally, equity. We specifically put together an equity subcommittee to hear from groups that we typically don't hear from in these public input processes. And our equity subcommittee, they reviewed all of our content and actually helped us update some of our policies and action steps so that what we're saying is more equitable and represents all of the community. The plan does have a new interactive format. There's a lot of content in here. Wading through it is difficult. So we've tried to come up with this new format to make it a little easier to navigate. So this is the plan's available as a website where you can look at the different sections and everything's linked together, I think, pretty well. If you don't want to use this format, we still have the PDF available, just like L Plan, and then we will have printed copies in our office as well. A little bit about the process. So I already mentioned the equity subcommittee. We also had the community committee, which was the planning commission. Many of you were very involved with this over the last couple of years. Beyond the community committee, we also had the staff committee, which was city county staff. It's the way we kind of coordinated this internally. We did have a few major public events throughout the process, and the format of those really changed a lot depending on where we were at with the pandemic. So our first big event was in February 2020 at the arena. We had 150 people there. We also did a virtual event and survey that had several hundred views and responses. And that's going to be kind of the theme of our overall outreach process, and something we really learned is that we want to do in-person when we can, but we want to supplement that with these virtual options, because when we go through this, our virtual options actually is where we got the most engagement. Summer of 2020, we couldn't do in-person at that time, so we just did a virtual event and survey. Again, great response on both of those. October of 2020, we actually did have a few small in-person events to focus on rural issues. We went out to Hickman, Waverly, and then we had one of the meetings here. Last November, we had another virtual event because in-person events weren't possible. And this is amazing. It had over 1,000 page views on that virtual event. And then most recently, with the draft plan out, we had a virtual event, again, over 1,000 page views, which is incredible. We had 3 in-person events to go along with that as well. And so here's just kind of a sampling of the other outreach activities. A lot of different visits, virtual and in person, to different groups, briefings of elected officials. We had a housing focus group. We had recorded interviews with different folks that were on our website and then aired on LNK TV. We had social media. You can see a huge outreach. We reached 40,000 people with our social media work, email blasts. So I think we did quite a bit to try to reach everyone we could within the community. So this is some new content that we didn't talk about at the briefing a couple weeks ago, but we received 16 comments and 5 letters between September 13th and October 8th, and that was kind of the initial public draft comment period. So everything we received through October 8th have been addressed in the comp plan's Appendix A. That's the public outreach appendix. We're still getting comments. We got some today. We've been getting them throughout the week. Those comments will be added to the appendix at the end of this hearing process. We also included a summary document attached to the staff report, which I know you all saw. So some of the comments we received, they were already addressed elsewhere in the plan, and we noted that when it was appropriate. Some of the comments did result in some revisions to plan forward. Some example updates included a new discussion about the Lancaster Event Center. That's something that wasn't even an L plan, and it just didn't make it into this plan. So we've added that discussion. We beefed up the local food policy even more. And then we did identify a zoning strategy to go along with the light industrial future land use category. So that's kind of a sample of some of the changes we made. These updates are in the draft that went out to you on October 19th. Some of the comments we didn't make any changes, but that's not to say they were bad comments. Some of these we think need additional public discussion. So this plan is updated every 5 years, and there's comp plan amendment applications that come in as they come. And some of the comments kind of related to other plans that are adopted by the comp plan. So for example, the climate action plan. That will, again, it has its own update schedule, and when that is updated, those changes will be brought into the comp plan as a comp plan amendment at that time. One thing I do want to note is that we did notice that there's a map in the park section. It's current and future parks. There was kind of just a technical error. The future parks were not added onto that map for this planning commission draft. Those will be added before this goes to city council and county board. So we just wanted to note that. With that, do we have any questions?
I don't have a question, and I'll have comments later, but I've spent a good amount of time in the last couple of days in the interactive format. Really great.
Good.
Yeah, really good. So,
Other questions for Andrew? Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, your staff, is there separate testimony from the applicant? I mean, you really are the applicant, aren't you?
Yeah, we're both.
Okay, awesome. All right, testimony in support of this.
Good afternoon. The mayor says that when I make a speech to you, I can take my mask down.
That is fine.
And that's good because I have enough trouble making myself understood, even without a mask. My name is Richard Schmeling. I'm a resident of Lincoln pretty much steadily since 1958.
Can you share your address with us, Mr. Schmidt?
Yes, I will. 2601 South 58th Street, apartment 17, Lincoln, Nebraska 68506. The spelling of my last name is Schmeling.
Thank you.
Okay, we got the formalities out of the way.
Yes.
And Rich, I hope you didn't ride your bicycle today because it's not a good bicycle day, is it? I have been involved with transportation ever since I was quite young. I have a bachelor's degree from UNL, major in history, minor economics, and political science. After I completed law college here at the university, I went into the U.S. Army, and I was an officer in the U.S. Army Transportation Corps. And I have studied transportation, been a part of it for many years. Back in 2016, my car became magnetic and got hit by some other cars. It got totaled out. I said, I've always believed in public transit, so I'm going to, put my actions where my mouth is. So I've been riding StarTran steadily since 2016. I formed this group to try to improve StarTran. And I'm part of a committee that's in the process of doing something called the TDP update, which is a transit development plan. That's going on simultaneously with what you're doing here with the comp plan. I can tell you, being somewhat familiar with that what's happening is we're working nicely in parallel with each other. I see the things that we're doing with improving StarTran as being right in step with what you folks will do with the comprehensive plan. I do have several things, though, that I do want to bring to the Planning Commission's attention, and that is that in order for public transit to work in this city or anywhere, planning and transportation have to be interlocked. By that, I mean, we can't zone in such a way that it causes public transit to fail. For this reason, I'd like to urge the planning department to do something called transportation-based zoning. Transportation-based zoning says that you zone more densely along arterials and corridors, so therefore you get the ridership for your public transit. If you put a bunch of single-family homes along there, we aren't going to get many riders. But if you put multiple family and apartments, we get better ridership. I was interested in looking at the growth areas that planning has come up with. We're going to deal with those growth areas kind of interesting. We have an innovative system at StarTran that's going to be called On Demand. Those will be small vans. They will work in those outlying areas. You can book an on-demand van and go from inside that on-demand area to the nearest bus route, or you can even book it to go to final destination. So that's the way we're going to handle growth. The one other caveat that I would like to pass to this group is, as part of the comprehensive plan, for God's sakes, let's quit doing these subdivisions with the curvy, twisty streets. Let's go back to what works real well in the downtown area, which is the block system. I've been a delivery person in my retirement, and I can tell you, having tried to negotiate some of those subdivisions, it is a pain. The other problem is that by having that kind of subdivision and that kind of development, you prevent the people from going directly to their houses, to the street where the buses are running. And if they have to walk too far, they're not going to use public transit. One thing I would like to see in the comprehensive plan, which I'm not seeing, is I'd like to see us identify the first 2 light rail routes in Lincoln. My nominations are O Street from east edge of town to downtown and crosstown on 27th Street. Those, I don't think, have ever been part of a comprehensive plan. This plan reaches out a lot of years. I think we're going to need light rail. My sense of transportation in Lincoln is, in spite of the Green Light Initiative, we're going to continue to have congestion and delays. The solution is to have a good, robust public transit system. So anything you folks as planning commissioners can do as part of the comprehensive plan or as part of your zoning decisions to foster that public transit would be just great. And I think I've said my piece. I have another meeting to go to, but I will be here long enough to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Mr. Schmeling? Yes.
No question, but a comment.
Oh, yes.
Appreciate, we heard you loud and clear, so thanks for your advice and recommendation. Me coming from a city to Lincoln, I definitely see the difference in how transportation can effectively move population and communities around in a great way, right? And so appreciate your comments and thank you.
Thank you. And the good news for you is that Malone Center is going to have a lot of bus routes going past it under the new plan.
Yep, good.
It does now, and you got very good service. That will continue.
Good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other testimony in support? I believe we have 2 Zoom testifiers. And go ahead and get that queued up.
Okay, up first will be Ken Winston.
Yes, Mr. Winston, go ahead. Ken, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please introduce yourself and state your address, please.
Sure. My name is Ken Winston. My office address is 1327 H Street, Suite 300, Lincoln, Nebraska 68508. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Nebraska Interfaith Power and Light and the Nebraska Sierra Club. Overall, the proposed plan is quite good, and we're very supportive of many of the goals and policy proposals. I'm going to make some specific comments. We'd like to see the Lincoln Climate Action Plan specifically incorporated. I heard that Mr. Barnes indicated it had been incorporated. wasn't aware of that. So if that's the case, then we support that. We'd also like to see specific incentives for greenhouse gas reductions included throughout the plan, as well as incentives for development that conserves resources, particularly reduction of waste that goes to landfill. So we'd like to see some statements to that effect. There would be overarching principles that would guide development processes. Regarding energy, we want to make sure that the plan properly supports the efforts of LES to date, and we appreciate the comments about that and its goal of net zero carbon in its energy production by 2040. The plan should also support the city's vision set out in the Climate Action Plan. Here's some specific recommendations regarding energy. We'd like to see some recognition of the economic benefit that results from generating energy locally, rather than exporting dollars to purchase fossil fuels from other states. We also are supportive of policies that promote access to renewable energy for low and moderate income individuals and families. Right now, low and moderate income people rarely are able to engage in such activities as net metering. We also would support additional funding for energy efficiency improvements for residential and business properties. Recognize that maybe that the Lincoln Electric system does that, but we'd like to see the city of Lincoln also make that a priority in the comprehensive plan. And then in particular, incentives for low-income energy efficiency development projects. We know that there are some projects that have been considered in that area, but the incentives are not necessarily have not often been utilized. They're more likely not to be utilized than, well, the low income projects are rarely, energy efficiency is not their highest priority. So this would be for both new and rehabilitated projects. Then regarding parks, trails, and open spaces, and this is an important aspect of the comprehensive plan. One of the things that we'd like to stress would be additional funding for parks, trails, and open spaces. One of there's a large section of the plan that talks about funding constraints, and we'd like to see that those constraints, that gap be bridged in that process, so that these projects are appropriately funded. And the reasons for that, there's many, and let me just list a few of them. They're vital to the health and well-being of the community. They provide access to recreation to people throughout the community, regardless of race, income, or social status. The pandemic has really vividly demonstrated the value of these amenities. They're also vital for recreation and provide low-cost, zero-carbon transportation corridors.
1 minute.
I'm sorry?
1 minute remaining.
Okay, I think I can get it. Parks, trails, and open spaces also provide carbon sinks, which are vital natural climate solutions. And there's an entire section of the Climate Action Plan that talks about natural climate solutions that offset emissions from other areas. Parks, trails, and open spaces are key components of quality of life, which are often the drivers for business and investment decisions, particularly when companies are deciding where to locate. Two specific recommendations regarding transportation action steps. Like to see increasing the number of on-street bike lanes and a downtown north-south protected bike lane. I see that there's some suggestion about using 16th through 17th Street. I personally would suggest converting the bike lanes on 11th Street, which are currently hazardous to people, so to both cyclists and motorists. So thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, and I would be glad to respond to questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Winston? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I believe we have another Zoom testifier, Mr. Hanlon.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Gene Hanlon. I live at 2710 Ryan Street in Lincoln. One of my volunteer activities in retirement is helping to facilitate the Coalition for Environmental Improvement. The coalition is a network of 15 local environmental and community organizations that meet monthly to discuss common environmental issues. The coalition recruited local experts to review specific elements of the draft comprehensive plan, and they submitted comments to the planning department. We are pleased that the planning department incorporated many of our comments into the comprehensive plan before you today. We believe the comprehensive plan has been strengthened as a result of including the coalition's comments, as well as elements of the 2021-2027 Climate Action Plan. However, we agree with what Mr. Barnes had written in relationship to the 6-year Climate Action Plan when the City Council approved it last March. He wrote, "The adoption of the 6-year Climate Action Plan and 120 key initiatives is considered the first phase of plan implementation. Additional recommendations from Lincoln's vision for a climate smart future will need to be adopted throughout the municipal government in order to truly be effective." Lincoln's vision for a climate smart future is a 30-year visionary document that establishes a goal of reducing Lincoln and Lancaster counties' greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2050. The comprehensive plan is also a 30-year visionary document. We are pleased that the comprehensive plan refers to the long-term climate goal. However, it makes no reference to Lincoln's vision for a climate smart future. We believe more elements of Lincoln's vision for a climate smart future should be incorporated in the comprehensive plan. The planning department and city administration have indicated that they will consider those elements in the vision document as part of the 5-year update for the plan. We view the 2050 comprehensive plan as a dynamic document and stand ready to work with you, the city council and county board, to ensure that elements in Lincoln's vision for a climate smart future are incorporated into the policies and procedures of local government to ensure that we grow and develop in a sustainable and resilient way in the coming months and years. Your leadership in adapting and mitigating the challenges of climate change is critical to reaching our goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2050. Thank you for your leadership, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Hanlon? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Any other testimony in support? Is there any neutral testimony? Or any testimony in opposition? Okay. Staff questions? Yeah, come on up.
Any questions for staff? Otherwise, we do have some additional points in rebuttal.
I guess I would like a little clarity. You know, there's both a reference in some of our testifiers to the Climate Action Plan, which you mentioned is incorporated and was incorporated recently in the 2040 plan as well. And then the reference to the Lincoln's vision for climate smart future, and kind of connect those two for us, if you will.
Sure. I can start that, and then Andrew can add as needed. It is correct that the 6-year climate action plan is adopted by reference, and the 2040 plan is being carried forward in its entirety into the 2050 comp plan. As a part of that document, the 2050 Lincoln's Vision for a Climate Smart Future document is included in the 6-year document. So it is included in that carrying forward. I do want to note that both documents have that horizon year of 2050 on purpose. We had staff represented on both of those efforts, and we wanted to make sure that we had that 2050 vision and time frame, coordinated. It is very true that the 6-year plan, climate action plan, is going to be the first step in implementing those recommendations from the climate action plan, and that's going to be an ongoing process. And we're working with Mickey Esposito and her team to implement those items, and we'll continue to revisit that as we amend and implement the comprehensive plan moving forward.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
And then one of the other things that was brought up from the testimony was the concept of transportation and our success that we've had to date and the success in the future. Can you just address that a little bit on how we are looking at that in our land planning?
I'll
Go
start.
ahead, go ahead,
Yeah,
Andrew.
I'll start. So in our infill and redevelopment section, we do have a fairly extensive discussion about nodes and corridors. So we don't call it transportation-based zoning, but it's the same concepts. So looking at increasing density along our nodes, as we're calling them, which a lot of them are commercial centers where arterials connect. More directly to the point of Mr. Smelling, where he talked about the light rail corridors, we do have what we're calling a primary redevelopment corridor, which is O Street. So we talk about it in the comp plan, and one of our action steps is actually coming up with either a zoning change or some sort of overlay or something to promote higher density, mixed use, walkable redevelopment, specifically along the O Street corridor, with an eye towards getting some enhanced transit on that corridor within the next 30 years. So maybe light rail, but maybe something like BRT is probably more in the cards, at least for the closer future. So, yeah, I think what Mr. Schmeling said was all great content. It's content we have in the plan. It's just kind of under a different name.
Mm-hmm.
We call it nodes and corridors instead of transportation-based zoning.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure we did that crossover. Thank you.
One other thing related to the transportation topic, in regards to Mr. Schmelling's comments, had to do with the Transportation Development Plan that's underway, or the TDP. And we had StarTrans staff integrated into our update of the comprehensive plan, as well as the long-range transportation plan. They've been part of this process the entire time. We also have staff on our team that are part of their TDP update. And so we are very well integrated with both. Comments and information that we've obtained through our update processes are actually being handed over to StarTran for their use in their TDP update. So we work together well and do integrate the land planning and transportation at multiple points.
Paul and Andrew, I know you're kind of leading the team on things, and I just want to congratulate you and all the people that have been involved in this 2-year process. Some of the letters that we received or emails that we received were very complimentary of the new things you had added that really covered their desires. So I congratulate you for listening and paying attention to members of our city and incorporating those things that made sense.
Thank you.
Anything else for staff? Anything else you want to share?
I think most of the other comments that were provided in testimony today have been addressed in the attachment to the staff report, and details are also provided in the appendix of the comp plan.
Great.
So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
I would move that we close the public hearing.
Second, Shear.
Jerry?
Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried 8-0.
I would move that we approve the comprehensive plan amendment 21002 for adoption of the plan forward 2050.
Second. Ryman Yost?
Yes, comments?
I just, with what I said before, I'm very pleased with the product that we're seeing come before us, and it is addressing things that are just at their very beginning, and will grow more important as we move towards that 2050. So I again compliment the entire team that's been working on this.
Yeah. Dennis?
Actually, I have a number of comments, but I'll go fast. First of all, I want to congratulate the planning department on the process. It was difficult, I know, in the last 2 years to pull what in the past has been a traditional kind of way to work on this, to do it a different way. But as your slide showed, as many of us experienced, it was very successful. Hopefully we won't have to ever do it again, but it can be done, right? So congratulate you guys on that. It was very effective. I think my perspective is that this is an excellent physical planning document. I think the document is based on really solid data And you guys just built a foundation on that, and it is a really great document from a physical planning standpoint. I just think it's wonderful. I think it is an appropriately measured plan. I appreciate the fact that you're open to comments that may be discussed and debated in the future, that may come in through amendments or whatever, but as the plan exists now, I'm really pleased with how it addresses everything that was discussed by community members and how measured it is. I think a comprehensive plan has to have that element of being in an appropriate way measured, and again, based on that data and everything, but not out there too far. I think the vision part is great, but the plan itself needs to take into account the kind of a measured approach. I made some comments when we adopted or approved adoption of the climate action plan. I won't rehash those. I think some of those have been discussed already, but I'm glad that the planning department will continue to think about those, debate, the whole city staff really, as updates need to be made. So I think that's a good thing. And it gets me to another comment about how there's a sense to me of that this plan is always in progress. You're open. And I think that's one great thing about our planning department to begin with. But I think just the continued discussion, debate, adjustment as conditions change is really great. I do have one critical comment. Don't take it personal. But I found some of the narrative, especially in the goal section, to be a little preachy. I would rather have that narrative just say it. When I did my master's thesis, my master's thesis committee, my professors always told me, if you have to preach it, it shouldn't probably be in there. Just say it. You have a great foundation to just say it. So that's a little bit critical. I wouldn't change it. Maybe for the next one, right? But I don't think it has to be preachy. But I think it's a great plan, and I'm going to support it. Again, thank all of you and the staff, David, your leadership, just tremendous effort. So thank you.
Christy.
Thank you. Again, I want to reiterate what my fellow commissioners have said. The innovation, flexibility, and adaptability of you all has been amazing to watch as this has been put together. They've said already a lot of the points that I was going to bring up, but a couple things that I just want to echo from the plan is that I really appreciate our strategy to ensure that our existing neighborhoods and commercial areas will remain vibrant and desirable for people to live and operate. I also think that preserving the rural character of Lancaster County and how we've looked at farmland production, the sensitivity to the natural environments is really important in the plan, and we've done a great job addressing that. Also, the long-term transportation plan, which I think we'll talk a little bit more about, and protecting those bridges and things that are happening in the county, really given a great opportunity for that farm to market policies that we've discussed. And I just think that you've done a great job envisioning how we live, work, play, and get around. And we're going to really use this as a great working document here as planning commissioners with you as the City of Lincoln, Lancaster County, and our planning department. So thank you.
Cindy?
I will skip over several of the things I wanted to say because you guys have all said it so well, but I also just want to take a moment and express my respect and admiration for the leadership of the planning department and for your team and everything that you guys have done throughout this process. It's been incredibly inspiring. You guys have been incredibly innovative in responding to the challenges, and I think that says a lot about the planning department and why I'm glad to have a small part in this process. And to not repeat everything that's already been said, the other thing I would just say is that I love that this document that's going to help guide us as we move forward as a city, the addition of the new goal areas and the expansion of some of the other things that talk about how we do live here and how we play and exist really celebrates what I love about Lincoln and Lancaster County. And so I just wanted to say thank you. It's been really fantastic to be a part of the process.
I've been very impressed with your community involvement and gathering feedback and incorporating it into this plan. And I especially applaud you for adding the local food section in there. I think that's very important.
A couple of points, and I won't go over them in details, but I appreciate the stats, right? I'm a data person, and I think it anchors you to certain outcomes that you're trying to get out of the plan and the impact of it, right? So it allows people to surround themselves and think through what does that mean for the community. But it was said before, I think the innovation of delivery of the plan was excellent. And I think it's something we should continue, because not only does it allow people to experience it and reading it in a different way, but it's also inclusive, right? Where, especially during this time where people weren't able to either come to an event or be involved in a certain way, allows them to interact with that information in a different way. And it includes people who may not normally go to a website and read a 300-page document, all right? And so the ability to maybe potentially reach a certain generation, a demographic through that delivery is critical. And I think it's something we should continue to use, as we try to get people involved in this process. So appreciate that, and thank you.
I just want to add one more thing. I found it ironic that the Journal Star pulled this out over anything else, but the education that they did on redlining history in the community, I think educated a lot of people that weren't even aware of the history and things like that, and then setting the goal of changing that as we move forward. I thought they did an excellent job.
Yeah, thanks, Dick. I agree. I think that, frankly, all of that engagement and input of the equity subcommittee, having that be one of the cores of what we did as a community and putting this plan together was really important. I echo what other folks have said about the opportunity for significant public involvement and engagement throughout the process. I mean, this is a community document, and I think that makes it stronger as a result. It's just an excellent forward-thinking vision. It balances out, really striking a balance, and I am very proud to support this.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry.
Okay, this is for finding of conformance of CPA 21002. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Scheer?
Yes.
Raymond Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 8-0. Okay, next item is item 5.2, miscellaneous 21011 for the adoption of the Lincoln Metropolitan Planning Organization 2050 Long-Range Transportation Plan. Staff recommendation is for approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed?
No.
Good afternoon again. Paul Barnes, Long Range Manager of the Planning Department and also with the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Before you is the second of the two long-range documents we're presenting before you today, the Long-Range Transportation Plan. Again, this is a parallel effort with the 2050 Comprehensive Plan, but is specific to the transportation components. This is a federally required effort in order for our metropolitan area to receive federal transportation dollars. That is for all of Lancaster County, by the way. And just with the comp plan, 2+ years of work on the staff level, on the committee level, and also with our consultant team. Without any further ado, I'm just going to pass it off to Alan Zaft, who is staff with our Lincoln MPO.
Good afternoon, Alan Zaff with the Planning Department, provide staff support to the Lincoln MPO, and let's give a presentation on the 2050 Long Range Transportation Plan, also known as the LRTP. As Paul's mentioned, the importance of LRTP, we have to update this every 5 years, fairly required. that allows compliance with federal requirements and also to receive federal transportation funds. The LRTP also sets a vision and the goals for the region in regards to transportation. It provides a framework for identifying transportation needs for the future and prioritizing transportation investments, and also establishes the funding priorities. This was an 18-month schedule to update the LRTP. It started in the spring of 2020 when we hired our consultant to help us with going through the planning process and developing the LRTP. What you see here is a schedule for the LRTP. What you see in the gray boxes is the planning process for the LRTP summarized in 5 steps. The first step is to identify transportation envisioning and issues and needs identification. This is a very important step. This identifies the goals and the objectives and the performance measures. Also conducts the needs assessment. The second stage is alternative development, which helps develop the identify the transportation programs and projects. The third step is alternative analysis, and that's results in prioritizing capital projects and identifying recommended policies, and also developing the physically constrained plan. The fourth step is the plan development, and that's just basically developing the long-range transportation plan. And then lastly is plan approval, which we're getting close to. This process includes 3 phases of public engagement, and I'll discuss that in another slide. The LRTP, as Paul said, is developed in conjunction with the City of Lincoln, Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan. A lot of LRTPs don't do that. That's what's great about this MPO. We do it together with the comprehensive plan, so there's a relationship with transportation and land use. For example, we use the base year and future year land use inputs into the travel demand model for the Lincoln MPO. Along with that, the LRTP is integrated into the transportation component of the comprehensive plan, which includes the goal, the policies, and elements section. And then the LRTP addresses not just roadways, but other modes of transportation, transit, freight, bicycle, pedestrian modes. This here shows you the 3 phases of community input. We use a number of tools throughout this outreach. We use virtual public meetings, which were very important during the pandemic. We did focus groups. We did in-person meetings as we can. We did stakeholder meetings, and then we had surveys. In regards to that focus groups, those were very primarily important throughout which we used during the first 2 phases of outreach. That covered 80 participants crossing different sections of the community, so brought a diversity of input and representation from like the development community, transhuman services, healthy living and environmental, bike ped groups, multicultural diversity, freight and interest, the business community, neighborhood associations, and downtown interest. In regards to the phase 1, that really focused on listening to the community to understand the community's values, issues, and trends. In that phase, we received complete 236 surveys and also gathered a number of comments. Like we had this tool called Social Pinpoint. In that tool, you can go to a map and give comments. We had comments over 50 locations, and we also had a comment wall in regards to that tool where we had over 25 comments on a number of themes in regards to transportation modes, challenges, safety, and priorities. And then phase 2, that's where we focus on getting input on balancing the trade-offs that exist when there are more projects to complete than funding, unfortunately. We had 203 surveys completed during that phase, and then phase 3 was validation. That's when we shared the draft LRTP. We did it in conjunction with the comp plan just recently, and I don't want to regurgitate, but we had a virtual meeting. We had over 1,200 views. In regards to transportation, we received about 30 comments, and I'll discuss those comments in a few slides here for now. In regards to the draft plan, it's 8 chapters along with the appendix. This document covers a number of items such as the vision and goals, needs assessment, revenue forecast, the physically constrained plan, and transportation policies. The doc is about 250 pages long. That's why it's important we have an executive summary, which is 16 pages. It does a really good job summarizing the document. Right here is the probably one of the most important components of the long-range transportation plan. It's the fiscal constraint plan that tells folks what we're going to be doing in the next 30 or 29 years based on our revenue forecast. And this fiscal constraint plan is based on a recommended resource allocation. Our revenue forecast is $4.6 billion from 2022 to 2050. I just want to note that it's not adequate enough to achieve the LRTP goals and meet all the region's transportation needs. For example, part of the LRTP document, we have a needs-based plan included, and that identified more than $1.9 billion of roadway capital projects and trail projects, and that's in 2021. So if you think about inflation, next 29 years, it would exceed the $4.6 billion. So we have more needs and revenues. But what you see here in regards to the graphic, this is the fiscal constraint plan broken out by the project program categories. And I'll just go through these circles in regards to the programs. The one in purple is the NDOT highway projects. NDOT highways program. And that has a funding allocation of nearly $419 million. This addresses asset preservation needs and includes the construction of the West Beltway project. Next is let's say the orange circle, and that is the Rural Roads Program for Lancaster County that has nearly $840 million. This includes three categories: pavement maintenance and pipes, operation and maintenance, and roadway capital projects and bridges. This last program or category has an allocation of $188 million, which will construct on 26 projects. Of those projects, 3 are committed, which includes the 98th Street projects. And then move on to the blue circle. This is the Urban Roads Program for the City of Lincoln. It includes 8 categories. There's an allocation of $2.5 billion. I won't go through all the categories, but I'll just give highlights on a couple of them. And the first one is System Operation and Maintenance. That has an allocation of $1.08 billion. Actually accounts for about 43% of the Urban Roads Program. And that fully funds that program or that category. The next one is Road and Bridge Rehab category. That is about $500 million, and that equates to 350 miles rehabbed. Just a note, this program is not fully funded. And then another one is roadway capital projects, and that has an allocation of $500 million, and that will construct 41 projects. Of those projects, 11 are committed, and then 10 are public-private partnership projects. Overall, regards to this program, I would say it's underfunded for some of these categories. And then the last circle is the multimodal program, which has an allocation of nearly $840 million. And that has 5 categories, from transit to trail projects, trail rehab, on-street bike projects, and pedestrian bike and share TDM category. In regards to transit, that's the biggest chunk of that program. That has an allocation of $754 million. This includes doing StarTrans existing service and replacing the fleet. It's not doing additional service in regards to that allocation. And then I just want to call out the trail projects. That has an allocation of $28 million, and that will do 31 projects, and of those projects, 10 are committed. In regards to public comments, these are the general public comments, and I'll just go over these. The first one is prioritize the maintenance and operation of existing roadways, extend the operating days and hours for StarTran bus services, continue to implement alternate road projects, improve the efficiency of north, south, east, west corridors, continue plan for the East Beltway, and then lastly, the support for the new LRTP goal of transportation equity. Along with that, I just want to mention too, I didn't mention it earlier, we also individually contacted nearly 50 public agencies and nonprofit interest organizations representing a range of environmental, social, cultural agencies to review the draft LRTP. From that, we received 4 responses. over all those comments, response were acknowledgement comments, along with the support letter. And that support letter was in regards to the transportation equity goal. And not just developing that goal, but also having a policy related to that, and also including transportation equity part of the project prioritization process. In regards to public comments, part of the staff report included a summary of the comments, has all the comments in there and how we addressed each of those comments. Overall, the comments do not make changes to the plan, but they reaffirm the plan, all these comments, because reaffirmed to me and staff that what we were doing, in regards, we heard from the public, was included in the plan as we developed it. I do want to note there will be changes to the plan, but that's not from the public comments. It's from, we see some input from NDOT and LTU and the county to make some changes to the project listings to a couple of projects. For example, NDOT has requested us to add the widening of Interstate 80 from Pleasantdale to Northwest 56th Street into the physically constrained plan. So that will be part of the LRTP, physically constrained plan. In regards to those changes, I have a matrix in the staff report that notes the changes to the LRTP from those agencies, and we'll make those changes to the version that goes to the technical committee. In regards to the approval schedule, Planning Commission today, and we'll take the comments, the recommendation to the MPO Technical Committee on November 29th, where they'll review and make action on the LRTP, and then from there we'll take it from Technical Committee to MPO Officials Committee on December 15th, where they'll review and take action, hopefully adopt the LRTP. And that's my presentation.
Okay. Questions for Alan?
I have a question.
Yes.
Actually, I have two. And this one I sort of gravitated to because typically transportation is a significant spend for any city, right? And as I looked through the documents, I was trying to get an understanding of, and I think it was on the website, where there was a visual from the survey which said how things should be prioritized. And the maintenance was, I think, 24% or something like that. So what is that prioritization process from the categories? I think last time you said planets, like a purple planet. But how is that categorized within, how are those projects categorized within, those actual circles?
In regards to the circles, we prioritize only the capital projects for roadway and trails in the LRTP, and that's based on the goals and the metrics for each goal. In regards to like the maintenance or system operations, like for the county or for the city, we leave that to those municipalities to prioritize those within their jurisdiction.
Okay, within the jurisdiction. Okay, got
Yeah.
it. Okay, and then the second question was, I saw a couple footnotes on the projects, and there was public-private partnerships in there. So as we noticed within this plan, a lot of projects are constrained. How has the business community react to that partnership, and are willing to support some of the projects that you have laid out?
The public-private partnership projects relate to projects that are using different funding sources, such as from Lincoln on the Move or developer fees. So that's what those projects are, and those for the LTU projects, and hopefully those projects will be completed in the next 5 years. And also the bonding too, highway bonding. But that's what those projects are. And those were worked with, through LTU with the development community.
And are they constrained to certain projects, or can that mechanism be used for, other things, right? In some.
Might need some help.
Yeah, I think the way to look at that is that we have funding sources such as Lincoln on the Move, sales tax, and we have highway allocation bonds that are really front-loading the program over the next 29 years. Those have a sunset, and they're only available through 2025. And so we have a lot of projects, like the public-private partnership projects you've noted, that we're able to complete early on. But then after that, we lose those funding sources unless we take action, and so we're able to do less. I think the way to look at it is, we did have a community-wide vote on the sales tax. We've had approval of the highway allocation bonds. And I think that shows support of the development, our support for the development community in order to get more of those done. As Alan noted, there's a lot of needs in the plan, and we always need to be talking about more funding to make sure that these projects happen. So it truly is a partnership, and we need to continue those conversations.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Okay. Where are we at? Is there any testimony in support of miscellaneous 21011? Neutral testimony or testimony in opposition? Okay, anything else from staff?
I would
Okay.
move that we close the public hearing.
Second, Chair.
Jerry?
Okay. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 8-0.
I would also move that we approve miscellaneous 21011.
Second, Joy?
Discussion. Joy?
I'm just going to say just a couple more things because it really kind of ties to what my comments were on the comprehensive plan. But this was also just a great process and how it was integral with the plan, because it really feels like it could have been all one presentation for us. It definitely was holistic. And with the funding being such a challenge, it really does help to understand the priorities and what we just talked about in those questions. That was very helpful for us as a planning commission, because we all want to get to those goals so we can support the city and county and the transportation plan. That was very good. Thank you.
Yes. Rich?
I was on the transportation subcommittee 20 years ago, and so I got to see the working behind the scenes. And at that time, walkable communities and bicycle transportation were just starting to be a thing. And I'm really glad that you've incorporated the alternative transportation as an important part of this plan.
Yes, Dennis?
Just again, I know we say this a lot, a couple times a year, and it's true with this presentation as well, but all the work that you go into to put together the rationale and decisions on a fiscally constrained plan is really fantastic work. And it makes a lot of the pain of the things that we always want to see but can't get much more understandable and clear to us about why those things happen. Because as you put the transportation needs together with the development needs, the growth needs of the city, as we all know, sometimes it's just a disconnect. But you do a really great job with that, and I don't envy you at all, but it's very, very helpful. That's tough work, and it's really helpful. So thanks.
Well said.
Yes, I mean, as some of the documents said, I mean, this planning process is, it's a continuous process. It's very cooperative, and it transcends a lot of different groups that come together, and it's very comprehensive as well. You put all those three things together, and it enables us to really work together and use this as our planning and as our community moves forward. Jerry?
Okay, this is for the approval of miscellaneous 21011. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 8-0.
Right. I think at this time we'll take a quick, let's say, 5-6 minute break, come back maybe at 2:35 or so, and start the next part of the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay.
Before we get started with the next item, I did want to clarify that a deputy came in and wanted to make sure folks know that at 4 o'clock, they do start ticketing on 10th Street and towing. So if there are any vehicles that are parked on the east side along 10th Street, just keep in mind the clock, and at 4 o'clock, before 4 o'clock, you may want to move your vehicle. And the lot is open, which is just across the street to the north if you need to move your car. So, all right. Jerry?
Okay, and before I call the item into the record, I'd also note that there are sign-in sheets out in the corridor. So if you have not signed in and would like to testify, please do so. And we'll do those in the order of people signing in and then based on their position. Okay? Item 5.3 is special permit 19036A to allow for the construction of a large solar energy conversion system on property generally located from 1/2 mile west of 134th and east of 148th Streets and from O Street to Havelock Avenue. A map of the area under consideration is available for review in the planning department. Staff recommendation is for conditional approval. This is final action on this item unless appealed to the city council within 14 days. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this item? Yes, great.
I was in the audience 2 weeks ago, and after the meeting, I was introduced to a representative from the Ranger Solar, and nothing was discussed of substance, but did shake his hand.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, noted. Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting the site to be disclosed?
No.
Okay.
Tom.
Tom Chaka, planning staff. So this application before you is to amend a special permit 19036 by adding approximately 318 acres to the boundary of the special permit. SP 19036 was approved on September 30th, 2019 by Lincoln City Council. A special permit is for a large solar energy conversion system. With the proposed additional 318 acres, the total project area would be approximately 1,377 acres. This special permit is part of a larger project totaling approximately 2,800 acres that is split between city and county zoning jurisdiction. This public hearing on SP 19036A is only for the city jurisdiction. The overall project area, put that up there, roughly extends a 1/2 mile west of 134th to east of 148th and just north of O Street to a little bit south of Havelock Avenue. The crosshatched area is the new area. This pattern was previously approved under SP 19036. The proposed panels would be fixed to the ground with steel I-beam post. Their projected estimated lifetime is anywhere from 25 to 40 years. The new area, shown here again, is in Tier 3 in the comprehensive plan, which means Tier 3 is growth beyond 44 years, roughly 2070 or later, 20, somewhere in there, maybe a little sooner. The project has a capacity of 125 megawatts that could support up to 16,000 homes. The applicant is also requesting that waivers granted with SP 19036 be granted for the new area with this special permit. Those waivers were to reduce all setbacks to 50 feet for non-participating properties without a dwelling. It also reduced all setbacks to 0 for participating properties without a dwelling. They are requesting a new waiver that would change, previously approved was a 50-foot setback to participating properties that had a dwelling on it. They want to change that 50-foot, they're asking to change the 50-foot setback to a 0, so that any participating property with or without a dwelling would have a 0 setback. The setback to non-participating properties with a dwelling is 100 feet. That was approved with SP 19036 and would be the same with this special permit. For comparison, the condition in the zoning code for solar states that the setback shall be per the zoning district. This entire area is zoned AG agriculture. The ag district has a 50-foot front yard setback, 60-foot side, and 100-foot rear. I did review 5 other counties in Nebraska: Saunders, Cass, Pierce, Madison, and Clay, and found that only Clay County had a larger setback than what we have in the special permit. That setback is 300 foot setback to a dwelling from the solar panel, or 500 foot from an inverter to a dwelling. Only difference I would point out is their setback is to a dwelling, where our setback is to the property line. An increased risk to fire around the solar array has been a stated concern of some property owners. City of Lincoln Fire Department was asked to look at the risk of fire from a solar facility. The conclusion is that the risk of fire is very low, caused by solar panels. Environmental impacts has also been a topic of concern. The applicant has stated that the proposed panels will be crystalline silicon and will contain no lead or cadmium. The Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department has reviewed the environmental impacts and did not find any unusual risk to air quality or ground contamination. The proposed special permit meets the conditions of the special permit as stated in the zoning code. I have Pat Bohr with Lincoln Fire and Chris Schroeder with Lancaster County Health are here to answer any questions that you might have for them. And I'll take any questions.
Questions? Yeah.
Hopefully, I think this is a quick one. Just in terms of the project and the size and amount of power. So I understand this is just for the city of Lincoln, Lancaster, County Lancaster. But when I looked at the map, it's so much larger. So is the 125 megawatt for what we are evaluating here, or for the total project?
125 is what you're evaluating for the city permit. This is just for the city part of it.
Okay, thank you.
And applicant can correct me if I said that wrong, but I think that's right.
Yeah.
And then, of just the area we're talking about today, how many dwelling participating and non-participating does that affect? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Other questions at this time?
Yeah. Steve Henriksen has some comments also.
Thank you.
Steve Henriksen, Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. Part of what we thought we would also do is, Tom typically reviews the application. Typically, the background on the regulations themselves is often not brought into question, but a lot of the letters did ask questions about, do we have regulations for this? Are they sufficient or not? What is the history of these? So in both the city and the county applications, we will separately give you, as quickly as possible, the background of how the regulations came into play and why we chose the conditions that we did. So on the city side, there was a text amendment that was approved in March 2015, or 6 years ago. That's when the regulations were first put in place for a commercial scale solar facility. Prior to that point, it probably was not a permitted or a special permitted use. So we wanted to, we were starting to see more interest, and we had a project that came forward. And so those initial conditions were put in terms of, in the city side, we have something called use groups in our zoning ordinance. So it was assigned as a utility use group. It was not an industrial or a commercial use, but a utility use group. The definitions were added, and then the conditions were established in terms of that special permit. The main amendment that had ever been done in the city was in 2017, where we added a category for small facilities, and that was to allow the residents of Capitol Beach to build a community-size facility, one larger than just simply you would put on your house, but nowhere near the scale that we're talking about here. I would note that after the 2015 text amendment, we did have one facility that was built. It is north of the interstate, west of Northwest 56th Street, and the first phase of that facility has been built. So I think one of the questions or comments that have been made is that there really aren't any regulations of solar panels. I would remind the Commission that in addition to your zoning regulations, there are, of course, local building permits, electrical permits that are going to have to be reviewed. So it is not like they just go out and build it themselves without any review. The panels themselves are reviewed for federal standards in terms of installation, and we're not aware of any specific requirements that these panels are hazardous and need anything particularly done in terms of the installation of them. And also, as part of the review, in the city side, we routed this to many different departments, including the Lower Platte South NRD and Watershed, who reviewed it for its impact on the floodplain and any potential concerns about erosion or control. So on the zoning side, the conditions are 5 in the city, and they are rather brief. But does that mean that we don't have any regulations? We think the regulations relate to the land use impacts, and that is what the Planning Commission is typically doing on any kind of a special permit. Is you're looking at the land use impacts. You're not looking at where is the energy sold and who is benefiting from it. You're looking at the land use impacts on the adjacent properties, and as did staff when we were developing these text amendments. A solar facility does not generate any noise, does not generate any odors. The impacts in terms of glare seem to have been addressed in terms of their construction. Solar panels do not have late hours of operation. Other than the construction traffic, then there's no truck traffic. There's very little traffic in terms of maintaining them. So your typical land use type of impacts are very low from a solar installation. It is not considered an industrial use. Our industrial uses in our use group are things that are produce products or goods. This does convert solar light into electricity, but that is basically what any type of utility would do. So some comments have been brought up in terms of, well, what happens when a solar facility is damaged by, we've heard everything from tornadoes to tsunamis to hail to hurricanes. And what we have found is that the impact is the same as any other structure that is in the course of a natural disaster. There's definitely damage to them, and then they are repaired and cleaned up the same way as a commercial building, a farm building, a house, trees, anything else that is damaged by a natural disaster. In addition, we do have a condition that there be a decommissioning plan. So if for some reason the these exceed their life capacity, their operating capacity, there is some plan there, or potentially a surety in the long term, to make sure that they are removed. Solar panels are very easy to remove in terms of a comparison to something like a wind turbine, where there's a much more substantial amount in terms of concern about removing something that is 400 feet tall versus something that is 4 feet tall. So I do think that, quickly, 2 other things were mentioned were, one was a fire protection plan, And looking at some of those fire protection plans from California, it appears their interest is concerned about wildfires and wildfires moving into a solar facility, and then how would you handle a wildfire moving into the solar facility. And certainly in a lot of the counties in California, where there's a much drier and consistent concern about wildfires, we certainly understand the need for a fire protection plan in those circumstances. But in Lancaster County, we do not see the need for a fire protection plan to address the impact of wildfires on the solar facilities. I think really the main impact that you would see is that the views. And certainly there are people who moved out to this area to have views of farmland, and this certainly would change that. And there's no debating that point. There is some screening that is required, but on a large facility, it would be difficult to completely obliterate the view of all persons to a solar facility. However, in terms of land use impacts, we do not, in any of our special permits, say that someone has a guaranteed right to a view from their personal property out to the adjacent property. That is not a land use impact. That has a condition of something that of a land use concern of the Planning Commission, the City Council as well. So we have view corridors to our capital, but we do not protect personal views of property. If people want to protect their views, that is often then up to them to obtain an easement or something to protect that view. So with that, that is just a quick background on why our regulations are such as they are. Do you have any other questions for me? Otherwise, Tim C. with the City Attorney's Office has one thing before we turn it over to the applicant.
Just one quick question. In 2019, when we approved that, nothing changes in that except what has been brought up for setback? But that remains the same, that?
So on the city side, have Tom jump in here, so
Oh,
make sure we
perfect.
keep straight to the city side.
Yeah, all of the setbacks that were approved with SP 19036 would still be in effect for this new special permit.
Okay, and all the other things that we've already talked about, like floodplain and all that?
Yeah,
Okay,
we do have conditions as part of the approval that they have to put on the site plan where the floodplain is and get permission prior to putting anything in the 100-year floodplain area. And also the NRD had a easement that they're required to stay out of.
Perfect. So that was what you were referring about with all the permits through the process?
Yes, that was part of the conditions on the city side, is that both Watershed Management and the NRD had some conditions related to their review of the applications.
Thank you.
I did have one question, fire-related, if
Pat?
one of you would. Yeah, and Tom's report was very clear with regard to, your position that, that this was not, an increased risk of fire in this area. What about in terms of the size or the scope of the land that's involved? Is there any limitation in terms of getting to other properties as a result of these solar panels being in effect? And I don't know what that would look like exactly, but trying to get to other properties where there may be need for fire protection.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Bohr. I'm Assistant Fire Chief with Lincoln Fire and Rescue. I haven't looked at the map that was just presented to you a little bit ago, but it looks like it's broken up. I haven't had a chance to look at it. So that's really the answer to your question. But it appears upon just a quick review that it's not one massive array back-to-back panels over 1,000 acres. It's broken up over multiple sections. That in itself lends itself to access. But I haven't had a chance to really look at the map in great detail.
Okay, thank you.
I can help address that question. So most of the dwelling, I shouldn't say most, a lot of the dwelling units are accessed off of public or private roadways. And so this does nothing to block public or private roadways to get to a house. Most of the other houses that are not part of a subdivision, let's say, their driveways are out to a public street, so it should not block that as well. If for some reason somebody had a house and they had an access easement or a driveway across a property that was a part of this application, that access easement for the driveway to my house would not be allowed to be blocked by this special permit. I'm not aware of those, but that's not an uncommon circumstance in the county, that occasionally one house actually has its driveway across somebody else's property.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful.
And with that, turn it over to Tennessee, who just wants to provide a little guidance on the special permit as well.
We'll be extremely brief. Tim C., City Attorney's Office, 555 South 10th Street. I just want to talk procedurally with you for a second here and remind us that we are here at this time on special permit 19036A, which is an amendment to an existing special permit to add 300 acres. There is a second special permit that will start at a separate public hearing. And so, the regulations that guide those two applications are different between the city and the county. So I just want to be crystal clear with the board that that's what we're working on right now. And so we'll let that guide your questions and the things you hear today. I guess I would only add one other thing, and that is to remember that we're here to make a decision on what we hear today, and not a number of things that may have been said at prior hearings or whatever the case might be. We're here with the written materials that have been provided, both from staff as well as those who've written into the board, as well as those who come up and talk today. So with that, I can answer questions, but I suspect you'd rather hear from folks other than myself.
Actually, I have one question. I think it may be for you, Tim, and it's just for my understanding of the approval of that permit when I wasn't here.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a decommissioning plan required, right, for the permit.
Mm-hmm.
Just, and I'm trying to get understanding from a private perspective, what about the maintenance of it? So in the event there is something that happens to a set of panels, is it required to have a maintenance plan approved as well, or is that totally up to the business or applicant?
I don't believe the code requires a specific maintenance plan.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Okay, so where are we? Testimony from the applicant.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Sure. Sean Harris with Ranger Power, 226 North Morgan, Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
And David Levy, Baird Home Law Firm, on behalf of the applicant, 625 South 14th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska.
So firstly, just wanted to start off by saying thank you. Thank you for your time in reviewing our application, for your time this evening, and thank you for your consideration of this application. Also, thank you for your patience. This presentation is virtually the same with the city amendment and the county permit at 4:30. So, getting into it, let's share the screen here with the slide deck.
Just takes a second. There you go.
Sure. So, like it was said, this is the application to amend our permit application that was approved in 2019 to add approximately 300 acres to the project area. In addition, there's the one waiver that we are seeking to reduce the setback to 0 for participating properties with a residence on them. So, with that, we can get started here. So Ranger Power is the developer for the Salt Creek Solar Project. We are a utility scale solar development company, meaning we develop projects that are in the range of 75 to 400 megawatts in size. So this is sort of right in the middle of that range. We just work in the solar space. Our team is an experienced team of developers and environmental specialists, and our portfolio currently consists of over 30 projects across the Midwest, over 1,800 megawatts of successfully permitted projects, and by the end of this year, we will have over 500 megawatts of power of projects, over 500 megawatts worth of projects generating power by the end of this year. So the map here just indicates with stars, the red stars indicate the locations where we have projects that have received their permit approvals, and then the stars in blue represent the projects that are currently under construction. So solar energy at a glance, photovoltaic panel tracking systems, or PV trackers, are currently the most economical solar technology available. So these are oriented in north-south rows, and they slowly track the sun from east to west throughout the day, and then return back to a west-facing position at the end of each day. These trackers operate without producing air pollution or greenhouse gases. They are powered, as you'll see in a couple slides here, they're actually powered by small solar panels that are mounted to the racking and the tracking systems that power those trackers. The major equipment include the panels themselves, steel I-beams, or as they're sometimes referred to as piles, which are driven below frost level. They are not embedded in any concrete. It's just a steel I-beam driven into the soil. The racking, or that's the tubes that are mounted on top of the I-beams, and then the solar panels are mounted on top of the racking. There will be buried collector lines, inverters, which convert the power from DC to AC, access roads, and fencing. And the fencing for this project would be a deer fence or ag fence. I've heard them referred to as, so it's a woven wire fence with a wood post to be a little bit more harmonious with the nature of the area. Solar panels contain no toxic elements, and all contents are naturally occurring. So again, just the major equipment here, the inverters convert, the panels produce power at 12 kilovolts DC. They run through, the power runs through combiner boxes to inverters, which convert the power from DC to AC, and then also step up the power from 12 kilovolts DC to 34.5 kilovolts AC, which is also referred to as medium voltage power, and that is the voltage that's carried through the site back to the project substation to interconnect into the grid. The other components include those steel I-beams, the panels themselves, so relatively simple kind of projects. There's not a lot of equipment involved. These are some photos of our Assembly Solar project in Shiawassee County. This is a 239 megawatt project. Approximately 160 megawatts of that project are currently operational. The remaining 79 will be completed with construction by the end of this year. So in the top left, of course, that's just an aerial view of the project. In the top right photo, you can see the small solar panel that powers the tracker that I was referencing. So that kind of vertical piece of equipment just to the right of that I-beam is that smaller solar panel that powers the tracking system. I would also bring attention to the top right and bottom left photos that shows that these are bifacial panels that the project would utilize. So they're actually a glass top sheet and back sheet. So the reflection from the ground surface onto the back sides of the solar panels is also collecting power, so just increasing the generation capacity of each panel. So solar projects are compatible with agricultural areas. These are passive land uses that do not require public utilities or infrastructure.
1 minute.
They do generate a small amount of noise. It's at the inverters, there are fans, but at property lines, the inverters are located in the very interior of the property, so at property lines they're at the kind of baseline sound levels in the area. No glare, dust, or chemicals generated from the project. We included in the record a study that confirms that solar projects do not have impact on neighboring home values. The project will be vegetated completely underneath with a perennial cover crop consisting of native grasses and pollinator species. This attracts pollinators to the area. It increases habitat for some bird species. The nature of the construction and operations of these projects requires very little, soil disturbance. And I'll actually hit on that point again here shortly, but the existing soils remain in place for future agricultural use once the project is decommissioned. Because the project is vegetated with a perennial crop that doesn't need fertilizer or pesticides, improves water quality, it reduces erosion by having a cover crop planted there year-round, and So nutrient runoff into waterways and erosion is greatly reduced with that perennial vegetation. So this project specifically was mentioned, it's an up to 250 megawatt project total. This portion within the City of Lincoln's extraterritorial jurisdiction is estimated to be approximately 125 megawatts. So the map to the right depicts, it's a little hard to see, but the purple line on the east is the ETJ line. And so everything, all the green parcels within that line are the portion of the project area within the City of Lincoln's ETJ. So as it was mentioned, there's approximately 1,200 acres between both the city and the county. Approximately 1,370 acres of that are within the county jurisdiction. I would add to this that while there's 2,800 acres leased in total for the project area, this is a 250 megawatt project, and a rough rule of thumb is about 6 acres per megawatt for fenced in project area. So we're really only expecting about 1,500 to 1,800 acres to actually be utilized by the project, and this allows the site to optimize, avoidance of areas where there's the greatest topography, where the least amount of soil disturbance is needed. It allows us to account for setbacks and other constraints, environmental constraints that we need to avoid. So while 2,800 acres is the total parcel acreage, the project area is only expected to be about 60% of that. So again, the SP 19036 was the approximately 1,100 acres of the project that were approved in September 2019. So with this application, we are seeking to add 318 acres to that permit. The project will interconnect to an existing substation, the LES Wagner substation, which is shown on the map by a red star. This is located just south of Adams Street and west of 134th. The project will produce on-peak power, meaning when demand is greatest, that is when these projects are generating the most amount of power. So during the day when people are at work using air conditioning, that's when these projects are most efficient. Is there, if I keep going?
Yes,
okay,
please.
Thank you. Try and keep this brief. And then on the third point, I would just note that the project is, with the exception of the one waiver request to reduce setbacks from 50 to 0 feet for participating parcels with the residents on it, the project is in full compliance with the ordinance that was passed in, I think it was 2015 was mentioned. Community outreach, since December of 2018, Ranger has engaged in over 130 meetings and calls with neighbors to the project. The community processes included frequent outreach to local stakeholders and community leaders in Lincoln's businesses and government. The project, we had 2 open houses, one on July 22nd, 2019, and another one on June 3rd, 2021, to receive feedback from the community. I would add that, even after this permit process is complete, the door is not closed on receiving that feedback. We are still a little ways off from actually developing a kind of final site plan. So any feedback that we continue to receive, we welcome and want to incorporate into the site plan. Community support. This project has been widely supported in the community. We've received over 160 letters of support from individuals. In addition, we've received support from the Lincoln Partnership for Economic Development, Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, Nebraska Farmers Union, Southeast Community College, Senators Moorfield, Wishart, Holterman, the City of Lincoln Mayor's Office, and the Lincoln Journal Star Editorial Board. So this project represents over a $250 million investment in Lincoln and Lancaster County. The project, as proposed, would generate over $870,000 per year in new property tax revenue. The project improves air quality by reducing regional reliance on fossil fuel generation. Again, I hit on this before, but the improved soil and water quality with having a perennial cover crop planted under the whole project area. The project creates stable, diversified income for local landowners while protecting and preserving agricultural land. And the construction will stimulate local economy. And finally, at the end of the project life, the project will be decommissioned and land can be restored for agricultural use. run through this quickly. I don't need to run through all of it, but the project has prepared a decommissioning plan. It will conform with all of the requirements of the ordinance. So removing all the project equipment down to a minimum depth of 3 feet, renewing our decommissioning plan every 5 years to renew or to account for any changes in decommissioning costs. So project will fully comply with those requirements. Setbacks, the current setbacks are 50 feet for front yards, 60 feet for side yards, and 100 feet for rear yards. To protect non-participating landowners, Salt Creek proposes to increase the setback 100 feet from a non-participating property with a home, which guarantees the greatest setback in the code regardless of direction. And then again, just have a bullet there, just reiterating that as part of this application, we're seeking the waiver to reduce the setbacks from 50 to 0 for participating property with a residence.
Okay, real quickly, thank you, Sean. Again, David Levy on behalf of the applicant. I won't read this whole slide to you. You can see there are a number of statements in your comprehensive plan. This is from the 2040 comprehensive plan. There's a much longer list in the staff report. I do also want to reiterate a couple of things, though, that we heard earlier today during the discussion on, I believe it's your 2050 comprehensive plan update. It was noted that that update is very heavy on sustainability and resiliency. This project certainly is very consistent with and in furtherance of those goals. That plan incorporates the climate action plan, the city's climate action plan, and the climate smart future process. And this project, again, is entirely consistent with and strongly in furtherance of those initiatives. I also want to note that this land and what you'll hear about a little bit later is in the Tier 3 growth area, where urban development is not anticipated for over 40 years. As you heard, the useful life of this project is likely less than that. So this is actually fits in very well with the anticipated future urban growth of Lincoln and Lancaster County, such that this project, the useful life would likely have been reached by the time urban development reaches the area of the project. Again, I think this slide largely speaks for itself. I do want to explain, when one of the staff members mentioned the 0-foot setback between with the participating property with the residence, I saw maybe a quizzical look up here or two, and I want to explain the reason for that request quickly. The idea there is if you have a participating property with a residence, it's probably a farmstead, essentially a house on a piece of property that's 80 or 160 or 120 acres or maybe even larger. Next to that, you would also have a participating property that might be a piece of agricultural ground with no house on it. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to have a 50-foot setback between those two properties. All you're doing is taking land out of availability for solar development if that land was otherwise suitable, and creating a maintenance headache for either the developer or the landowner. So that's the idea with that 0-foot setback waiver request, is to avoid that sort of quirk of those kind of properties. Quite frankly, when we were here in 2019, we didn't realize that, and so we didn't ask for that waiver at that time. All of the setbacks that are proposed in this application, including the 0-foot setback between the participating property and participating property with the residence, are the same as in the county's zoning regulations. And I don't want to mix city and county here, but I point that out because the county adopted their regulations later, and we had learned from that experience, and quite frankly from that oversight in 2019, or we would have requested that waiver at that time. But that's the reason for that request for that waiver, and the 0-foot setback between, again, those really, between agricultural land and agricultural land. The only difference is on a map there's a parcel line, but if you were out there, you wouldn't know that that was a property line. Lastly, I do just want to make the point that this application is compliant with the sections of the City of Lincoln zoning ordinance that govern special permits, and the substantial evidence in the record of this proceeding supports making the findings that the ordinance requires the commission to make to approve the project. For all those reasons, we respectfully request that at the end of this hearing, the commission does approve the amendment to the special permit. Again, I want to emphasize on this one, it is an amendment to an existing approved special permit that this body approved unanimously just a couple of years ago. With that, we're happy to answer any questions now, and certainly we'll take notes during the hearing and look forward to our opportunity for rebuttal.
Questions for the applicant? I don't think we have any at this time. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we'll take testimony in support.
And yes, I will call 3 names at a time. So as I call names, if you could just be available to come forward. Testimony in support, I've got Terry Langdon, Ruth Thompson, and Dan Griffith.
Afternoon. My name is Terry Langen, 4115 South 27th in Lincoln, and I'm testifying in support of this project for a variety of reasons. To address Commissioner Ball's question, I do believe that their permit application is going to be employing 2 to 4 maintenance workers over the course of the project. So any maintenance that needed to be handled, if something breaks, that's included, as well as the 300 construction jobs to get this project completed. The cost benefit to us as a city, as well as just the electrical generation, 25 million over 30 years is not a small amount to consider that being flowed to schools and to our roads, as well as the lease amounts to our neighbor farmers and our landowners is, I'm sure, a welcome income source that also flows back into our community. Just one variation I have with Mr. Caja's estimate of 16,000 homes. The SEA, Solar Energy Industries Association, estimates on an average 190 homes per megawatt. So at 125, that's 23,750 homes powered off just this amendment. The total 250 megawatts, that's almost 47,000 houses in the city that can be receiving clean energy. Nebraska currently gets 42% of its energy from coal, and we all know the effects of that on our air and our water. This body's concern is land use effects, and I know there's been talk about intermixed usage for these projects, allowing grazing in throughout these, as well as the seed mixes that will be used for pollinator habitat, which have been said, the deeper the rooted plants, the better quality it has for filtering our water into our watershed systems, cleaning our water, preventing erosion. And when I first heard of this project, I looked into Ranger Power because I wanted to know who was coming to town. Like, they have I would say a commendable track record in their past projects as far as working with the community, with different landowners, their neighbors. I've yet to find anything that stands out to me personally that would give me pause to be in support of their project. There are a lot of benefits, and if this was getting built next to my house, I may have some pause if I'd never seen one, but I've had the benefit of, I was a union sheet metal worker for 23 years. I worked in coal, nuclear, ethanol, all types of power generating systems. I've since converted my own home, my own properties to solar and renewable energy systems because I've seen firsthand the effects of where we get our electricity. I would never have believed to turn these lights on you had to do what we do to turn a generator. We have to pump gigatons of poisons into our rivers and into our air, and it's costly in the long run, at our health benefits and the effects on the environment. And the fact that they have a decommissioning plan is something you definitely do not get from other electrical generating proposals, that's for sure. So I think this is a win for us as a community and a city. I appreciate your time. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ruth Thompson, Dan Griffith, and John Hanson.
Good afternoon. My name's Ruth Ann Thompson, 2400 North 134th, Lincoln, Nebraska, and I am a participating landowner in this project. I anticipate that there are acreage owners that are concerned about potential decrease in their property values due to proximity to this project. Actual studies of existing projects in the United States show that this is not true. In fact, our county assessor, knowing the permit for our property has already been approved, raised our home valuation 77% this year. From my personal experience with our 100 solar panels, there is no noise, even when standing next to it. They require no maintenance and, in fact, sustained no damage from the 2019 hailstorm, which shattered a windshield, totaled both of our cars, our roof, causing $80,000 in payouts from our insurance company and considerable deductible costs. The solar panels are just fine. No cement is used to install the racks, and the panels themselves have resale value for at least 15 years, so decommissioning costs near term are minimal. The use of this farmland will actually improve its fertility for use after the 45-year intended life of the project. One can put one's hand on the inverters and panels, they are barely warm. Danger from fire would primarily be from an uncontrolled set fire or an irresponsible cigarette tossed from a vehicle. Vehicles can drive between each rack. Do all landowners provide space for a fire truck to drive in and turn around on their property? This is required on properties in fire-prone areas. With only 4 to 6 anticipated permanent employees, there will be minimal traffic and wear and tear on our roads. There is currently a business adjacent to our farm and approximately 1.25 miles from our home, which greatly impacted traffic on our road and already has considerable impact on our enjoyment and the value of our property because of the noise it produces. Open 7 days a week, it intermittently produces between 55 and 85 decibels impact noise, which makes it nearly impossible to enjoy opening our windows, let alone host guests to enjoy the considerable investments in the patio, pond, and gardens we had in the 15 years prior to its opening. Because of the intermittent nature of the disturbances, the city employees have been unable thus far to document it in order to require mitigation. Finally, when one buys property, they should realize that their control ends at the property line. Every participating landowner in this project willingly signed leases for this project. There is no taking by eminent domain. The newer acreage owners around us are not necessarily good neighbors. Four-wheeler damage to our crops, gravel roads, and ditches costs us and county taxpayers. I respectfully urge this body to approve this permit. Thank you. I do have copies of my testimony.
Sure.
That's free.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I have Dan Griffith and John Hanson.
How you doing today? Dan Griffith, 13990 Adams Street. Climate change is real. The scientific evidence is extraordinary. We as a society and a planet have to come to terms with this. Change is never easy, but the shifting winds of time and the future of our very planet are at stake. This also affects our future generations. We have to think critically and seriously about this. What kind of planet do we want to leave our children and our grandchildren? Do we want to be on our deathbeds years from now, having to look our family in the eyes? and have to answer the question, why didn't you do more? Why didn't you do more? I am a participating landowner in the project, and it's my land and it's my legal right to do what I want with it. And it's not my job to tell my neighbors what to do with their land. And that door swings both ways. This project is going to bring in property tax revenue for our school systems, our community college, NRD, city and county government, EMT, and fire departments. It's a win-win-win for everyone. Where was I? Our generation deserves to have all of this intact. We must sober up from our addiction to fossil fuel-based energy for the sake of life as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is John Hanson, 1305 Plum Street, and I'm here before you today as also the president of Nebraska Farmers Union. We're the second oldest, second largest general farm organization in the state, and we have been a long-time supporter of all different kinds of ways to bring value-added benefits and advantages to rural Nebraska and family farmers and ranchers. And so that's taking what you already own, that's taking what you already have, and bringing additional value to it. So wind and solar fall within that framework. These are things that if you own that property, you also have the right to use or not. It's your choice, those wind or those solar resources. So we are blessed in our state, which is not what our ancestral ancestors thought in terms of wind. We're the third windiest state in the country, so we have the third best wind resources. But we're also in the top 15 states in terms of solar potential. So we have both of these together. And so when we are able to use these naturally occurring resources, they don't wear out. They are renewable. They don't use any water. They don't emit any carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And they do, as we've continued to use more and more of these kinds of resources, they allow us, as we become more diversified with our energy portfolio, the more of these kinds of resources we have, we've also gotten a lot better at being able to use a lot less coal. So do we still need base load? Yes, we do, but we need a lot less of it if we have more of these kinds of resources that are available across our state. This is a good project. It has rightly gone through the process to this point. So what we're looking at, in our view, is a simple addition to what has already been considered and approved. It's consistent with the overall plans for the city and also for the county. It's consistent with what we are looking to do in our state. In 2016, we had a total of 3.6 megawatts of solar online. As of now, we have 35.1 megawatts of solar on power. We've just approved in Saunders County a project that that has gone through all the conditional use permits, has a signed power purchase agreement with OPPD, it would be Community Energy. That is an 81 megawatt project. We have other projects of this size across the state that are well along in the planning process. And it is our view that solar energy is, and its benefits are just about ready to shine in Nebraska. And that you knew that there had to be some kind of a rhetorical tie there, if you know me. And that this is solar's time. This is a good project. We have reviewed it, and we believe that it's consistent with what we've done so far, and that it merits your support. And I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
As a representative of the agricultural industry in the farmers group, I mean, how do you answer the question about comparing this use on agricultural land as not an agricultural use? And how do you marry those two things together?
Well, it certainly is a use of of your land and its resources, and so as a part of the total resources, wind and solar are a part of that. And so, you know, we have to remind ourselves that we're, you know, if you want good neighbors, you have to be a good neighbor, and that what your right on your property to do as you see fit is also your neighbor's right on their property to do as they see fit, especially as long as they protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the community and the citizens. And so, so in our view, you know, we strongly support the landowner's rights to be able to use their property in a fashion that's economically and environmentally beneficial.
Great.
And so this fits that, and that all of the property in the state of Nebraska that has either solar on it or wind on it is there because landowners made an informed decision about what to do on their property. And it's voluntary. We would never support eminent domain for that kind of thing. As you know, my organization has very strong views on the use of eminent domain and certain things, and have been working in that issue for a long time. This is voluntary. It is, in our view, as I said earlier, I think consistent with our general view of, for example, the ethanol industry and other kinds of things we've done with biodiesel and all of those things. It is a kind of value added that comes with big economic benefits to ag and our neighbors as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the individuals who signed up in support, to testify in support.
We do have two on Zoom.
Right.
Are Zoom folks in support with us right now?
Here's Gene Hamlin.
Thank you. Mr. Hanlon?
Hello, my name's Gene Hanlon. I live at 2710 Ryan Street in Lincoln. I support both special permit applications for the solar farm under the city and county's jurisdictions, and ask that that these comments also apply to the next item on the agenda, if possible. Hardly a day goes by that there isn't news reports on climate change in some fashion. In fact, today's paper, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was quoted by saying, "There is a leadership gap that is undermining efforts to stem global warming. We must take action to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and build clean, renewable energy systems." I understand why homeowners in community unit plans next to the project are against it, as their home is likely the largest financial investment that they've made, and they fear the unknown. I believe that the planning department staff, along with the staff of the fire department and health department, have done an excellent job in researching their concerns, of the concerns of the homeowners, and encourage you to follow their recommendation and approve the special permits before you. As leaders, you must consider the broader community needs and benefits of a development of this type. Here are some of the economic and environmental benefits the developers will provide Lincoln and Lancaster County. And these have been mentioned before, but I'd like to restate them. There'll be an investment of over $250 million in our local economy. They'll create 300 jobs during construction and 2 to 4 jobs during maintenance. They'll generate over $25 million in tax revenue to local governments over the 30-year project life. They'll provide a stable income for local farmers and landowners. And I've done some reading, and it's interesting that the lease payments for these solar farms is generally higher than farmers can get through growing traditional commercial crops. As has been stated, the total project will generate over roughly 250 megawatts of clean, renewable energy, enough energy to power 47,000 homes. But also important in their project is that there's a potential to improve soil health and downstream water quality by planting grass seed mixes and pollinators below the panels and the setback areas, which will reduce fertilizer use, herbicide and pesticide use, as well as stormwater runoff. It's clear that as community leaders, you must ensure that we have a sustainable and resilient Lincoln in Lancaster County. One way to do that is to approve the 2 special permit applications on solar development for you today. Thank you for your time and leadership. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. Is there one more on Zoom?
Yes, we have Ken Winston.
Thank you. Mr. Winston?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Ken Winston. My office address is 1327 H Street, Suite 300, Lincoln, Nebraska. I am appearing on behalf of Nebraska Interfaith Power and Light and the Nebraska Sierra Club. This testimony is in support of both Special Permit 19036A and Special Permit 21042, and would like to have this testimony submitted in support of both. Climate change is the most important moral issue of our time. Climate change is already causing more extreme weather events such as droughts, fires, floods, and more severe storms, all of which we have witnessed both locally and throughout the globe in the past year. The most severe impacts of climate change are felt by our most vulnerable neighbors, poor people who live in floodplains or in substandard housing, people who are unable to escape the impacts of extreme heat, cold, and the brunt of violent storms. We have a moral obligation to act on behalf of the weakest and most vulnerable among us. We also know that the impacts of climate change are increasing and will be felt with even more severity by succeeding generations, and as was previously mentioned. Therefore, we have a moral obligation to act on behalf of our children, our grandchildren, and all the people who follow us. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions through solar generation is a positive step that we can take to address climate change. Solar generation emits no greenhouse gases or other harmful pollution, unlike fossil fuel generation, which do both. It also uses no water, which is another distinguishing characteristic. It's also cost effective. In many cases, solar power is lower cost than fossil fuel generation. It can provide many economic benefits, as has been previously stated, in the form of construction jobs, and while it's being built, lease payments to farmers, and years of steady tax revenues to help Lancaster County maintain bridges, build roads, and support local schools. The solar facility is also consistent with the nature of the area, and that's one of the criteria of our local zoning policies. It will be quiet and will not increase traffic after it is constructed. Plans to plant vegetation in and around the solar panels will help hold water, reduce runoff, and create pollinator habitat, which are consistent with good conservation practices. We respect the right of neighbors to raise concerns about this proposal. However, we believe that the objectively verifiable information that has already been provided by the applicant and by the planning department strongly supports approval, and we request that you approve both of these special permits. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you, Mr. Winston. Okay, that concludes our testimony in support. Do we have any neutral testimony?
Yeah, I have 2 individuals who have signed in, Jason Vergetz and Dennis Schroeder.
Come forward if you're either of those 2 folks.
Excuse me for being a little cautious, but I was the second name on that list. Dennis Schroeder, 15401 Adams Street. Live in the project area. Just to do a little full disclosure here before I start. In a previous career, I did serve as an environmental, ecological, agricultural advisor to this body. Provided this group many information over the years on watershed planning, agricultural issues that came to play. I guess one of the issues that I'm looking at, this watershed does bring a tremendous amount of ecological diversity. And I hope all three of the bodies that are evaluating this project does fully look at that. One point that I do want to make today, and a point of concern, and ma'am, it kind of addresses yours just a little bit, as you talked about agriculture just recently here with Mr. Hanson. This project area, both within the city guidance and the county, will be zoned agriculture. I don't think anybody has any questions about that whatsoever. From a USDA side of this thing, this land use will also be considered cropland. So every acre that's going underneath panels will be considered cropland by USDA. Once this project falls within USDA element, it is still going to follow the compliance for wetlands and highly erodible, as it was identified with the 1980 Farm Bill and has been amended by every Farm Bill since 1985. So all wetland issues within this project area, all highly erodible issues that will change the landscape out there, will also have to be approved by USDA. Not only the county, the city, et cetera, but there's an impact within USDA on this. And I've just never heard any conversation. I've had this conversation with Ranger recently too, and there's a little bit of gray area about that. But like it or not, USDA does have the jurisdiction on the wetland issues as well as the highly erodible. So with that, that's my point for the day. And if anybody has any questions regarding that, I can answer that. But
Any questions?
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other neutral testimony?
Jason Vergutz? Is he here?
Must have left. All right, let's move on to testimony in opposition. Jerry?
Okay, I have James Skinner, Mick Von Busch, and Mike Beans.
Good afternoon, Jim Skinner. We live at 1800 North 176. That gentleman that was up here talking about the farm agency, I can't believe that a farm agency would allow somebody to take land away from farmers for solar panels. I don't buy that argument at all. I'm going to keep this short. It seems to me that this should be an easy decision for all of you today to revisit the October 13th text amendment public hearing. All of your comments were in sync with one another, as in there needs to be further research on all of these matters. There's no fire plan in place. I can't believe that they would even say that there doesn't have to be one. That there is no fire hydrants on the corners out there. No erosion research or plan has taken place. No environmental research or plan has been taken place. No comparison studies of other cities or counties from what we have seen for setbacks, health risks, and land and water contamination have been done for a large solar industrial project. You denied the text amendment because the county board didn't follow through with your recommendation to exclude solar panels around existing CUPs, and also stating that the county board needs to do further research on these matters. And that's what we believe too. You have also discussed the topic that Ranger Power does not have in place the decommissioning of these industrial solar fields. Maybe they do now. We would have to look at that pretty close, I would say, but I just urge you to vote no for this special permit. That's all I've got. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Mick Von Busch, Mike Beans, Ed Beans.
Hello again. I'm Mick Blombush, live at 1633 North 173rd Street. There's been a lot of things talked about. My biggest problem is our lack of education on this type of project. Multiple times I've watched the staff come up here and not have the answers for you. Multiple times I've had them say, I didn't check that. I don't know. Last time they didn't compare any of what we asked for regulations to anything else. No counties, no states, nothing. This time they get up and say, well, we compared it to this county, this county, this county in Nebraska. How about we compare it to somewhere like California, Arizona, Utah, places that have been doing this for years. We need to get educated. We really need to get educated before something like this goes in, because there's oversights. Mr. Levy talked about an oversight on a setback. Oversights happen. We can't have an oversight happen on a $250 million project that could cause all kinds of problems. As far as that zero setback, whether I liked it or not, whether I wanted a solar farm or not, a zero setback on a property is a bad idea. What if, for some reason, the people on that ground pass away? It gets sold as an estate, whatever. Now the new owner, who's non-participating, has solar panels 0 feet from their yard. Doesn't make any sense to me. They talk about these things not making any noise. Solar panels themselves do not make noise. It's the inverters. I read an article the other day. There's a solar farm in, I think it was Minnesota, Michigan. I could find the article if you want it. Said the inverters operate at 65 decibels. And that's that's not a pleasant noise. It's there, and sound travels forever. I hear things from 2-3 miles away at my house. So, and other questions. If they're gonna come in and use the ground, a lot of this ground is rolling hills. It's not flat. Nebraska's not flat. Solar panels have to operate on, I believe it's like a 6-degree plane. A lot of this stuff is over 6 degrees. Are they gonna come in and level these hills off? If they do, they're gonna scrape all the black soil off the top, and they're never gonna put it back. It will not be farm ground. And it just rolls right into the runoff, the erosion, all of that. We don't know. What harm is it in taking a step back and saying, hey, let's check this out before we destroy something? This thing's gonna go through. It is. There's no stopping it. I understand that. But we can take a pause and make sure it goes in properly, safely, health, safety, welfare of the people that live around it. That should be number one priority. Not the $800,000 a year it's gonna get into the city, which by all means is nothing for the budget of the city or the county, really. And it just comes down to respecting the citizens of the state or the county and making sure they are healthy and safe and well cared for. And as far as I'm concerned, the Planning Commission's job for zoning is health and safety. My business can't be next to residential, and I'm inside, and you can't hardly hear what I'm doing outside, inside. I run a machine shop. So why on earth can we put in this massive facility with very little actual regulations? It's because they're here because we don't know any better. And it's not our fault. We just haven't been around it. We don't know about it. But they're taking advantage of that. There's no harm in stepping back and saying, let's look at this, let's make sure it's right, and then move forward. None. There's no harm in admitting we jumped the gun. That's all.
1 minute.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mike Beans, Ed Beans, and Tracy Larson.
All right, hello, my name's Mike Benz, 1741 North 173rd Street. It's kind of a good segue, kind of following off that around sound and everything like that. So I was here a few weeks ago, really kind of talked about sound, kind of, detailed it out, kind of around my lawnmower, what that sounds like at 40 yards, 60 yards. Sound is a great concern. They say, there's been repeated information up here, there's no sound associated to it. So I've actually brought in a demo for you. So my concern is around the sound level permitted with this. So can you hand that to somebody up there? Again, the permitted sound level during the day is 60 decibels.
Okay, now what do I do?
Just hold it. Here is the sound of a power inverter in a solar farm. Buffering. Is it at 60?
It's between 50 and 60, up to 60. Now it's at like, it's between 43 and 53. $55, $56, $61.
So that is the sound that is thrown off by that. It obviously will change over time. You know, it is going to be far back. I don't know what the sound is going to be like at my doorstep, but the sound level is 60. Do you want that ringing at your door all day long? That's what it is. You know, again, someone was just complaining about business that got put in, impacts their ability to enjoy, you know, their patio, their driveway, you know, sit out there and have fun, enjoy the peace and quiet. Those power inverters will do that to me. There was another argument there about, you know, nowhere in the regulations do it states we need to protect your view that you currently have. Hour and a half ago, however long, talking about the 2050 plan, there was a comment there, is like, you know, we really respect, you know, your dedication to protecting the character and vitality of existing communities and rural Lancaster County. This is not doing that. Staring at solar panels, not going to help. Going through things, you know, they've said there's no impact on the property values, whatnot. I read through the impact study that they did. This was from Ranger Solar, the one that they submitted, they did it. They looked at a total of 8 farms across 6 different states, and they concluded by looking at 2 of them that there was no impact. I looked at those, I looked at the houses around them. 1 year before the project was completed, there was a house that sold for $365,000. A year later, $330,000. Another house I looked at, its value was cut in half. Well, this was a Zillow estimate, so there was no sale there, but the Zillow estimate showed it was near half. There is an impact. It will impact the marketability of it. I don't want to look at that. Have a lot of different things. And, you know, I'm just, overall, it's been very frustrating, kind of with everything. Just
1 minute.
the information, the research that's been done, or lack thereof from the planning department. Every time we come to a new meeting, they start addressing our concerns. They're not thinking about these things up front. They're addressing them after the fact. When does it hurt to do any kind of research up front to go, what's the impact going to be? What are we going to have to do? You know, you know, it's not good. So, questions?
Thank you.
Ed Beans, Tracy Larson, and Sarah Grosser.
Are you ready for me?
Ed.
Okay, it was Ed first.
Ed.
Oh, I thought it was Tracy Larson.
Afternoon. My name is Ed Binns, 524 Sellside Drive, Lincoln, Nebraska. As my son before me, I've been out to the acreage, and as I testified a couple weeks ago, that I asked you, your board, when you made a decision to buy your house, whether it be in Lincoln or wherever it is, what was your reasoning for that buy? Good neighborhood, blighted neighborhood? How can we improve a blighted neighborhood? What was your concern or your happiness there? we've all heard in our life sugar coating. I seen speakers for the four that showed wonderful pictures of the solar panels. And I went out to the solar farm this morning in the rain and looked at what reflection, and I have been out there before, driven by the interstate, and this is from the North Road looking south this morning, and there is a glare. With no sun this morning, there's still a slight glare. You take a look at that, and I don't know if that's going to be upright. Can you want me to turn it? I'm going to try to make this bigger. Now there's a couple of pictures of what it looks like with landscaping and that. And so I really want you to think about, do you want this in your backyard? Is it proper? Are we making a decision too fast on this? I had a whole bunch of notes, which generally, like I said, I don't speak very much, but I'm going to talk about a couple things that the four people said. You know, the maintenance of these things, we do need to have that. Somebody else said, how are we going to groom? I looked at that this morning. I farmed, and we mowed our pastures. There are wires that come down, and they can be in conduit that will put that DC, as they talked about, in inverters, but they're out there protected. What kind of livestock, somebody said, would graze maybe to help them? Well, when we used to pasture cows, we used to sit there and fence around pivot points and irrigation engines because cows like to run, depend upon the livestock, and they damage. I also went out and seen a cow hooked on a chain and suffocated or strangled itself. So grazing out there is going to cost more maintenance, and this plan definitely needs to have a picture or a program. As in the last meeting, you guys, people had showed pictures of on top of big businesses, whether it be Amazon or whatever. Those pictures are real, just like they had nice pictures from a drone looking at the sites. There's a nice way to do this. So I'm going to go back on what I'm thinking, if I lived out here, why I bought this ground. If I was in the 3 mile thing, it's because of being out in agricultural land and being able to buy that freedom if you can afford that. And I'm asking, if you guys lived out there, do you want this setback, 0 setback? They talk about the 4 and that. If that person, I don't know what the county regulation is for an acreage now. I know Seward County used to be 1 acre, then they filed 5 acres, and they followed Lancaster's thing for 20 acres, unless it was subdivided in such a way for multiple homes. I'm not educated right now on that, but these people out east of Lincoln, where they had that subdivision, that's why, you know, it's like a good handshake back in the day. You could trust people in the 60s without writing a contract. And changing rules after you've already agreed to that area for setbacks, for those people to be able to enjoy that. That's what they bought. Would you want a big corn elevator around your city house? What do you want to do? And this is why people get upset, is they were kind of assured by other rules when they bought that stuff like this is. So if there's an area of, I'm going to call it pollution, of these fields, it has to be done with more trees. The one thing was 8 trees every 100 foot. And you guys really have to put yourself, what do you want around your house? Swimming pools, a fence so people can't drown. They want, if this goes through, they want proper representation of good ideas. It's not a good idea. So, taxes. All taxes are going up. Lumber went up, and our house in Lincoln out by Capitol Beach went up tremendously. And yes, you have to reevaluate, and you can go back and you know, have people look at it again and get adjusted. But again, once that water gets past the dam, you can't get it back to do it right. So this board really needs to look at it what would you do if you were out there? What protection were you promised at one time? And what would you want for that protection now? And if there's damage, if I lived out there, which I again said, my wife and I looked at it, this comes in, I'd want damage. Because this is what I wanted and could afford. I don't know what your financial conditions are, again, your houses, but ask yourself this question. Why did you choose to live where you do? And what would you do if this happened to you? How would you feel? Has everything met your standards? From what I'm hearing, the answer is no. I am against this. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay, I have Tracy Larson, Sarah Grasser, and Anthony Grasser.
Tracy Larson, 1300 North 182nd Court, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Could you speak closer to the mic?
1300 North 182nd Court, Lincoln, Nebraska. I've been up here numerous times, and so I'm going to go a different approach this time. I'm going to actually have a script, but I have to make a few comments. One person said that your home value went up 77%. I think all of ours have lately here because we have a lot of buyers out there, no homes. But the question is, does anybody want to buy her home for that price? So the other story that I wanted to share real quick is that I was here a couple weeks ago buying a permit. We're finishing our basement. Our home is 4 years old. I wish I would have never started that project knowing what's going on today, but either so, $322 I had to buy a permit to do my basement. I'm sure my taxes will go up, right? But in the next breath, you're putting solar homes within a mile from our home. So that depreciates my value. And you cannot tell me that it won't, because it will. None of you would buy a home with these farms right butt up next to your property. I just know you would not do that. A normal person would not do that. And the other thing is, we wanted to put a pool in last summer. I'm not doing that now. I'm not going to invest in that anymore out there because I have no idea what the property value will be and what's going to happen, because there is consequences living next to a solar farm. But I'm going to try and stick to my script so I don't get off tangent here, but I'm going to say we're back again. I've been sharing information for the last 3 meetings. With you about solar farms in this large scale near our homes and destroying agricultural land. It's not the best option. I asked myself, and I still have the same question as to why the county board still thinks, and the whole city county here thinks, that this is a good idea. I'll tell you why. It's that nameplate tax. It's money. People do this because it's money. You think it is huge dollars, but they don't look on the other thing. Nothing is free in this world. Everybody knows that. You win the lottery, you pay taxes. Today I have questions for you, and no one asks us questions. They always ask the applicant questions. No one asks us questions. And if you don't ask us questions, that makes me think you believe and that we're right, and that you believe what we're saying, that we need to hold back. We need our agriculture land. Who tears up green grass and agriculture land for food? You know, that's great. These farmers want to think of themselves and take the road where they want to do solar panels. Wonder if every farmer did that. It's more money. It's easier to do a solar panel farm. Is that what they're saying? Who's going to feed us? Who's going to have our crops? We will have a shortage of food. So where does it stop? I mean, who gets to make that choice? For weeks we've been sending emails. Everyone here has been sending tons of emails, not a lot of responses back from when we send these emails, and explaining our story to you and no questions. Have you been talking to numerous resources like we have, or just one person, or do you believe one person that comes up here and says something? From what I've experienced and learned over the last 4 months of this project, and it was mentioned that in June we knew about it, we did not know about it in June of 2020. I didn't, and I was not invited to any meeting in July either. We all learned something. Let me ask you, does your list have more cons or pros on it? Cons or pros for solar panels after all these meetings? Can you recite back what you have learned and how and why you are voting on this project near your home? It is very confusing. These text message amendments up here is very confusing on what's going on. Have you decided if you want to live near a solar farm? Can I ask you that question? Does anybody want to nod and say, do you want to live next to one of these? It's not just about the value of our homes, which is a huge asset of why we're here today. It's the health and safety. You cannot tell me these things don't catch a fire, and you cannot tell me there's noise. It's a money and it's a tax credit for the nameplate tax. It's worth more than your health. What price would you put on your health? We have no idea what kind of radiation is going to come from this. Are you confident that radiation is not emitted from this high intensity? Are you sure that when broken or fired that toxics are not released? Would you bet your health on it? Would you? Can you confirm 100%? And do you believe what they're saying, that these are not toxics when they get broken? Are you sure this is not slowly going to destroy our ecosystem? Every insect and animal depends on our ecosystem. When will you be satisfied that we have destroyed enough agriculture, land, property values, and people's health in this country before you stop adding solar farms? When are we running in short supply of land to raise crops? Put them somewhere else. You don't destroy crops. Are you absolutely sure this will not contaminate our aquifer system? Does no one care about that water that's below this area down there and run off from the erosion of the land into our water streams and will not harm our water? Would you bet your health on it? That's great, again, that these farmers want to pick that, but can they take that runoff and keep it on their land? No, it's going to run down the road. So that's great that they choose to do the solar farms, but what about their neighbor? Are they a good neighbor? I'd like a few more minutes because I think they did. The big question I want
A lot of testimony today, though, so please do your best to wrap it up, please.
When you change the topography of the erosion, it changes the whole game. Everything's gone. No one talks about when they do this demolition for the months and months and months, how it's going to destroy the land and build up all the earth, and all the dust will come up and the toxics in the lands that is there will come up. We've been talking about this. One person did not jump through fire for their children, their grandchildren. That's why we're all here today. Why I called my garbage person and I asked him, so if these are not toxic, can I just put them on my landfill? Can I put them on my recycle? So if they're telling us they're made out of silicone and they're not toxic, then I guess we can just throw them in our garbage and put them in my recycle bin. Is that correct? No, you can't. You can't recycle them. Why are we doing a decomposing? Because there is a way. You can't get rid of them. So in 15 and 20 years, our grandkids will have to worry about what to do with these solar panels that are just a hot mess, and this company is probably bankrupt and gone, and we will look like a third world country here. Don't ruin our Nebraska agriculture. Put them somewhere where the land is already plowed over. You've got cement or concrete. Why are we taking our very valuable, you can't get dirt back, and gosh forbid you'd contaminate our aquifer system. So I would ask you to say no, do not agree to these text amendments. They need to say no. They need to go somewhere else.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah Gracer and Anthony Gracer, Josh Bulow.
Hello, Sarah Gracer, 7641 Aylesworth Avenue. Okay, I have lots of thoughts, but I know I'm limited to time. So, I have come to every board meeting regarding the proposed solar projects, and I have left every meeting extremely bothered how no one ever has any questions for those that have testified against the proposed solar farm. I am more bothered that no one else that I talked to outside of the impacted homeowners here today, or the people selling or leasing their farmland, no one knows about what's going on at all, or how close these solar farms could be to their homes, or to the homes around this area. I am sure to fill them in and share our experience thus far. I kid you not, everyone that I've talked to who do not know about this process, all different ages, all different occupations. They have said to me, they first wish me luck, and they say with my personal experiences with the city and county board, those that have the deepest pockets will be heard the loudest. That does not sound like a job well done to me. Is this fair to the residents here in the room? Because they will be the ones impacted by this project and rezoning, and not any of you. None of you live in this area. You all are letting an out-of-state solar company who has no idea what the meaning of country living is make the decision to rezone our ag land to industrial. These residents bought their acreages to be closer to agriculture, not an industrial complex. Do not rezone this land for solar or industrial. And to comment on the people who want to lease their farmland, what about their adjacent farm owners and their neighbors? To me, that's selfish, and there's nothing green about solar on ag land. There's not a good place to recycle these panels. Ask any state or country. There's lots of articles about this. If these solar panels have no toxins or chemicals in them, then why can't they be disposed in our general landfill? Why is there even a decommissioning process or a plan? Why can't we just put them in our weekly trash bin? Clearly, they can't be. There are several definitions of green. Do not get lost in the media's or the politicians' version of green. Someone earlier said, look at the news, climate change is everywhere. Yeah, from the news. If you do more research on your own, there's several different versions of what's green. Taking up thousands of acres of farmable land to install solar panels filled with cadmium, lead, aluminum, and more is not green. Those that argue how we need to save the environment and do our part by building a solar farm, my question to you is, what about the environment in 30 to 40 years? Earlier, Ranger Power said that this project is anywhere from 25 to 50 years. That's a big difference. That's half a century or 25 years. That is a big difference in a lifespan. So what about the environment in 30 to 40 years when they're sitting in the ground? Do you think the environment's really going to be any much cleaner with them sitting in a landfill because they're toxic? Or I'm sorry, they're not toxic. Have any of you thought about the construction process of this solar farm and the extreme dust that will be present in our air? I talked with a climatologist from Coolidge, Arizona. He has done extensive research on dust and dust transport. I have never heard about this, so it's very interesting. This is a major concern. The 3,600 plus acres of farmland that is being proposed has been farmed for hundreds of years, and you can imagine the amount of pesticides and herbicides in the soil. This dust will be circulating in our air during construction. You think this is going to help the environment? No, not at all. This will also cause respiratory illnesses, whether it be for the workers or residents nearby. Also, we can't even find people to fill our own jobs here. You're gonna find people are really gonna do this dirty work? We can't even fill our jobs now. You will have toxins emitted into the air for the 12 to 15 months during the construction phase and maybe longer. That's what the Journal Star article said. I learned more from that article than I have in the past 3 months, by the way. The climatologist I talked with also was concerned about our urban heat island. The air temperature will increase because of these panels, which will have a drying effect on the surrounding soil and plants around them, and then create a higher risk for fire. Solar panels are 20 to 30 degrees hotter than the air temperature. Fire can and will happen. And to my understanding, Lincoln Fire and Rescue is not in their jurisdiction to come out and fight that fire. Waverly and Eagle, they are volunteer. They do not have the training, resources, or knowledge to fight a solar fire. Nor do they probably know how to. Or anyone in this room knows how to. The residents here want to treat the land with care and keep it pure for future generations. Ranger Power's website literally says the solar energy is temporary. If you go on their website, there's like 6 bullet points. One of them literally says solar energy is temporary. There is no way they can or anyone will be able to return the land back to its original state after the overhaul of the land and installation of panels. Is Lancaster County willing to make a permanent change to our land for a temporary energy source? Permanent land change for a temporary energy source that could last from 25 to 50 years, we don't know. If this passes, you all are taking away the opportunity for residents to buy land, make use of it, and treat it with care, including myself and my husband, because we wanted to in this area, and we will not now if this passes. So any questions? You probably don't have questions, but I understand if you don't. No? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Anthony Gracer, Josh Bulow, and Eric Bauer.
Anthony Gracer, 7641 Aylesworth Avenue. I'm not originally from here. I grew up in a farm town, so much so that my high school was literally surrounded by cornfields and cow pasture. You know, this area of northeast Lancaster County feels like home to me. My wife and I, we were looking for land. We were going to buy land out there, but we just can't. Either it's already purchased for solar farms, or I'm not going to buy anything next to them. You know, we've had several examples up here already of, it's just, that's not for us. And, you know, yeah, I'm a guy that doesn't want the land to look like a disco ball. I don't think that's attractive. And there's not really, I'm not finding, you know, let's not forget that this is Nebraska. You know, solar panels are temporary. This isn't a secret. They even talked about it. If the Nebraska weather doesn't get them in, you know, 30 to 40 years, their plan for this, you know, they're just going to be doing the same thing that they did to put them in here. And I'm not buying the dirt work thing. I work for a cat dealership. This is a lot of dirt work. They're going to have to come in here and level the land so that these things can be halfway efficient. This is Nebraska. I mean, they're going to have a hard time being efficient with our weather, let alone making the land level enough for them. The type of construction equipment that is going to be used for this is going to stir up a lot of dirt in the area. From what I can tell, all of these plots they have purchased is former farmland, so they will be everybody's already talked about it, but they will be stirring up dust, and the minimal soil erosion thing is, I'm just not buying that. So, you know, none of this really sounds green to me. This project doesn't make sense for this part of the county. Like my mother-in-law said, you know, we can put these somewhere else. The tax incentives definitely do not outweigh the unknown risks and what we know about them. And if we want to go green, I'd like to be smart about it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Josh Bulow, Eric Bauer, and Haley Bulow.
I'm going to try to see if you guys can see this on the screen real quick. Just to zoom in. I didn't bring my 8 kiddos today. One of my daughter's birthday is today, and I don't want to end up disappointing her with having to give her some bad news in regards to where we live. I live at 3300 North 155th Street. What I would like to point out is you guys are all here for a reason. There's rules, regulations, setbacks. Nobody can just do anything that they want to their property. There's rules to protect other neighboring properties to that. We're fighting for that right now because what we're talking about is you're talking about putting all of this red land is the area that they're proposing. If we can see this on the screen real quick. All that red land is all of the acres that they're talking about. When I went to the open house last July, they said, the CEO of Ranger Power said, this is only 1,500 acres of land that were taken up. And when I questioned him and I went back and mapped this out, it was over 2,500 acres. Now it's over 3,000. They'll tell you 28, but guess what? There's some in Cass County that they're not counting for too. And with this, I'm very disappointed as a person that this is going to affect. When we talk about fire, last time I showed majority of you that were here, I showed you a bunch of different fire articles that are true and accurate video that were showing that these things happen. This is going to be my house right here. And I'm going to be surrounded now almost on all 4 sides of solar farms. This property right here just got put in this time when it comes to it. It wasn't in there the first time. You're talking about also now, you can't even see from this point right here is my house. If you look to the east, you will see nothing but solar panels for the rest of your view. You can't see anything but solar panels for this. We talk about fire. I understand that we have gentlemen here from the Lincoln Fire Department, but I'm going to tell you I'm going to disagree, and I'm very shocked that they didn't even review. They had somebody come here. He didn't even review what the map was to even say we have a plan. But here's what I'm going to tell you. I went to one of the fire stations in Lincoln that's 20 blocks away from where this has started back in July. I went to them and a captain told me, Josh, I don't even know what you're talking about regarding the solar farm. I told him, showed him the map, and he goes, we're not even in that jurisdiction. So if there was a fire, we wouldn't do anything about it. Why are we having Lincoln Fire Department come up here and tell us what they would do and say that there's no risk? They have no skin in the game. They're not going to be the ones going to these fires. When I talked to that same captain, because he has no political affiliation in regards to this, he told me the truth. And he says, Josh, if there was a fire, do you know what we would do about this? He goes, absolutely nothing. We would have to let it burn because it's too dangerous to allow my firefighters to go in there when there's fences. And when you have DC power, you can't shut it off at the shut-off station out there because the current is still going because the sun is going on the solar panels. Those fires are a real risk. They are going to be affecting my house and all of my neighbors. The reason why I show you my kids, because if something happens and we say that there's no fire risk, there's no potential problems with this being around residential homes, I'm going to hold everybody who voted for this accountable because I'm a dad first. And I'm going to be looking out for my kids and for my neighbors. And this is not right that this was snuck past everybody. And what I want to show you too, location-wise, you guys see the blue line that's right there? That's the future East Beltway. If you want to talk about future growth and development, that would be the ideal place to grow is east of here, because now that's where people who want to live in or work in Omaha could get on there and go onto the interstate and get up to Omaha very quickly. We're talking about prime real estate. If you want to talk about development, nobody's allowing these landowners to actually build more houses, do any of that stuff. We have a housing shortage problem right now for new construction. Talk about 3,000 acres of ground when it comes to businesses and homes.
1 minute.
This is just crazy for us to even talk about this. This is not in the right location for us, let alone they have not done an impact study, which should be done when we talk about this, and they have done it for other places with way less acreage taking up, and we're not even going to do that for this project right now. None of the people here that are talking about this, whether it's the attorney or the person that was up here, they don't live around solar panels. You guys don't live around solar panels. Nobody does, because we have not built something like this in Nebraska ever. We're guinea pigs. The words that I've been told from a long time ago is, plan for the worst, hope for the best. We should be putting in regulations. Last time when we were here, Christy, I think, asked the question, who put the regulations in? Ranger Power. Who has an interest in it? No landowner knew about it because nobody came in July of last year when COVID hit. Nobody knew about it to fight it and say, wait a minute, this is not right to put this around there. One other thing really quickly, around properties, when you say what does it matter in regards to if this property right here is not in it, there's only a 100-foot setback. So if these people who are not participating in here all of a sudden want to develop their land and want to build homes, those houses now are 100 feet versus what we should be setting them back all the time. And what if these people all have different contracts? Some of them are going to sell, some of them are going to lease. So if those would expire, now all of a sudden they could have changed those. We need to have a comprehensive that's very inclusive and very straightforward on all of this. But I'm telling you, from a safety standpoint, I'm very disappointed in our fire department if they say that there is no problem when I showed last time that there was fire and he was here watching that, and if the chief here talked about it, he said he wouldn't talk about it unless the mayor of city told him to. That's what the captain told me, and I saw him on the phone when it came to it. That's why it's very disappointing in this whole thing. I appreciate your guys' time. I know you guys are doing this volunteer. You're just like us. You're spending your time not getting paid and doing any of this stuff. We will lose, if anything, if this passes. I'm asking you please to say no to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have Eric Bauer, Haley Bulow, and I believe it's Cindy Andrews.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Bauer, 3211 South 83rd Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. And I'm really here for one thing. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I recently moved back from California after 16 years. And we originally born and raised here, moved out there, and now I've moved back. And I have to tell you, living in northern Los Angeles County, the reality is that there's a different type of season out there. And you guys are familiar with it. It's called fire season. And in fact, at one point when I was out there, we had 7 wildfires in the city of Santa Clarita at the same time. It was apocalyptic. The comments that are being made relative to the thoughtful preparation for this is really where my concern lies. I have many kids as well. I don't live in this area. I have friends that do, or family that does, and we love them, we care for them. And so when we're talking about a large industrial solar complex like this, which is new to the state, new to a lot of the folks here that have given some testimony, my concern is the speed at which this is being done and the due diligence that responsibility warrants to do this. Even with these setbacks and running it through, and I think there's something to be said too for the speed and the lack of publicity for something of this scale. I was shocked. It was July when I learned of these kinds of things within the city as well. So it just simply begs the question, why so fast? Why not more due diligence? And giving credence to testimony that hasn't looked perhaps more closely at things like the solar heat island studies, where you do have an increase of temperatures and whatnot. I think at least responsibility would pause, slow down, and more carefully consider before these things are pushed through. So again, safety trumps money any day because human life is more important than dollars. So that was my concern, and that's what I wanted to share. Any questions for me? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Haley Bulow and Cindy Andrews.
Haley Bulow, 3300 North 155th Street. Thank you so much again just for us being able to speak on behalf of not agreeing with this. Again, my husband was up here, and it's very difficult to be missing part of your daughter's birthday, but she understands we're trying to fight for our house and not move. Our kids enjoy where we're at. I try not to get emotional, but it's getting to the point where it's getting exhausting, and it is emotional. This solar company is choosing this spot because it's what's best for them. They don't care about everyone else. It's not what's best for the residents around there. It's because it's the easiest spot for them to hook up to. They are reaping the benefits of the money. The solar panel, the landowners, I can see where they're coming from as far as what they want to do with their land, but I also think if you're loving your neighbor, they should have come to those that live around them, such as us on acreages that live directly across the street, and talk to us as well. But again, they're reaping the benefits of the land. And we, as the residents, are reaping nothing but consequences. Our biggest assets, wow, it's just foolish and naive to think that it's not going to diminish our house values, which is our biggest asset. The fire risk, that should be number one, is if we are looking out for the residents in our city and our county, there should be an utmost plan for fire risk. They say there's no chemicals in there, but I don't know that that's true. I think a third party should have to come in and test that for truth on that. And we're out there losing the loss of our nature and peace to a constant humming noise, as you heard earlier. And again, should there be studies on the ground temperature? If we're going to be outside, we're on acreages, there should be studies to see, does it change the ground temperature? I would just ask that you all continue to do your research. What is the rush? Why are we rushing this? Take your time, do your part, drive out, see how much of this land is being covered. Where are the residents? How is it being affected? As you saw my husband's map, we are literally at the pocket surrounded by solar panels, and if there's fencing, it's going to look like a prison where we're at, trapped in the corner. Is there a better place? That should be a top priority. Maybe not around people, not about residents. If you want solar, find somewhere that it's safer and not around residents. It's your responsibility to protect us as the residents. When do we get to have a say on how this is get a say on this and how it's best to protect our home and our families versus just being overlooked and saying, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Do you know, without, and I'm assuming you do know this, but are you on the city side of this? Is your area, the acreages around you within the city jurisdiction or on the county side?
My personal one is on the county, so I'll be speaking again.
Okay.
On the county side.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Hi, Cindy Andrews Hall, actually, 455 North 148th Street. If you look on the map, I don't know how you guys share this. So if you look on the map, I actually just bought my house last year, June of last year. So I didn't know about this. And I want to tell you, I wouldn't have bought the house if I knew that was happening. I would have backed out of that and kept going.
Are you on the map then? Can you?
Yes, so right here. So this is this, and my house is right here.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And when I first bought the house, there's migration that happens here. There's water right here. There's a reservoir, big reservoir, and I even have a pond on my lot as well. We have migrating birds. We have migrating fowl birds. We have ducks, geese. We have cranes that came in last year. And what I'm surprised is no one is talking about the electromagnetic fields that these things actually produce. It will stop that migrations, those bird migrations coming in. That is a huge impact. You talk about environment, this is an environment sore eye to the birds. I love how they put plants, flowers in the rows. Doesn't work like that. Nothing grows around these things. If you look at any other solar panel, Google them. They're not around residents. They're absolutely out, away. Or you put them on top of buildings or parking lots, cement. You don't put them around residential areas at all. Google them. I ask you guys, please do the research like everyone else is asking. When I first bought the property, osprey bird landed on my land, and I'm like, this is a sign from the Lord. You know, I was supposed to be here. And I started Osprey Farms, LLC. It's a no-till farm. It's a market farm. It's a flower farm. I am looking to produce vegetables, produce, flowers to my Lincoln County customers, consumers. This is not how we do green. Green, if you want to talk about green, that is taking the AG farms that are around us and providing consumer goods to your consumers here in Lincoln. It's not about putting solar panels up. AG is about, and I'm surprised that there's an AG guy in here saying that this is all farmers want to do this. This is quick money for these guys that want to lease out the farm and get out of farming. Farming, AG, and industrial. So this is, you're producing energy. How can you call that AG? AG is producing farm, fresh flowers, eggs, milk, corn, soy, anything else back into the produce and products of our community. Not producing energy. That is not what we do. And how is this getting classified from industrial? I went to go pull a permit to put up another barn, and I can't do it. And I'm just like, why you can tell me I can't do that, put up another building, but you can allow this to happen? I'm shocked. Really, really am shocked. This stuff does need to be researched. Go out and look at what California has done in other areas. There is paperwork all over the internet that says the impacts, the long term, they kill the ecosystem around them. I'm really concerned as a neighbor sitting right on top of that, what it's going to do too. And I'm glad I actually heard that USDA is going to get involved now, because I'm surprised there's not regulations stopping this. I don't know why in America we have to have everything large. Why is that? Large doesn't mean it's green. If you want to do green, all you have to do is put these solar panels on top of your buildings down here if you want to make them money. I'm with everyone else in this room that says please do more research, because there is a lot more impact that we do not realize. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the end of the individuals who signed in. Okay.
Good afternoon. Andrew Poole, 4700 Maddie Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I was actually showed up to testify at the next one, so I'll be back around. I promise the 10 o'clock show is totally different than the 8 o'clock show, though, so I have a few different comments. What I really wanted to do is I wanted to talk about some of the things I've seen today. I did log in to start this presentation in my office, and my office is on 84th and O. Unfortunately, this has gone long enough that I could get from 84th and O into here and still have a little bit of time to talk. A couple of things that I really want to touch on. The proponents have really great points on solar energy. You know, I don't think most of us are here to refute the efficacy of solar energy or the benefits it can provide, the reduction in greenhouse gases, all this stuff. What we're questioning is just the location of it. And so here's a couple of things that I found interesting in the initial presentation. The first one is it said the gentleman said that there would be $870,000 in taxes raised on an annual basis. So just quickly in my office, I did a little bit of quick research. And the outlot that's next to us, and we do live on a CUP, there's an outlot right behind us, it's 60 acres. That 60 acres has a current valuation of about $4,300 per acre. And it's, for anybody that's not aware, ag is taxed at a lower rate than residential and industrial. So the way this zoning was changed was it was changed in a manner that we could keep it as ag, which means that the property tax rates are still going to be taxed at a lower rate. It didn't get switched over to industrial, it didn't get switched over to residential or anything else. It's going to be taxed at a lower rate. So I would like to see more information on how we're coming up with $870,000. Are there other taxes that aren't being disclosed? Is it all property taxes? I really don't actually know, but this information is not disclosed. It just says you're going to generate $870,000 in taxes. So if it is all property taxes, what I've figured out is it's going to require approximately a valuation of $58 million across the 2,800 acres that's here. At 1.5%, that's roughly the $870,000. That requires a total value of approximately $20,700 per acre on land that's currently valued at $4,300. Now let's take this a little bit different angle and let's say, what happens if we open this up to develop for residential acreages, similar to what I live on? The average value of a residential acreage on the low end is about $500,000. Okay, mine happens to be about 410, somewhere in there, but there's several of them that bring my average up quite a bit. So on my acreage alone, or on the 60 acres that are behind me, just for the sake of illustration, let's say they divided that out to 15 different acreages, all valued at $500,000 a piece. That's $7.5 million, but we tax that at a higher rate. It's taxed at 2%, not the 1.5%. So at that number, we're generating a lot more in revenues because we're taxed at a higher rate. And in addition to that, my particular property has a current valuation of approximately $125,000 per acre. So big differences in here in how this is all laying out. I'm not saying that the $870,000 isn't possible, but we haven't seen how we're coming up with that number. What's the study to show that we're getting there? So the other point that I've heard a couple times in the proponent section is this project's $250 million. Okay, they keep talking about that coming into our economy. The applicant has submitted a letter that says that the solar panels are going to be purchased from Longi Solar, a company out of China. So not all this money is staying here. This isn't $250,000 that's going to Lancaster County. Some of this is going overseas. Some of this I have to hope, I truly hope that they're bringing in outside experts to help install these things, so they're not adding that many construction jobs to the Lincoln area. Some of these people are going to be brought in, and I certainly hope they do that because they're going to be in my backyard. I want them installed correctly. I don't want them installed in a way where wires get crossed and things like that, because now we do have fire hazards. That's the number one place where fire hazards happen, is when things get installed correctly. So I want them to bring in the experts, but that's not money that's staying here in Lincoln. That's going outside of Lincoln. Let's look at the property owners. Who owns this property? Some of the people live in the area, but not all of them. The rental income isn't staying all local. One of the property owners happens to live in Iowa. You know, I have no problem with the property owners earning money on their property. At the same time, we can't look at the argument and say all of this is staying local. This isn't benefiting all the farmers. The person in Iowa doesn't farm that property. They rent that out to someone else who's now losing that opportunity to grow their business or sustain their business. So just a couple of items for food for thought. This is applicable to now as well as when I get back up here in a few minutes. So again, just a couple of things I saw, a couple of calculations I made real quick, and I want you guys to all kind of see some of the other things that can be there, some of the other things that we could really look at. You know, I think there's a lot of great ways this could be done. I've found pictures of where these things are over parking lots, and so I did a quick Google map rendering of Southeast Community College. Southeast Community College has nearly 20 acres of parking lots, and think about the benefits that could provide. Where we generate rental income for a community college, it provide covered parking for students and faculty, and we would help create non-productive land into something that would be productive by putting solar panels up. So, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, that's.
Oh. I was set to speak on the next one, but I too was able to start this in my office and drove here as well. Jason Burgess, can I speak?
Oh, okay. You were the neutral?
I was the neutral.
Right, okay.
All right, thank you. Jason Burgess, 3145 Gunsmoke Drive. And assuming, and I've heard all the testimony from those that are against and have some very telling testimonies, but let's assume that solar panel is valid. I think the question that what makes me neutral is where is this going, and are we choosing the best location? And so here's the cut from the application. Where this was chosen was specifically because of Ranger Power's desire to have it close to this one electrical grid to be able to plug into. And so that's kind of stemming all of this. But is that the absolute best location for all Lincolnites and all Nebraskans? Well, kind of going with, was it Andy?
Yes, sir.
This is the study that I did, and this was just of the, and I apologize, I didn't have the data for the city one. This is the county one. But there's, I don't know why this is, do I need to zoom it out?
The zoom out button.
Right on the bottom.
On the,
Oh, on the bottom here? Oop. Okay. There's 26 parcels with contracts, 16 unique owners, but only 4 of those owners are actually living in the vicinity of the solar farm. Some of them are in Iowa, some of them are in Kansas. They're in different places. And so who's making the decision of where these solar farms go? It's a company from outside of Nebraska and a few people that are just located in this specific area. And so let's look at historically, where has Ranger Power, where have they put these solar panels in relation to metropolitan areas? And so this was the one that I gleaned off their website. This was a project that they did in Maine, a completely rural area in Maine. This was a place that they did in New Hampshire, completely rural area of New Hampshire. This was a place in southern Illinois, far outside of St. Louis, again, a rural area in southern Illinois. Here's another place in southern Illinois where they chose to put one, completely rural area as well. This is one in Michigan, completely rural area in Michigan. And then lastly, this was one that was as closest to a metropolitan area as I could find. This one was in Wisconsin, and it was 25 miles outside of any developments in Madison. And so that's the precedent, and that's the standard that they've shown with their developments. And where is this development that's coming to Lincoln? Here is the Waterford, where Waterford is being built, and here's where solar panels 1.5 miles away from Lincoln residents. Why such a discrepancy? Why, if we're looking at where this should go, why would every single one of their other projects be in complete rural areas, and now all of a sudden, somebody used the word guinea pig earlier, now all of a sudden we're putting it within a mile or two of development of our city? And the last thing I want to talk on this round, and I'll be back up for the next round as well, but people say that we need this local solar power to attract businesses. Well, let's look at what Google did here. So here's Google. They had a data center that was built in Clarksville, Tennessee. The solar farm that they used to fund that, provide the power for that, was in Yum Yum, Tennessee. I don't know if your geography skills are better than mine, but that was 162 miles away was the solar farms to actually where the Google data center was. What about Facebook? Here's Facebook. In this example, the site would power 150 megawatts, will be used 200 miles away at the Facebook data center. So where the actual Facebook data center was, and the solar farm that provided the power for that data center was over 200 miles away. So again, the question that I want to bring up here, and I'll be back later, is just where are we putting this? And are we putting it in a place that makes the most sense for not people outside of Nebraska, not 2 or 3 or 4 people within the solar farms, but actual citizens that live here? So, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we've concluded testimony. Is that correct, Jerry?
As far as those that signed in, yes.
Okay. Is there any other testimony on special permit 19036A? Okay. Staff questions? Come on up.
Anyone want to jump in? Christy? Start? Okay, 2 seconds. Let me see who has what stuff. Okay, so I have just a couple questions. So this one is actually maybe for Tim. How, from a planning commissioner standpoint, and this might be a super goofy question, but how do we address the concern that, like, the people feel like if we don't ask them questions that we're not hearing them? I mean, from a planning commissioner standpoint, I want to be able to know that they're being heard, but we just don't have questions for what they're talking about. Is there anything that, from a statute standpoint or anything that, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't think there's anything legally, but I think you just expressed that to them through this comment.
Okay. Okay, so just from a comment standpoint.
And you've been here, you've listened, you've had the opportunity to ask questions, and you haven't. You've shown the ability to ask questions, you haven't.
Mhm.
I don't know how else to address that, frankly.
Yeah, because it doesn't discount the fact that their opinion is very important to us. It just means we don't have questions for what they're talking about. Okay. Perfect. So that answers that question. So sorry, Tim.
No problem.
I know it's kind of silly, but and then from a fire standpoint, how do we? I know that we've talked about this in 2019. There is a process for training people and those types of things for fire, for addressing the fire in these types of situations. I don't know if it's something that needs to be restated from what we talked about in 2019, because I went back through my notes.
Okay.
So people know that we don't just ignore that concept, that it's actually part of what we do.
Okay, well, I'm not familiar with the testimony in 2019, but I can speak to the training. And to the gentleman's point about this isn't Lincoln Fire's jurisdiction, he's correct, or I think it was he. Lincoln Fire's jurisdiction stopped at the city limit line, and then outside the city limit line, there are volunteer fire districts that protect those areas, and so this particular area is not protected by Lincoln Fire and Rescue. But when we recognize a hazard, we also identify a way to mitigate that through training. And so, again, this isn't our jurisdiction, but if it were, we would train on ways to mitigate the risk and the hazard.
Okay. Okay. And then, sorry, Tom, but we were talking about the zero setback concept again. And when I look at it from a planning commissioner standpoint, I look at if they're both participating, it's a contiguous agreement, and that project can flow over property lines. Well, it doesn't flow over property lines, but it goes to zero setbacks on property lines.
Correct. Yep.
But for people that aren't part of that concept, make sure I'm thinking correctly, they'll have a setback for the project of 50, side yard 60, rear yard 100.
No.
For the solar people?
50.
They're adjacent to someone's property that is not part of the program?
It would be a 50-foot setback if the property is non-participating and doesn't have a house. It'd be 100-foot if it has a dwelling. So maybe I can show you.
Yeah, just if you could just show an example so that, make sure that I'm thinking correctly on that.
And Tom, that's from property line, not the house, right?
Correct.
Not dwelling.
So, for example, up here, these are non-participating. So from this lot line, the panels would have to be 100 foot back.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And with reference to the size of project versus the size of identified acres, that's where we're starting to talk about the floodways, the setbacks, and when they described, and maybe this is an owner question better, but when they described that 150
1,500 acres out of the 2,800 acres are actually solar panels, that's because of all those reasons? Or all the things that we
Could
look
be.
at?
I don't know. When we talked about the acres in the staff report, we're talking about the boundary of the special permit.
Okay.
So the boundary of the special permit would include
That's what I'm
all
looking
of the parcel.
Mhm.
Now, there are going to be areas in those parcels that they will not be able probably to put solar panels. So I don't know what that is at this point, but
But that'll take the civil engineering and all of the
right,
things
we'll
that
have to show
happen.
where the drainage easements, minimum flood corridors,
Sweat plans,
that type
all
of
of those
thing, right.
Okay, excellent.
And what this, what's in front of us now is adding 318 acres to the existing special permit.
Right, this area here.
That we did.
This, again,
right?
this is already approved.
Right. And the only difference is the 0-foot setback between participating
We're
landowners
participating property owners with a dwelling,
with a dwelling.
reducing that from 50 feet to 0.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Tom? Thank you. Applicant rebuttal?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Working on good evening, Commissioners. David Levy, Baird Home Law Firm, 625 South 14th Street. On behalf of the applicant, Sean Harris with Ranger Power is here as well. I'm going to try and address some of the main points that I heard during the testimony. Sean will add to whatever I miss. Let's first talk about taxes. So the underlying ag land is taxed, valued and taxed as real property today. If and when this project is built, that property will continue to be valued and taxed as ag land exactly as it is today. Nebraska Revised Statute 776302, I believe it is, specifically says that the assessor shall not consider the presence of the renewable energy facility in valuing the underlying ag land. That will stay. On top of that, the $870,000, which is a conservative estimate, by the way, that we talked about, that the project will add, that's new property taxes, and really that's net new property taxes because solar panels don't go to school, they use very little municipal services, so that's really net new revenue to the taxing entities. That comes about in two ways. First, statutorily, there's a nameplate capacity tax of $3,518 per year per nameplate capacity megawatt installed. Doesn't matter what it generates, 250 megawatts nameplate capacity installed, whatever that math is, 250 times 3518 per year, paid to Lincoln and distributed to the state of Nebraska Department of Revenue and distributed out to the taxing jurisdictions exactly in the same proportion as real property taxes distributed out. The Waverly schools, for example, will do very well from this project. They get probably 2/3, something like that typically, not picking on Waverly, but in most places 60 to 65% of property tax revenue goes to schools. City of Lincoln will get its share, Lancaster County will get its share, the rural fire districts will get their share, the NRDs will get their share. On top of the 3518, there are some aspects of these projects that are considered, so the 3518 replaces what's considered personal property, sort of everything above the ground is a rough way to put it. But there are roads, there are fences, there are leasehold values which are taxed, and as a rule of thumb, that brings the 3518 to about $4,000 a megawatt. Now that's not how it's calculated actually, but that's a good way to calculate it. So 4,000 times 250 is actually $1 million. So the 870 is a conservative estimate. That real property tax will go on top of the 3518. Again, that's all new revenue. The underlying property taxes paid today on that farm ground will also continue to be paid in the same manner that they're paid today as regular old property tax, valued by the assessor, taxed at whatever the tax rate is, and paid to Lancaster County for distribution to the taxing entities. and please interrupt me with questions along the way, otherwise I'll keep going. You know, a lot of people talked about this is just the wrong place for this. With all respect, that's not really the question here before us. The applicant has a right to apply under today's rules. We're not relitigating the text amendment. These rules are in place, and in fact, in my experience working in counties and jurisdictions across Nebraska, they're some of the most restrictive for solar in the entire state that both Lincoln and Lancaster County have. They're applying under the rules for a permit to do a legal use on land that is voluntarily put into the project. Absolutely, the location of the substation is a factor. That's an important piece. But without willing landowners, you don't have a project. So whether the opponents think that near their house, next to their house, is the right place, that's certainly their opinion, their right to have that opinion. When an application comes to the Planning Commission, it's not whether that's the right application or whether as planning commissioners that's the project you would propose if you were in Ranger Power shoes, with all respect. The question is, does the application meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance that are set out before you? Can you make the findings based on the evidence in the record for the special permit? If you can, you should vote to approve the project. If you can't, then your vote would be to deny. But it's not a project here versus a project over there. That, again, with all respect, that's just simply as a legal matter is not really the question before you. That's not what the zoning ordinance says. It doesn't say, is this the absolute only and best place for this project? It doesn't say that. That's not land use law.
David, can I add something on that?
Please.
So something I'd add on project location is when we look at a number of different criteria when selecting sites, things like available land, interconnection availability, and having sufficient capacity in the interconnection system to accommodate the power from this project. As David said, landowners who are interested, not a great deal of environmental sensitivities that need to be avoided, authority having jurisdiction that has regulations set forward for how to develop these projects. So when you look at the whole list of criteria that a project like this needs to meet, it really dwindles the list of what is a viable location for one of these projects. So I agree that the ideal location would be a large rectangle with no one living in miles from that location. But the truth of the matter is that just doesn't exist, and to build these projects close to load where the power is needed, you can't have kind of no neighbors to the project, and we try to check as many boxes with citing the project as we can.
Thank you. Sort of related to that, there were a lot of assertions that there's going to be some kind of massive grading and massive reshaping of the land. Simply false. There is no mass grading associated with a solar project. The steepest hills, if need be, can be avoided. A perfectly flat parcel, sure, is easier to build on, but again, to Sean's point, those rarely exist as well. There is no mass grading. There is no mass reshaping of the land. It just is simply a false statement, a false assertion. The state and federal permits, people talked about environmental concerns and things like that. There are somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50 permits required before you can build a project like this. Tonight is just one of them, or this afternoon. Let's be optimistic for now. A few just to mention though: U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Nebraska Game and Parks Commission, Natural Resources District, Nebraska Department of Energy and the Environment, back to the grading and runoff and all of that. They administer a federal program that has to do with erosion and water runoff. You have to go to them and get a permit and do construction stormwater mitigation measures, have a stormwater pollution prevention plan, a SWIP, all of those things. Public Service Commission for interference with existing electrical and communication lines, Power Review Board, just to name a few. We're not rushing into this. Nothing is being rushed without study. These facilities exist all over the country. There's actually been about 1,000 megawatts, not quite 1,000 megawatts of these facilities permitted in eastern Nebraska in the last 18 months to 2 years. Those have not yet been constructed, but those have been permitted. Counties all around you are doing exactly what we're doing tonight. Your planning staff is professional and excellent. The staff report, they have done their homework as well. Don't take it from me. Take it from them. They have looked at a lot of these issues and addressed a lot of these issues. Again, in my experience working in municipalities all over the state and in Iowa and Kansas as well, Lancaster County and Lincoln have some of the most stringent solar zoning regulations that I've seen. Maintenance. Commissioner, you asked about maintenance. There is staff who routinely inspects and maintains the project. The reason that one builds these projects and spends $250 million on day one is to generate and sell electricity for the next 25 to 30 years. The last thing you want to do after you went and spent the $250 million is have the thing not working, not maintained. Certainly, I think we've seen here today also if the fence fell down or the trees that they plant for the screening died or something like that, that absolutely is something that you would hear about. That said, I want to offer that we got an approval for a project like this not too long ago in Saunders County, and one of the conditions of approval there was to maintain the project appropriately. If a tree dies, you can't necessarily get out there and replant the tree tomorrow, but to reasonably maintain the project and the landscaping and all of those things that go with it. If the commission wanted to make that a condition of approval, I sort of think it probably already is. I'm sure it's in your zoning ordinance that an applicant and a permittee has to maintain their project and operate their project or they risk losing their permit. But if that's something the commission wants to make explicit and put as a condition of approval, Ranger doesn't have any problem with that. Property values, we've talked about that. You have the study that was commissioned from Cohen Resnick, a nationally recognized firm in real estate appraisal and real estate valuation. They looked at projects in 8 states, all different kinds of projects, somewhat urban, very rural, all different kinds of projects, 8 states in the Midwest, on the East Coast, and as you heard, they concluded that there's no typical measurable negative impact on home values or resale time from the presence of a utility-scale solar project. Lastly, with regard to the fire departments, and as you all know, a lot of these areas are served by volunteer rural fire districts. Ranger will commit to work with them to train them on anything unique about fighting a fire around a solar facility. It says in the staff report that the staff consulted with Lincoln Fire and Rescue and they don't see any heightened risk of fire from the facility. But if there were a fire around it or whatever, Ranger will work with those fire departments who do have jurisdiction, as well as Lincoln Fire and Rescue, to train them. If they need, for example, Knox boxes on their trucks that have the keys in them to get them in the gate, if they show up and the maintenance guys aren't there yet, Ranger will pay for that. If the commission wants to make that a condition of approval, that would be fine as well. Typically, there's also an annual meeting among all the emergency personnel, fire and rescue, and all those kinds of people, the developer, the maintenance staff, just to have good communication and make sure that everybody's familiar with the facility and familiar how to get in and out and all those kind of things. That's absolutely also something that Ranger would commit to. Again, after I said all of that, I'm breaking my own rule here a little bit. This is an amendment to an existing permit to add 318 acres and to add the one setback waiver that we've talked about. So I want to make that clear, but I don't want to leave all of those other comments out in the air. We may have this conversation again later tonight. I hope it's briefer at least, but I didn't want to leave those out there. But I do want to close by saying, please recall that this is an amendment to an existing permit that was unanimously approved to add 318 acres that are mostly now on the city side because the ETJ line moved, and to add that one setback waiver. With that, happy to answer any questions. Sean, I don't know if you want to add anything else briefly.
I don't think I have anything to add at this time, but yeah, happy to answer questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you. Respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Tracy, can I ask Tim a legal question?
Yes. Tim?
Tim, can you come up? The motion for the special permit, if we were to make amendments to what's here, would it apply to the whole area in the city or just that 300 and some acres?
I think all that's before you is 300 acres that's being added. I think that's all that's before you.
Even though the description here talks for the construction of a large solar farm on property generally located from so-and-so to so-and-so.
Well, but let's consider if you did nothing, if you denied this, there would still be an existing permit for those 1,100 acres.
Got it.
But does the waiver apply to the entire thing or just the new part?
The setback piece.
The new waiver?
Let me restate this.
Yes, thank
If you want the conditions to apply across the board, I think your motion should be specific to that point, to be
Okay.
as crystal clear as possible. If you want to make a motion to
Sorry.
change a condition that goes across the board, you should make that clear in your motion.
Such as you're saying to include the whole area inside the city limits.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But I guess I still want to clarify that the new waiver applies to the entire part
I
within
believe
the
that's the
city.
intent, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. That helps.
Not sure if
Lorenzo?
it's for you or Tom. Maybe it's for Tom. And this is just getting understanding of the special permit that we did in, I guess, 19. So David shared the report for me, and it broke down just why we put a special permit forward for this, because it was ag use. Why did the staff determine not to rezone it to sort of commercial industrial instead of using the special permit as a tool for this type of project? Just so I have some context on that. I think it was Rachel who did the staff report.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, but.
I think part of the reasoning is that, one, they were looking at the city zoning and what they did, and the city, under city zoning, it was in 2015 put in under the ag district as a special permit.
Okay.
Also, you have to be careful when you rezone property versus a special permit. Because if you went and rezoned it to industrial or commercial, and something happened and this project went away, you've opened the door to allow anything under those zoning districts. So a lot of times a special permit is a better way to go because it doesn't change the underlying zoning and it limits the land use to that particular special permit.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff?
It does say under the standard conditions, all privately owned improvements, including landscape and vegetation buffering, shall be permanently maintained by the permittee. So the maintenance is in there.
Okay.
All right. And a condition is to plant trees, and whenever there's a condition of a special permit, it's meant to be through the life of the special permit. So they.
Perfect.
Right. Thank you.
I would move that we close the public hearing.
Motion?
Second, Joy.
Jerry?
Okay. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 8-0.
I would also move that we approve special permit 19036A. And then if it gets a second, I'll follow up with another motion.
There's a motion, Dick's motion. Is there a second?
Second, Joy.
Discussion.
I would like to amend the motion that will include all the CUPs within the city of Lincoln's property or control the 3-mile area, that we remove all CUPs outlots that are presently built within the city's jurisdiction from being able to be applied with the solar panels.
I'll second.
Tim's got a discussion.
Okay, yeah.
May I?
Yes, please.
Tim C., City Attorney's Office. Commissioner Campbell, I just want to make sure the motion is clear, because it's
Okay.
not clear in my mind, and
Okay.
if I have to draft this later, I'd want to understand what it is. What I hear you saying is, your motion to amend is to remove or remove from the special permit or prohibit the construction of solar panels in outlots in approved CUPs throughout the special permit area. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
All right. I just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
And it would not apply to new CUPs. It's only the ones that exist right now.
Right, we couldn't apply it to new CUPs because they don't exist.
Right.
Okay, discussion.
Yeah, the reason for the motion is the company is correct in the fact that they have a right to build panels in this area, and they've got the permits. I know we'll probably, if this passes with the amendment, this will probably force them to come back. They'll have to find some piece of land elsewhere to add to the project that may be bare ground. But I think even though we sent it to the county board and they turned it down, the city council hasn't looked at this. And I think we're doing a disservice to the people that have bought homes or built out in the CUPs, thinking that the outlots were going to remain open and may have crops on them, or they may be grasses of some type. Then you're changing the plan, we're changing the whole situation on them after the fact. So I think we owe some protection to those existing CUPs, and that any new ones coming on, then the outlots could be determined however. But people would know in advance what they're getting into then.
So your amendment is the same thing that we voted on that went in front of the county?
Right, before it went in front of the county board. And I also am thinking about sending it back to them too. Because I just don't think it's been fair to the people that have invested their funds and their money and their homes, and now we're saying, well, that doesn't count anymore. But overall, the solar farm is a good idea.
Other conversation, other discussion? When we discussed this and when we put that forward to the county board during the last hearing, I feel like we had a better sense for the land that was involved there. With regard to the city jurisdiction, it's not clear to me whether what CUPs are involved, or if it's or PUDs, or whatever that might be. I'm a little unclear as to what this actually does to the project.
I don't know the exact acreage or that type of thing. If you looked at the maps, there's about 3 or 4 CUPs. How much of the outlots, how much of the other land around them is outlots that's part of that CUP, I don't know. But it appeared to be able to affect about 4 different CUPs from my looking at the map.
I'm struggling with the fact that this special permit 19036 is already in place for most of the land within city jurisdiction. And really what's in front of us was just this added 318 acres. And whether we can lay on that permitting process, this change or this restriction to the 1,000 plus acres that were under the original special permit.
That's why I asked that question. that I
Right,
did.
right.
Yeah, I'm struggling too with this. Okay. Okay, here comes Steve.
Struggling a little bit too. I think if we're going to make that kind of a motion, there should be some sort of factual basis for why we're making the findings and why that's an important thing, because you're right, that's not a condition that was before this board.
I mean, that special permit 19036 is already in place without that restriction.
Correct. You could vote this down
and it's not
that stays
in front of
place.
us to change that part of it. What's in front of us is only the addition. So it seems to me that if we were to put this restriction, it could only be with regard to the 318 acres that is in front of us today.
There's definitely an argument to say that that's the case.
I'm just not sure legally we have the ability to do what Dick is.
And it's also a condition that no one has had any foresight to address either. I mean, it's so if we're going to do something like that, we need to make some strong findings of why we're doing that, and it has to be factually based and not just this hearing and why that's necessary now when it wasn't necessary when it was approved previously, I think.
I mean, I think the reason that Dick is suggesting it, and I don't mean to speak for you, but please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's because of the subsequent hearing past SP 19036 when we were looking at the county jurisdiction and our body's decision that we were uncomfortable applying that retroactively to planned unit developments that were already in place.
Yeah, I think that's the risk of going back and considering other hearings as you start to bring in issues that are extraneous to what is being discussed today. And so that's why we talked early on that the findings we were making today, this is a specific issue on 19036A based on the evidence that was heard today, not based on decisions that were made at previous hearings or testimony heard at previous hearings. Those are done, those are passed, those didn't even apply to, they didn't apply to this permit, they didn't apply to city zoning, those were county zoning issues if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Steve Hendrickson, Planning Department. I can provide information that we think there are only 2 CUPs, outlots, and they are already in the area that was previously approved. So the area of the 316 acres that's being added does not include any outlots that are in CUPs in the city jurisdiction. And again, I would agree with Tim that the city jurisdiction allowed these outlots to apply for a special permit. And so that's why it was not an issue previously, or there wasn't a text amendment in regard to the city jurisdiction. That was on the county side.
But you do have a motion on the table that's been seconded, and the board needs to consider it.
So we have to vote on the
motion.
Amendment first.
We have to vote on the amendment first, which has been made by Dick and seconded by Rich.
And I think we've had enough testimony today from residents that live in the area we're discussing there inside the city jurisdiction that we have a legitimate right to take that into consideration as we look at the amendment.
Okay. With that, we'll vote on the amendment as proposed by Dick to Oh, Dick, you tell me what it is.
The amendment is to remove any outlot from solar panel consideration in existing CUPs.
Correct.
I want to talk just a little bit more discussion, sorry.
Okay.
So what if those outlaws, they've already voluntarily applied for the program?
It would be the owner of the outlot, which is the original developer, and not the people that live on those lots that were purchased. So they are the ones that are saying, it was before the rules that we bought our property under, were that it would always remain an outlot. It'd be either agricultural ground, or it would be grasses and stuff. So they bought under an understanding of what it was going to be like.
And is this for the 318 acres?
This is be for the whole area within the city, within the confines of the city control. And as Steve just pointed out, there's basically 2 CUPs in the city control.
That were under the original special permit.
Right.
But okay, so I'm probably not going to support this amendment because we would have, since 2019, someone would have had a chance to appeal that and bring it forth to the city council with the information based on that. So I'm not going to support the amendment, just so that everybody knows. But I respect where you're going with it, and I appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate what the people have said publicly, and we have the right to do that. I just think that this potentially has been vetted with what we're talking about today.
Okay.
Okay?
I will also be voting against it. I am uncomfortable that this is beyond our purview with regard to what's in front of us today. The 318 acres amendment to the special permit is I believe, all that we can respond to with regard to what we're doing today. Jerry?
Okay, this is the vote on the proposed amendment. Ball,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
No.
Joy,
No.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost,
No.
Edgerton.
No.
Motion failed, 4-3. Right?
We had the original motion
And the original motion,
to pass.
Or wait, actually, yes, that's correct. 3-4, I should say.
The original motion was to approve the
special permit,
special permit.
19036A.
Yes.
Are you ready for the vote?
Yes.
Okay. Ball,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost,
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0.
Okay. We have one more item on our list here. We are going to take a 15-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, we have one final item on the agenda, Jerry.
Yes, okay. I will just announce again that if you have not, if you want to testify on this next item, the county solar energy special permit, and you have not signed in, if you could please do so based on your position. Item 5.4 is special permit 21042 to allow for the construction of a large solar energy conversion system in compliance with section 13.051 of Lancaster County zoning regulations on property generally located from west of 148th to 190th Streets and from Holdridge Street to north of Havelock Avenue. Again, a map of this area under consideration is available for review in the planning department tomorrow morning. This is final action on this item. Unless appealed to the county board within 14 days, staff recommendation is conditional approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this item?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting the site?
No.
Okay.
Tom?
Tom Chaka, planning staff. Before we get started, just want to note that a copy of the zoning, Lancaster County zoning regulations are in the record. So this is for special permit 21042 for a large solar energy conversion system. Special permit covers approximately 1,430 acres. SB 21042 is part of a larger project totaling approximately 2,800 acres that is split between city and county zoning jurisdiction. This public hearing is only for the county jurisdiction. Project area is generally from north 148th to 190th and from roughly Holdridge to Havelock. Holdridge on the south, Havelock, one piece on the north side of Havelock, 148th, a little bit up here, and 190th, which is also our county line. The project area is shown as future agriculture in the future land use plan. The project has a capacity of 125 megawatts and could power up to 16,000 homes. The setbacks are per the special permit conditions, which are 100 feet to non-participating properties with a dwelling, 50 feet to non-participating properties without a dwelling, and 0 to participating properties. That is what's in the special permit conditions and the zoning regulations, and the applicant is not asking to waive those, any of those setbacks. Setbacks are measured from property line, not from the dwellings. A review of 5 counties, Saunders, Cass, Pierce, Madison, and Clay, found that only Clay County had a larger setback to non-participating properties. Clay County has a 300-foot setback to a dwelling and a 500 setback to an inverter from a dwelling. An increased risk to fire around solar arrays has been stated as a concern. Planning asked the City of Lincoln Fire Department to look at the risk of fire from a solar facility. We did not ask them about how they would fight it because we understand that this is outside of their jurisdiction, but our feeling was that they would have the expertise to look at fire risks. And their conclusion was that the risk from a solar panel causing a fire is very low. Environmental impacts were also looked at. The Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department was asked to look at environmental impacts. And their conclusion was that they did not find any unusual risk to air quality or soil contamination. The special permit for solar, to allow solar, was added to the county zoning in July of 2020 by the Lancaster County Board of Commissioners. This proposed special permit meets all the conditions as listed in the zoning regulations. And once Pat Bohr had to leave, but Chris Schroeder from Health Department is still here if you have any questions concerning the Health Department. And if you have any other questions, oh, okay. I guess Steve has something to say.
Steve Hendrickson, Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. Just in terms of process, this is a separate public hearing. The information that for you to decide on this matter is the information that is presented at this public hearing. So Tom and I are repeating, with some amendments, our presentations made previously as well. You will probably hear some of the same testimony from the applicant and those opponents. So thank you for listening. But it's just something necessary so we have a very distinct record in both of the cases, and that was done in consultation with the city and the county attorney. And Jen Holloway, the county attorney, is here if you have any questions for her. So again, looking at the picture of the history of the regulations here, unlike the city, these are a little more recent. Up until 2020, you could not have a large commercial operation because we did not have a special permit. It was not a permitted use. So the conditions that are in the county are a little bit more extensive than they are in this city because we were using our experience in the city to craft what would be appropriate in the county. So the planning department worked with the county attorney. The planning department was actually the applicant. That text amendment was approved in July of 2020. Some of the main changes that were done in that in regards to addition to having more details, we also added more specific standards in regards to the substations, the private substations that might be done. There was a specific condition added that there needed to be an erosion control plan prior to building permits from the Lower Platte South NRD. The screening requirements were made a bit more specific, as well as the conditions on the decommissioning. And looking at the setbacks from the city, then there was actually specific setbacks. Once again, if you're a non-participating property with a dwelling, it would be 100 feet. And that was actually put into then the county regulations versus in the city special permit that was added as a condition but is not part of the zoning regulations of the city. Also then part of the history was just in September of 2021, since we have two new planning commission members, there was a text amendment that was done by the same applicant because unlike the city, where the city you could apply on an outlot to have a special permit, in the county you could not. And so that came forward as a text amendment. The Planning Commission made a recommendation, but the county board decided that matter, which was that because the outlots that were in a CUP could not have had an application, the county board decided in order to make up for that, so to speak, they were actually determined to have a greater setback of 300 feet. And it's my view that was not set up because they would somehow be more impacted, and so you needed to have a greater setback to address the impact from the solar panels. It was simply to make up that they were in a different circumstances in terms of the adjacent land. And I would note that we view that as the role of the planning department and the planning commission, that regulation has been established. So our review, and we recommend your review, be that that matter has been decided in the county, and that the setback, if you're in a CUP adjacent to an outlot, that setback is 300 feet. And so that aspect of it has been determined in terms of the regulations. Again, there are a lot of comments made. Do we not have regulations of solar facilities? And that's why they're locating here. As noted, solar panels have lots of regulations. There will be requirements for building permits, electrical permits. The panels themselves are not hazardous themselves. There are OSHA regulations requiring in terms of the installation. The NRD will actually have an erosion and control plan. This was routed to other departments to have a look at it. And again, we are recommending that you look at the land use impacts of the solar facility, which was the same thing that we were looking at when we came up with the regulations that were proposed in the county. A solar facility, in the general sense, does not generate any noise or odors. Any noise that are generated by the facilities is typically within the facilities, and there is a noise standard specific to the one private substation that would be closer to the city substation. In this case, that substation is within the city's jurisdiction and not within the county. Solar panels do not have late night hours of operation. The glare has been generally addressed. Other than the construction traffic, it later has basically no truck traffic and very minimal maintenance operation. It is not an industrial use. It is not a commercial use. It is a use that is allowed by special permit in the agricultural district. We view it more as a utility use versus being an industrial use. Yes, when we were looking at the land use impacts, there can be damage that is done by a tornado or a tsunami or hurricane or other things, but generally what we have seen is that those things are cleaned up after a natural disaster just like any other building. And there is a decommissioning plan requirement and a surety, so if for some reason that damage occurred 20 years from now, and let's say the panels really are at the end of their effective life, there would be a surety as part of the decommissioning plan to get everything removed. But generally these should be much easier to remove, and there is certainly some salvage value to all the materials, the metal, the steel pipes, and all the rest of that. And so even when the panels themselves are obsolete, the materials themselves would still have some value. Certainly we are definitely concerned about the health concerns with this, and as addressed, we didn't require a fire control plan because when we look at California and some of the other areas, they have a much different climate than we do. Their conditions are often much more concerned about wildfires, which are a continual concern in California, but are not a concern in Lancaster County. And certainly because of the health impacts, we went to look out to see what studies and things we might find. When you looked at wind turbines, there was an enormous amount of studies because there was generally some concern on both sides of the issue in terms of the health impacts. Here, the study that we did find was from 2017. It was done by NC State University and is quoted in your staff report. Quoting from that study, it said basically the risks were extremely small from any health impacts and would actually be much smaller than operating a car. So we do acknowledge, though, that certainly the view, the setting for the area will be changed. There's no doubt about that. Rather than looking out at farmland, you're looking out at rows and rows of solar panels. There's screening requirements. We'll certainly do some things to address that, but as noted, this is a rolling topography in some areas. You can't necessarily do with screening block the view 100%. But in terms of a land use regulation, there is not any regulations that try to protect people's personal views from their house or their property to the adjacent land. If people want to protect that view, it is up to those persons to obtain conservation easements or whatever the case would be to protect that view. That is not a land use or zoning regulation. So that is a very quick summary of why the county zoning regulations are the way they are, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Could you or Tom just walk through very briefly the screening requirements?
Got them here. Well, okay, so screening is required for adjacent non-participating residential uses, also parks, schools, etc., which doesn't apply in this matter. it can be screened using fencing, walls, berms, or vegetation. Screens only required if the closest dwelling is within 300 feet of the property line adjacent to the solar facility. Trying to find the part where we talk about trees. There's a lot on screening in here. Screening using trees, 4 trees every 100 linear feet. Of the 4 trees, at least 1 shall be deciduous, 3 evergreen or ornamental trees. Each tree shall have a minimum mature height of 15 feet. I kind of jumped through there pretty quick.
Yeah, no, that's great.
But would add, though, if it was to be done by a fence, it could not be a chain link fence, even if they put slats or something through it. It's meant to be a solid, opaque, you can't see through it fence.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Tom or Steve? All right, thank you very much. Testimony from the applicant.
Should we announce ourselves again?
Yeah.
Okay. Sean Harris with Ranger Power, 226 North Morgan Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
David Levy, Barrett Home Law Firm, on behalf of the applicant, 625 South 14th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Well, thank you again for your time today. I will try to keep this a little bit more brief. I know there's some newer folks that weren't able to hear this the first time around, but we'll try to keep it a little bit higher level and run through this a little bit quicker. So here to talk about the special permit application 21042 in the county portion of the Salt Creek Solar Project. Again, you know, our company does have a lot of experience working in the Midwest and have several projects that have been permitted, are under construction, and actually 2 that are currently operational in Michigan. The panels, again, are tracking systems, so they are oriented in north-south rows, and they will slowly track the sun from east to west throughout the day with a self-powered motor that is powered by a small solar panel mounted to the racking. The system generates without producing air pollution or greenhouse gases. The equipment is really relatively simple, consisting of the solar panels themselves, the steel I-beams, racking, buried collector lines, inverters, access roads, and fencing. And again, solar panels, it's been discussed a couple times here, but contain no toxic elements, and all contents are naturally occurring. So this is just a depiction of those components I just discussed and kind of what they look like in a project. These photos, again, are 4 photos from our Assembly Solar Project in Shiawassee County, Michigan, which is about 10 miles west of Flint, Michigan, and then about, I don't know how many miles, but about a 30-minute drive east of Lansing. So again, you can see that the panels are bifacial, so glass front and back sheet, so they're collecting energy from the reflection from the ground surface. You can see that everything is completely vegetated underneath. I think the bottom right photo actually shows there was some discussion about maintenance, and if grazing is not utilized, then the project would need to be mowed 1 to 2 times per year. We need to make sure that there's no grasses growing above the panel and causing any shading impacts. So that bottom right photo actually shows the project after it was recently mowed, which happens again 1 to 2 times per year. So again, these are passive land uses that do not require public utilities or infrastructure. The panels themselves do not generate noise or sound. The inverters do. These projects are modular in nature, where things can be, located kind of wherever is most efficient. So in every instance with projects like this, the only component of the project that makes sound, which is the inverters, are centrally located within the parcel. So furthest from the property boundaries that they can be. That ensures that the project is within sound requirements, and the levels at property lines are at or close to ambient levels. We already talked about we did commission a property value impact study, which found that confirmed that there was no impact on neighboring home values. The ground cover will be a perennial cover crop that will be maintained.
1 minute.
Thank you. Due to the nature of the construction and operations of these projects, the soil disturbance is very limited. We don't expect there to be a great deal of compaction. It's really just a pile driver driving the piles, and that's kind of the extent of the heavy machinery required for installation of these projects. And again, we wouldn't expect that there's going to be any fertilizer or pesticide use on the property moving forward, on the project moving forward. Again, so the project is up to 250 megawatt project. The acreage is pretty split between the city and the county jurisdictions. It's a little over 1,300 in the city, a little over 1,400 in the county. We expect that there to be a pretty even split in terms of generation capacity in each jurisdiction. So 125 megawatts in the city, 125 megawatts in the county. Again, the total project area is about 2,800 acres, but we only need about 6 acres per megawatt. So the installed area, the fenced-in acreage, is really only expected to be 1,500 to 1,800 acres to account for constraints, environmental constraints, setbacks, any avoidance of areas where there's the worst slope, to avoid changing topography and changing stormwater patterns. So that's the reason for kind of such a large number, but really it's only 1,500 to 1,800 that will be installed on. The project, as we mentioned before, is close to existing transmission infrastructure, which is needed to interconnect these projects into the grid. Fortunately, we think, based on screening of initial screening results from this point of interconnection, it does have capacity to accommodate the amount of megawatts that we're proposing for this project. So little to no network upgrades to the existing transmission infrastructure is expected. Again, the project produces on-peak power close to the largest load centers in the state of Lincoln and Omaha, and the application and the project will be in full compliance with the Lancaster County zoning regulations. Again, community outreach, since December 2018, we've engaged in over 130 meetings and calls with neighbors to the project. There's been frequent outreach to local stakeholders, community leaders in Lincoln's businesses and government. And we've held the 2 open houses, and again, just want to reiterate that, after this process is over, we are not closed off to taking in feedback. That is, when we will be working on final site plans and welcome the feedback on the layout for the project and anything we can do to incorporate comments.
Madam Chair, may we continue?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can wrap up quickly, that'd
Sure.
be appreciated.
Yeah, again, the project is widely supported in the community. It represents a really large investment into the community. There was some discussion about the taxes. The $870,000 figure did come from that $3,518 nameplate capacity tax, which at a 250 megawatt project is $879,500 per year. So that, as David said, that is on the conservative end. And decommissioning, the regulations of the county zoning regulations will be followed. I'll turn it over to you, David.
Sure. Again, just briefly, this list here is only part of the list, of policies and goals in the comprehensive plan, the current comprehensive plan that this project complies with and furthers, as you heard earlier about the update to your comprehensive plan for the city and county to 2050. That plan is very heavy on sustainability and resiliency, incorporates the city's climate action plan and the Climate Smart Future initiative as well. This land is Tier 3 land where the county part of the project would be, which is not anticipated for urban development for over 40 years. This project, this application fully complies with the county's solar zoning regulations. We're not asking for any waivers or any exceptions to those regulations. And again, as I said before, those regulations are some of the most restrictive I've seen in Nebraska. Finally, this project and the evidence in the record before you supports you making the findings in the zoning regulations in 13.002 and 13.051 regarding special permits and a special permit for this project for all of the reasons on this slide. This presentation is in the record of this proceeding, so I will not read these. Rather, I'll just again respectfully request the Commission's approval of this special permit as well. We're happy to answer any questions now and/or we'll be back for rebuttal, of course, as well. Thank you.
Real quickly, can you summarize for me what decommissioning looks like in terms of like the time frame and, just a little bit about that process?
Sure. It's a little bit hard to say because utility scale solar projects haven't been around for that long, so I'm not aware of any that have gotten to the point of needing to be decommissioned, but it is a pretty simple process where, it's essentially panels mounted to torque tubes. Everything is kind of screwed together more or less. The only component that requires machinery to remove would be those piles that are driven into the soil. And I think, those can typically be pulled out with an excavator. So relatively simple and light process.
Okay.
And then any underground infrastructure down to a depth of 3 feet is also removed. And then whatever soil is disturbed as part of that removal or pulling the piles out, any of those kind of things is restored. The fence is taken out. The access roads are typically restored to farmland unless the property owner might say, hey, I'd actually like you to leave that road.
And and as far as timing goes, it's on, I don't know what page it is, but it does require that the project is decommissioned within 12 months, which is typical and kind of industry standard from what we've seen.
And it was mentioned that there's no real leveling of the land typically, that you're not necessarily bringing in or doing a lot of dirt work. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, it's the civil work and the earthwork is very costly, doing cut and fill. So to the degree that we can avoid it, and we think having so much acreage here to optimize the site allows us to do that. The other thing is stormwater permits are the stormwater design, retention basins, things like that, when you are changing the topography a lot, are also just very costly. So in a way to optimize the site, reduce civil and grading costs, and keep topography relatively similar, we would not expect there to be very much grading at all.
Other questions?
Yeah, just one more to address something that was brought up in the previous hearing, adding on to Tracy's question about decommissioning, just in terms of, and I think Steve mentioned a little bit that many of the materials are used then as scrap or reused, and then what is left as that needs to be disposed of, and how is it disposed of?
Sure. So I don't know specifically what the laws are in Nebraska. I do know in several other states we work in, solar panels are accepted into landfills because there isn't anything inherently toxic in them. I think it's hard to say just because kind of what the end use will be for these panels, just because there has been no large-scale solar projects decommissioned. But I think just like how this industry is growing rapidly, I think as these projects get to the end of their useful life, there will again be an industry, a recycling industry, that will need to be created and keep up with the demand for recycling panels. And yes, the things like the steel I-beams are just galvanized steel, so there is salvage value associated with that.
And just to add to that, the materials in these, again, steel, already recycled and reused, aluminum, commonly recycled, of course, in our homes and commercially, glass, recycled. So, there's a dismantling process, but once the panels are dismantled to their components, most of those components are already commonly recycled, or the panels, if they had some useful life to them, could be reused. Same with the racking, as Sean described.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, we will take testimony in support. Jerry?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
This phone, I'm trying to figure out where the ring's coming from. Sorry.
That's all right.
Okay, so testimony in support, yes. We have Terry Langan, Dan Griffith, and John Hanson.
Are any of those folks here?
Howdy. Been a while. I'll make this short and sweet so we can all get out of here. Climate change is real.
We do need your name and
Oh,
address
sorry.
again for
Dan
the record.
Griffith, 13990 Adams Street. I forgot that part. Climate change is real. The scientific evidence is extraordinary. We as a society and a planet have to come to terms with this. Change is never easy, but the shifting winds of time and the future of our very planet are at stake. This also affects our future generations. We have to think critically and seriously about this. What kind of planet do we want to leave our children and our grandchildren? Do we want to be on our deathbeds years from now having to look our family in the eyes and have to answer the question, why didn't you do more? Why didn't you do more? I am a participating landowner in the project, and it is my land, and it is my legal right to do what I want with it, and it's not my job to tell my neighbors what to do with their land, and that door swings both ways. This project is going to bring in property tax revenue for our school systems, community college, NRD, city and county government, EMT, and fire departments. It's a win-win-win for everybody, and our generation deserves to have all of this intact. We must sober up from our addiction to fossil fuel-based energy for the sake of life as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Hanson. I'm the president of Nebraska Farmers Union. My address is 1305 Plum Street. Good evening. It's good to be with you. And out of full disclosure, I've been helping not only at dealing with local planning and zoning issues for a very long time, but I've also led the effort to establish planning and zoning authority in my home county of Madison County. And wearing my other hat as president of Farmers Union, our shop has helped about half of all of the counties in the state of Nebraska get planning and zoning set up. And so we believe in the value of having a good process in place that protects the public health, safety, and welfare, but we also believe that it's an important way for communities and entities to be able to set up fair rules of the road so that we also have economic activity. And so I draw your attention to wind as a comparison. So as you think about solar in its infancy, what is some of the potential for solar relative to wind? And because solar fits so many other places that wind doesn't, where you can put it in the Platte Valley, for example, where based on bird migrations, it would not be a responsible or a safe thing to do to put wind. You have a huge opportunity in our state to more fully utilize solar. So far in wind, for example, as you look at it as an economic driver in our state, we have so far 2,666 megawatts of wind established. We have $10 to $15 million of additional new income for farmers and ranchers. This is significant. We have $18 million worth of new local property revenues that are coming in on an annual basis. We've created 180 really good paying jobs across the state. We have 3,000 construction jobs. We have $4.7 billion worth of new capital investment and new tax base. So in my other hat, I spend an inordinate amount of my time in the legislature working on property tax issues. And so one of the things that you can do is you can help bring new investment. So when we're talking about new capital investment and new tax base and new revenues, this is a very helpful thing because you're bringing in a new heavy-duty partner to help you share the tax load. And so you can't just cut your way to property tax relief. You have to also look at how it is that you pay for things, but you also look at being open for business. And so I look at this proposal and having the benefit of a lot of miles on, and I would say that we've probably put on 600 to 650 public information meetings on renewable energy across the state in the last 10 years, is that you look at this and say, you know, when you put rules in place, you have to look at them and say, does this project meet the rules? Does it meet the criteria? And you've already said, yes, it does. And so this is a simple extension of that. And so to my way of thinking, there has to be some really clear-cut, compelling reason why it is that you would reject it. And I see none. From my vantage point, this project checks all of the boxes. And to the fear of the unknown, and I understand that. This is a never-ending educational effort. And to that extent, I just want to invite everyone who has an interest in these subjects to attend the Nebraska Wind and Solar Conference, which I chair, which will be November 8th and 9th at the Cornhusker Hotel here in Lincoln. And that you can also go to our website, Nebraska Wind and Solar Conference, and we have an entire reference and library of past presentations where we cover the latest and best information on all the topics that we can think of that address wind and solar issues, including planning and zoning, including plantings. We're going to have workshops this year on plantings underneath solar projects, all of those things. And so this is a huge educational effort. I realize that. But I think that this project checks all the boxes, and I encourage you to support it. And thank you very much for your consideration. And thank you for taking the time to invest your time as the local official in this oftentimes difficult process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't have, Terry Langen, is he here? He may have left.
Is that it?
I have one Zoom registrant in support, Jesse Starita.
Mr. Starita, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Is there anyone waiting on Zoom?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Am
Hello?
I coming through?
Yes, you are now.
Okay, thank you so much. This is my first time doing Zoom testimony. Jesse Starita, 3900 South 32nd Place, 68502. Wanted to echo what other people were saying. Thanks, and thank you so much for your service and your stamina tonight. Just two quick items I wanted to mention beforehand. I want to be clear that my past and current testimony tonight is not endorsed or supported by any outside entity. I'm here on my own behalf, speaking solely for myself. Secondarily, I wanted to offer congratulations to Rich Rodenberg on his appointment to the Planning Commission. I've known Rich for 25 years and look forward to working with him in this new role. So congratulations, Rich. Tonight, I'm testifying in favor of this special permit. While I do not casually dismiss the concerns of the CUP neighbors adjacent to the proposed facility, I believe we really have to strike a balance between the obvious economic and environmental benefits stemming from clean energy with private property rights. This application, as far as I understand, must include future approval by the county board and the city council. Those bodies can make reasonable accommodations, and that's how the process plays out. There's been discussion about where the electricity produced by this facility will go. And while there's no way to know right now if it's going to stay within the borders of Nebraska, we can say that two of our state's electric utilities have committed to 100% net zero carbon goal. And the third and the biggest one, Nebraska Public Power District, is currently considering adopting something similar to what the previous two utilities did. On top of this, businesses are also driving the demand for clean energy. There is an increasingly good chance that the energy produced by this project will stay in our state. That matters. We are sending millions of dollars and jobs to Wyoming every year to buy coal that pollutes our air. We have to, and we can do better. The other thing, we spend millions of dollars in the county every year to repair roads and bridges. The nameplate capacity tax revenue from these panels will generate approximately $880,000 per year over its 25 or 30-year lifespan. As we've heard tonight, this will help fund roads, bridges, schools, NRDs, and rural fire districts, things that are universally needed and supported by Nebraskans. If we're concerned the feds are spending too much of our money to fund infrastructure, how then to justify shutting the door on local projects that would fund local infrastructure? Lastly, I want to comment quickly on something I heard earlier. There was an argument put forward that the purpose of farming is not to produce energy. And to that, I would just say, if that were true, what is corn for ethanol? With that, I really appreciate your time and listening to all of us tonight. And if you have questions, I would take them.
Questions? Thank you very much. Any other testimony in support? Okay, we'll move to neutral testimony.
Okay. I have Dennis Schroeder and Jason Vergutz.
Dennis Schroeder, 15401 Adams Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. Seems like deja vu. We just did this, folks. Just quick, short, and brief, just to relive a point that I think all the bodies as well as Ranger needs to fully understand. The land that we were talking about is zoned agriculture. If this project goes in or this project does not go in, this land will still be classified as cropland by USDA. Henceforth, that does put USDA jurisdiction into place for highly erodible or wetland compliance. I think there's probably more of a concern on wetland compliance than there is highly erodible. Henceforth, if a tree comes out, permission needs to be cut if a tree comes out and that area is identified as wetland. I myself am not a USDA employee. I am a landowner and an ag producer, but I do fully understand the ramifications if your USDA benefits are put in jeopardy. And that in itself was just made a public record within this, and just want to make sure everybody and all bodies understand that. With that, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Burgitz, 3145 Gunsmoke Drive. And I will make sure that this is zoomed in. Reiterate a few things briefly and then kind of go on to a few additional points from my conversation last time. So again, just want to center the conversation around not wholly against solar panel in and of itself. I honestly don't know enough about it. Sounds like a lot of people know a lot more than I do. The question that I have is just the location of it. And I guess the thing that I want to focus on is reactive versus proactive. And I understand that there's a limit of what you guys can or can't do as far as just passing something, but I want to maybe talk more so from the proactive standpoint a little bit. So we're finding this location based on what's best for ranger power. This is true of this specific county area. 26 parcels with contracts, 16 unique owners, but only 4 of them actually live within the solar farm area. Here's a history of where they've gone before. Typically, they've been in rural settings from state to state, and so whether that's in Illinois, whether that's in a couple in Illinois, whether that's in Michigan, whether that's in Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, they were the closest that they've ever been to a metropolitan area. They were about 25 miles away from Madison. Now we are a mile or 2 away from a city, and I think that that is an area of concern of being that close to an area of a city. We talked about the fact that Corporations are just looking for solar panel. It doesn't need to necessarily be right next door. And so Facebook and Google have purchased solar panel hundreds of miles away from the locations that they're putting their data centers in. So we can still attract business even if we don't have a solar panel next door. All right, so going to, I think this was discussed earlier today, the Plan Forward 2050. What are the city of Lincoln and Lancaster County residents, what are they asking for? What are they looking for? Well, if you look at this pie chart, they were given 6 options, and looking ahead to 2050, what milestones or expectations do you have for Lincoln and Lancaster County? The options are healthcare, complete the East Beltway, cost of living below the national average, Vision Zero, which I've asked multiple people what that is. Nobody knows what that is, so it got low votes, or other. And so the number 1 option was the East Beltway. The 4th of 6 options was the net zero emissions, or carbon neutral. And so obviously it being a concern, but it sounds like the number 1 concern of the constituents here in Lancaster County is that East Beltway. How is this project going to affect that East Beltway? Looking at the very bottom here, this pulling from the same report, the top 3 responses from participants that they thought they needed the most improvement in Lancaster County were transportation network, i.e. including I'm guessing the East Beltway, cost of living, and physical appearance. So does adding the solar farms add to the physical appearance a concern of people here? And so my last comment, I guess, is, again, thinking of it from a proactive versus reactive standpoint. None of the agricultural acres that I can tell that are being used for this are irrigated. If you go about 70 miles that way, 10 miles west of Stromsburg, completely irrigated land up there. What does it cost to irrigate? What does it take to irrigate? It takes power and it takes water to irrigate. So if you were to throw a solar farm on irrigated land, what do you free up? You free up power and you free up water. And so if the state of Nebraska 10 years ago would have put a think tank together like yourselves and people a lot smarter than me to say, what are the 50 best locations, proactively thinking, what are the 50 best locations that we could potentially have solar panel farms in the state of Nebraska? Would this proposed location even be on that top 50 list? If Lancaster County 10 years ago would have proactively, instead of reactively, proactively said, what are the top 5 locations that we can have a solar panel in the county of Lancaster, would this even make the top 5 in that list, this proposed location? The city of Lincoln has 2,000 agricultural acres. Was that considered? I heard parking lots and SEC on rooftops. I just think that we're taking a look at this from a completely reactive perspective versus a proactive. So I guess I implore you, from as much as you possibly can, look at this from a proactive perspective. The state of Nebraska is the number 1 irrigated state in the nation over California and Texas. We irrigate more acres than anyone else. And so are we looking for ways to decrease that by moving our solar panels that direction? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other neutral testimony? And we'll move to testimony in opposition.
Okay. James Skinner, Mick Von Busch, and Michael Heyman.
Jim Skinner. We live at 1800 North, 176. My wife and I have lived there for 34 years. We do not live in a CUP, but right directly from our front door across the road, there will be solar panels if this goes through. So I took a tape measure, and we would be 120 feet from our front door to solar panels. I've got a couple of pictures here. We have some friends that live in New Lisbon, Wisconsin. We took a trip out there a few weeks ago, and put a face up. And my friend, he knew of a solar field that was like 5 miles from where he lived. So we went out there to take a look at it, and I took some pictures of it. And from what I could see, the only really green that I seen was like in the ditch and up to the solar panels. Got another one here. The vegetation underneath the panels.
Other way. There you go. Thank you.
Was basically dead weeds. And I think this picture shows the same thing. But, you know, that's, to me, that's a fire hazard, for one thing. One thing I did notice, it was on about 20 acres of land. It had no houses around it, and there was no cows in sight. No cows to graze on this land, which I had heard from a previous testimony that you could graze cows underneath of it. I've got a farmer friend, I called him when I heard that, and he just laughed at me. He said, there's no way the cows would even want to be in there. There's no way you could get them out of there, you know, if you did get them in there. The land is completely flat, and the land that is across the road from us, it's basically it's terraced for farming. And so I'm thinking that they would have to knock down terraces in order to do that. If they do that, our road would probably flood out. But they say they don't do much for soil. They don't knock down soil. But another thing I like to bring up is this will stop any new construction, any urban growth in the northeastern part of Lancaster County. And possibly all of Lancaster County, because if the rest of them see what's going on here, there's no way anybody would want to build out there. There's already people selling their homes on 148th Street, and we've seen a lot of that going on. So, any questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Nick Von Bush, Michael Heyman, and Mike Baines.
Hi, I'm Mick Von Bush, 1633 North 173rd Street. I just want to talk about the regulations again. Once again, the planning department didn't compare the regulations here to other states with quite a bit more solar. I think that needs to be done. From a fire standpoint, yeah, we're not California. We don't have the big trees. But if you've ever seen a ditch on fire, grass burns real fast and it spreads real fast. To say we don't need some sort of fire protection plan is absolutely insane. So, in my area, through part of our commons, grass is 5-6 feet tall easily. So in the fall when that gets dry, it's gonna burn real fast. So, the fact that it seems like there is less detailed information required on a solar farm than there is a home being built in this county. Especially, you're looking at a $250 million project with millions of connections, wiring connections. They don't need a fire plan, but my house with, a few hundred, maybe 1,000 connections, depending on how many outlets I've got, needs smoke alarms. It needs something. So there's that. Ambient noise levels in my area about 35 decibels. If you have a 65 decibel inverter 500-600 feet away from our lots, there's no way they can reach ambient decibel levels. It's another reason why there should be more detailed information on applications of this sort. They should be detailing out exactly what equipment they're using. They should be detailing out if they're putting batteries out there. Solar doesn't work at night. Power's got to be stored somehow or it's just kind of gone, right? Are they putting batteries in? There's a lot of chemicals in batteries. So there's that. The amount of waste produced off of a solar farm. Talking about throwing these panels in the landfill. You can't. I read multiple articles talking about hundreds of tons of waste that are being produced in the next 20, 30 years because of these solar farms going in. And they don't want to put this cost on the decommissioning because from what I read, it was like $30, $40 a panel. And I think they were talking about residential panels even. So if you're putting $30, $40 per panel of extra cost on these things to decommission them, it's a lot of money. And they're talking about all these recyclables. I own a machine shop. I recycle most everything I possibly can. I even waste a bunch of space in my shop on steel, and it's junk. It's worth nothing. I get probably less than $20 a ton. To give you an idea, that's over 7,000 cubic inches of steel to make up $20. So to say you're going to get any value out of those piles being driven into the ground or pulled out of the ground, that's just not going to happen. So when he's talking about glass being recycled, yeah, the panels are the glass. They need to be recycled. That needs to be a requirement. But I do want to thank you guys for all your time, efforts, and once again, I appreciate your efforts. The very first time around, you're trying to protect us. That's all we're asking is protect our way of life a little bit, make sure we're safe, take the time to do this right. Just do it right. Don't put us in harm's way. Make sure you understand everything going on. I've read hundreds of hours of things. I didn't care one way or the other when this whole thing started on solar, and I can tell you right now, it's not good for us. It's gonna tear things up, it's gonna ruin it. So, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael Heyman, Mike Baines, and Ed Baines.
Mike Heyman, 1677 North 173rd Street. Just wanted to talk about a couple of things, maybe a little bit different tack than a lot of the people that I live around. I think that one of the testimonies that kind of resonated with me was the gentleman that was testifying as neutral. I guess more than anything, I have some issue with some of the citing and some of the commentary around potential impacts to property values. They've mentioned over and over again the citing as it relates to the Cohn-Resnick study. I think that to a person, if we made a comparison to similar studies, let's say hypothetically speaking, we were bringing something before Congress and the Surgeon General was going to write cautionary language on cigarettes, for example, they probably wouldn't blindly accept a study that was commissioned by Philip Morris. And I think that what we have here is a pretty similar study that was commissioned by Ranger Power to state that property values aren't impacted. And so what I did was I looked at some studies that have a much more significant sample size, which is really important when you think about these things. And they were also conducted by unbiased third parties. So the two that I looked at were conducted by the University of Rhode Island and UT Austin. And I think it's also important to point out with these studies that both of these studies concluded that renewable energy is an important part of our future. They were not anti-solar studies. They were strictly looking at the impact to property values. And what they found was that URI study showed a 7% decline in property values within 1/10 of a mile large projects. That's 528 feet, well inside all of the protections that we have. Interestingly, they also found there was a 5% decline within a mile of projects that were built on a farm or forested property. Long story short, they said, we still think renewable energy is worth pursuing, but we don't think it's compatible with residential building. They also did a study that said that solar potential on rooftops, closed landfills, gravel pits, commercial industrial areas could fill the electric demand of every home in Rhode Island. Rhode Island has 50% of our population, but you can fit 63 Rhode Islands inside of the state of Nebraska. One of the things that the gentleman from Ranger said was it's difficult to find places that meet all of your needs and that don't have people on them. The thing that's interesting about this, however, is that Rhode Island asserted that that was possible, even though they're the second highest population density state in the country. Nebraska is the 8th lowest. So the idea that there's not suitable places in Nebraska to do this when you're talking about building outside the second largest metropolitan area in the state fails pretty mild scrutiny as far as I'm concerned. Same thing with the nameplate tax. We've discussed how that can impact positively the county, but that's not net new revenue to the extent that property values are declining in conjunction with that. Just to give you some context, our CUP only has 9 property owners, and over the course of a 40-year period, if they go up 3% per year, we'll pay $5.6 million in property taxes over that time frame. That kind of puts the $25 million in perspective. It's not insignificant, but it's probably not as significant as some people would like you to believe, and multiply that over multiple CUPs. There's also been some commentary about how people have said things like CUP owners may have thought the outlots would remain in green space. It wasn't may. I have here the staff report and the final approved plan for our particular CUP. And in that staff report, it explicitly says, outlots will remain as existing farm uses to continue in outlots, and in the general notes it reads, future lot owners will be advised that this is in a rural farm area and that normal and customary farm activities are not a nuisance. We live 1 mile from the county line. Our roads aren't great, our internet's bad. It's detailed in the staff report what our water is like. It's not great. I have 2 separate water treatment systems at my house. We accepted those nuisances knowingly because we wanted to live in a certain type of environment, and it wasn't just based on some sort of unfortunate misunderstanding that I thought that. It was written in the rules. And those rules, as Dick kindly mentioned on multiple occasions, have been changed on us. So when you talk about property, the rights of property owners, we are property owners and we also have rights, just as our neighbors do. The individual who bought our CUP bought the outlot to our CUP, bought it knowing that it was an outlot. He bought it with eyes wide open in the same way that we bought our property with eyes wide open. It's not as though taking away that person's ability to develop solar on that ground is changing the rules on them. More than anything, it's changing the rules on us. And I think that's a pretty important distinction to make. A couple more things, because I know I don't have a lot of time left. We did talk a little bit about the thoughtfulness that went into these text amendments. I have a specific exchange from the last Planning Commission meeting, and it was I believe with Tom and Tracy Core, and she said, when planning looks at developing text amendments, you guys generally compare and contrast between different municipalities, so you would have looked at different rules and regs in different jurisdictions. And his answer was, actually, this one I did not, but yes, we have done that in the past. She continued, so you would have known whether we were out of line with other counties and cities. That search would have been out of state as well as within state, and his answer was sometimes. That to me is not a careful consideration of the things. I'll wrap this up, I apologize. Previously, I gave you all a list linked to Google Maps of 15 major solar projects in the state of Nebraska. I mapped them all myself, took the time to do it. I can tell you that there's one project of the 15 that has one single house inside of a 500-foot line of any solar panel of the 15 that I mapped. And that one's probably 400 feet away and completely screened by trees. Most of them are developed near landfills, near power plants, near wastewater treatment plants. And those meet kind of the holy grail of renewable energy, as not just that we're generating renewable energy, but we're doing it in a place that otherwise would have been undesirable to develop things. And so when you look at this and you think about the net economic impact, don't just consider the taxes, because there's also the property owner's taxes on the other side of it. We don't have any guarantee that it's a net income generator, depending on what it does from a property value perspective. So I think what I would tell you is this: I am not in any way, shape, or form against renewable energy. I think it's an important part of what we have to do going forward. But it does matter where we do it, and it does matter who you're changing the rules on, and it does matter the impact to us, not just the people who seek to lease their ground to Ranger Power, because we followed the rules in doing what we did in purchasing the land, and we understood them going in, and they are different now compared to when we purchased it. And I hope you guys will consider that. I hope you consider this not a referendum on solar development in Lancaster County, but I do think it should be a referendum on siting of solar in Lancaster County, because as even Ranger's attorney, Mr. Levy, said, the health and wellness of all citizens is part of the zoning and the long-term plan for the county. And so I think it's important to consider all those things. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you for your time.
Mike Baines, Ed Baines, and Tracy Larson.
Hello again. My name is Mike Benz, 1741 North 173rd Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'll touch on sound a little bit again. I won't actually play the sound again. I don't think anybody enjoyed that. You know, where they're talking about, you know, it's ambient noise, then why did they need that level put into the text amendment to begin with? If it's not producing anything, why do we need that specific level in there, 50 to 60? So again, that's all I'll cover on the sound. I'll get to some other points that I get into kind of last time. So when we talk about decommissioning, for the original one, they submitted a decommissioning plan, which it really wasn't a fresh decommissioning plan. This one, they said they referenced the one that they previously submitted for the existing project, which that one was a reference to one of their other projects in another state using 2017 to 2018 prices at the time. Ranger Solar has only been in business since 2017. And as stated, this is a fairly new, growing fast industry. We don't actually know what it's going to take to decommission. We don't actually know the long-term impacts as well of what it's going to take. You know, if you were building a new house, would you accept a quote from a builder going, here's one I built in 2017 when it's 2022? Would you accept that out front? No. They did not do their part to give us good information associated with that. Touching back, you know, the other Mike did a really good job talking about property value impacts, all that. I do want to kind of touch on that point just a little bit again. The study, you know, I have to correct Mr. Levy. Their study, it was not 8 states. It was 8 solar farms across 6 states. The result was based off of 2 solar farms, so there were 6 others. Why didn't they mention those? What are they hiding there? Those are questions that we should be asking, but we're not. Also with that, out of those 8 farms, there was only 24 homes across 6 states. With this current project, there is, I don't know the exact number, but it's well over 24. In relation to the CUP aspect, you know, landowner rights, I get it. It's agriculture, my land, I can do what I want. The outlots specifically for CUPs are reserved for residential build-through. Depending on how you interpret the text, the county regulations or the city code for the BTA overlay district, which is everything within 3 miles and where and henceforth can be within 3 miles, states that is reserved for 99 years. That was stripped away. That protection was stripped away from us. Those outlots are part of our community. So while it might be owned by somebody else, it is part of our community as landowners that bought land in a CUP. And that being stripped away is highly frustrating, beyond frustrating. Like many have said, if I knew this was a thing, or if I was looking now in the county, I'm probably not going to look in Lancaster County. I'm going elsewhere. Because the message that you're sending is, or the message that can be sent is, we don't care long-term about you. But the 2040 plan, 2050 plan is saying, we want to protect the character and vitality, health and quality of life of all citizens and existing communities, and even the rural Lancaster. That's all homes. So CUPs have a little more protection, but you have to think about everybody. There's other people there that aren't participating in this, that are surrounded by these fields, that for my financial gain, sure, I don't care about you. That's the message that is being sent to a lot of us, and it's very frustrating. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Baines, Tracy Larson, Sarah Grazer.
Again, my name's Ed Benz, 524 Saleside Drive, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm going to go on some of the topics of when somebody was talking earlier about the bumper zones. That one county or whatever that went back 500 foot. So we're trying to keep this area, let's say agriculture and buffer. So why did they do that? I have no idea. My thought process sitting in there is they didn't want to be driving right, whoever did not want to be driving right by. So just thought process for you guys to think about. Did they do that to maybe give a little bit bigger bumper zone, do the trees, and around them farms, leave farm ground? That the farmer that's renting that has to produce agriculture products that still gives a little bit of a natural habitat and scenic area instead of having a dump right beside the road. I'm going to go back on recycling. I went through Utica, Nebraska the other day, and Fell Offers had aluminum for 45 cents a pound. And if you've kind of gone over, watching metal, recycling, yeah, the steel's really good. But when they start sorting out the aluminum and the glass, and that's why we have recycle bins, at my house and that, it costs a lot to recycle. And it's good for the economy. The other thing I have is our dump out north of town. When you move, if you think about what we put in the dump, rusted cans that might rust away and that, why do we not put plastic in there? Why do you not want cardboard out there? Because it takes up a lot of space. Cardboard will disintegrate over time, but why did we put that rule in there? So recycling plastic out there, steel poles and galvanized poles, yep, they can be pulled out and recycled in the car, old cars and that. So that is something you got to be thinking about. Again, look at the school districts. You got Waverly, you got Eagle, and very good school districts. I came from York and I enjoyed the small town of that. Quality of education. Why do people want to live out in between Waverly and Eagle? Rural life and school. They're building us in this area. So when I went back on acreages like Seward County that followed Lancaster County, what is the county board going to do to enhance smaller acreages? Because if you take out a bigger area of ground, that means less people that might be able to buy an acreage or the CUPs be able to start and you're putting a brick wall right now. The other thing is once you start doing this and they come back again, how much more land are they going to want? Oh, we can just plug in like a Christmas tree, keep on going. That's a fence line. The other thing is agricultural producers' land. Somebody's not going to want something somewhere. Look at the production of the ground out there, agriculture, livestock right now. It's good. So let's compare the state of Nebraska. I heard somebody say something that NPPD is looking at changing their facilities. If you're used to driving west of North Platte out by Sutherland, NPPD has a coal plant. Let's say they go out of business. They have a utility, power line structure to bring in power because they move it all across the nation. As we found out with the ice storm from North Dakota down to Texas, yes, we had to use less, but there's areas of ground, and ranchers probably get mad at me, but there's production areas out there that livestock, you can only range so many cows on a certain acre because letting the grass grow back, but that's less, it doesn't disrupt as much ground education, and maybe they could use the tax value. They have power lines that they can send this in. Granted, Lincoln and Omaha need a little bit, but is this the right area? Again, I do not believe so. Again, water, they think of the grass and that. When those panels are like that, they funnel water. They put brick or rock roads like out west of LES or out here west of Lincoln. They have a chain link fence, so I don't know if that's inside. I mean, you know, the county said no chain link fence. But then crops use water. So does brome, but if they put rock pads in there, that water, if we get a heavy rain, is going to be that much faster because that ground won't absorb. And like the gentleman said with USDA, we farm ground down the river bottom, and we could not destroy wetlands. Places that have built on wetlands, built up, they had to create another wetland. You're going to be creating with runoff with the hills out there. They've said, oh, we don't have to do this, but they're going to have to manage that water in a way that it can't overrun. It's like 4 lanes of traffic being put into 2 lanes. You have a problem that you need to really consider and really think about it.
Okay.
Because one second, you have a chance, like I said earlier, with, you know, once the water goes past the dam, you can't. You have a chance now to rethink what you guys are doing that affects so many people out there and why people. I know it's going to affect somebody along the way, but this is not the place to do it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Tracy Larson, Sarah Grazer, and Anthony Grazer.
Hi, haven't seen you in a while. 1300 North, 182nd Court, Lincoln. I didn't mention this earlier, but I wanted to mention it now. Let me ask you, if there was no monies involved and no tax credits, would we all be here today talking about this? Would we really think this is the place to do this, and this is, solar panels are the best thing for us if there was no money involved? Just wanted to put that thought out there. We need to concentrate on ways to preserve and conserve the land and make it a healthy soil. Isn't that what green is? It is called photosynthesis. We're always trying to get a quick pill to make us feel better, or we're trying to say, what fancy gadget can I get my child that will be new and improved and make them even smarter, when actually they should just maybe go outside and look in the soil and think about photosynthesis. I learned it in high school and I didn't know what it was. It was boring, but now that I'm older, I get it. I get it. You should not be destroying green land that provides food for us. I mean, we need the land for food. I don't care if you're making ethanol to make our cars go, but we all need the land to grow crops. You can't just grow crops. You can't grow them in a seaweed dish forever. We're looking for technology. We need to turn around and say the best technology we have is natural, and that's photosynthesis. We didn't get here today by something in technology. The other thing I didn't get a touch on before was, have you ever made a purchase and you signed on the dotted line, and then as soon as you signed, the service person walked away like a hot potato? How did you feel? Your heart kind of dropped? You thought, whoa, he was all about the money. That's the way I feel, and I'm sure everybody behind me feels the same way. We've been out there for 4 years, and I feel like the same thing. Bernie Heyer owned all that land out there. I'm sure everybody knows his name. He owned our development, and that we can't even have solar panels. In our acreage, there's 16 of us. We cannot even have solar panels anywhere. We have requirements. If you change the zoning and what the land is supposed to be used for, what did we purchase? Where the faith in Lincoln, Lancaster County is gone. And it truly is. I will think twice about what my future is going to be out there. All the hard work that you earn to pay, and it's out the door, because your value will change. So the one person earlier that made that comment, I'd like to see a homeowner, I'd like to see her sell her house for 77% higher, because I'm sure it won't happen. And the decommissioning, it really surprises me. Somebody that's been in the industry this long doesn't know the decommissioning and cannot stand up here and talk about it. From what I'm hearing and seeing is solar panels have been around for 20 years. And they haven't figured out how to recycle them, and they're going to be around for the next 20 years. They're still not going to know how to recycle them. I'm thinking it could be the 1980s. There was solar panels out there, and we don't know how to decommission them. That should be a huge topic. 15, 20 years from now, I'm 59. In 20 years, I plan on being here. I'll be almost 80. And now I gotta worry about where are we gonna put these panels? We all could be there, and we think it's no big deal that 15, 20 years decommissioning, we're not gonna worry about it because nothing's gonna happen. It will happen. And so I think I heard the gentleman from Power Rangers say that it takes 12 months to decommission them. What does that mean? So for 12 months, those people that live right across from those CUP lots and those solar panels, and they're all busted up and they're all defective and they're not doing any good for anything, they're ready to be demolished, they gotta wait 12 months to get that land back in order? And it's not going to happen overnight. And then I also heard him say, well, they just drill down 3 feet. Really? There's aquifer, there's water out there, there's wells out there. I don't understand why we don't care about that. And someone mentioned earlier the Era Brockovich. I mean, it's real, it happens. In 15 to 20 years from now, we're going to see the side effects of this. And you guys have the choice right now to do the right thing. We're not saying, yeah, go ahead and put them. I think the one gentleman, he did a phenomenal job. He said, put them where there's plants at, where there's already sewage plants in the dump. Don't tear up green grass and agriculture. And you cannot tell me that when that land, because Lincoln wants to go east, they won't go east no more. They won't go east. I've always wanted to be an east person, but the real estaters and the construction people since the 1980s never wanted to go east. And I knew east would be where you want to go. You will shut that off because people won't go out there. I wouldn't. We're building a school out there right up by Waterford. I don't know why, but we are. If you think that there's no horrible construction site when they're doing that, there will be. It'll be tore up. The rain we had the other day, they won't get in there. That's going to delay them from getting in there. It will be tore up for months and months and months. The grader on our circle, I asked them to come out because the circle keeps, when the people come around it, it keeps getting lower and lower and lower. They finally came out after I made like 4 phone calls, and they said, well, we're on a tight budget. We don't have a lot of money. The county doesn't, and they do not come out and do the roads as much as they should because they're low on funds. So when these roads go bad during construction, is the county going to come out and bail them out and keep our roads so we can get to and from work? So I know my time is up. I appreciate your time. And I think you've heard some of the stuff I've said before, but I think we need to worry about our, you know, the animals, the health and safety, and that is the main thing. Everybody here worries about their value, and I get it, the property value, but our health and safety is number one, and we do not know in 10, 15 years living next to these what it will be like. I'd really like to see the people that work on solar panels constantly. I'd like to know what their medical history looks like. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you.
Sarah Gracer and Anthony Gracer, Josh Bulow.
Sarah Gracer, 7641 Aylesworth Avenue. I'll just repeat a few things just to have it on record. I don't think it's fair for the residents here in the room that you're going to rezone their land. They bought their acreage property for what it is, agriculture, not industrial. I know you're not the county board. I thought we were talking to the county board today, so I did some research on what their board responsibilities are. I think I'll keep it relative, but basically online it says their responsibilities are to administer the several programs established by state law, adoption of the county budget, care for county property, management of county funds, and setting of tax levies and salaries for elected and appointed county officials. Is tearing up 3,600 plus acres of farmable land caring for county property? I would say no. I think I know a lot of people behind me would say no as well. The fact that Ranger Power could not confidently tell us what the decommissioning project or the phase looks like. It's 12 months. What is 12 months? What is month 1? What is month 2? What happens? Keep in mind that they've only been a company since 2017, at least from my records or from what I can see. And also on Facebook, there's Salt Creek Solar LLC ads popping up on Facebook. That's how I heard about this. There was no community outreach at all until literally probably 3 weeks ago. I started scrolling Facebook and everyone started commenting on it. There's a lot of people opposing it. Some people are all for it because they're not living next to it. Once Ranger Power is done, Salt Creek Solar, LLC is maintaining it from my understanding. LLC, that means they can't be sued. They have limited liability, correct? No one's talking about that. I don't know where that's getting lost in translation. The Ranger Power person, he even pointed out he only has 2 projects currently done, only 2 done, and I'd like to know when they were actually done and became functioning. He has several others still being constructed right now, so they are a very, very new company. It's not them maintaining it. It'll be Salt Creek Solar, who I've heard nothing from. So where are they in these meetings? I don't know who they are or where they're from. Also to touch on, there is the Salt Creek water basin in this whole entire Lancaster County area, even going up into the Waverly area. That is groundwater from my understanding. The Dakota Aquifer is beneath that. That is our secondary water source. There are 75 individual wells within that area, so why solar panels are even being questioned over here, I have no idea. This is such an easy decision for me, but when there's money involved, it's not my decision. So, and like my mother asked earlier, if no money was involved, would this even be a consideration? I think we all need to ask ourselves that. I guess I'll finish with, well, 2 more things. Earlier, during the presentation or during the opening statements, they said 60% of the acres actually leased or bought from or by Ranger Power are actually being used for the project. So we're wasting a bunch of extra acres of land, and solar panels aren't even going to be on them because of all the fencing and the setback rules. So there's a lot of agricultural land going to waste where farmers can't farm or even grow corn or beans or whatever. I mean, you saw what the flowers look like or the grass looks like underneath solar panels. So nothing's going to grow out there. And then lastly, I'll pose this question to you guys. Is the county willing to make a permanent change to our land for a temporary energy source? If this passes, you all are taking away the opportunity for residents to buy land, make use out of it, and treat it with care. So thank you. I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you.
Anthony Gracer, Josh Bulow, and Haley Bulow.
Anthony Gracer, 7641 Aylesworth Avenue. I just want to say a couple things here. I really appreciate you asking the question about the decommissioning of these things, and that's only part of what I'm talking about. I genuinely don't want anybody getting duped here. There are going to have to be some soil disruption because erosion planning is a huge thing. In some places, these can cause mudslides. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but to say that the soil is not going to be disturbed at all is silly. And this ground has been farmed for hundreds of years. So whether it's 3 feet or 2 feet or a few inches, you're going to stir up something. That's big, heavy equipment going out there too. So, I guess the definition of large dirt work and small dirt work can be misconstrued, whatever. But that many acres, that's a lot of acres. And so with that, the whole thing to me personally kind of seems a little shady. I'm sorry, my word choice, but I'm curious how we got to this point. This has come this far, and so few residents have actually heard about it. We got to talk about these things as a community. That's huge, especially the people. I feel really bad for the guy that's boxed in. That's terrible because when he purchased his land, I'm going to pick it back off of everybody else and their dog. That wasn't the deal, But no, those are my main concerns, and thank you. I know you guys are volunteer, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Josh Bulow, Haley Bulow, and Stuart Hoff.
Hi, Josh Bulow, 3300 North 155th Street. I don't know about you guys, but my brain is about ready to burst with all the information, the repetitiveness of all of this. So I feel for you. I'm saying this from a homeowner too. I'm exhausted from just even doing all this. But what I do want to point out really quickly is we're talking about a company that's wanting to take over 3,000 acres to be responsible for that, who's been in business 7 years. I've lived in Lincoln almost my entire life, minus 2 years we moved away for a short period of time. And we're gonna have somebody come in here dictating that they don't know the laws of the recycling on that. That's an easy one that they should be able to know. They don't have a fire plan. And I find it interesting that the planning department, unfortunately, I don't feel like has done their due diligence because they didn't bring in the right people for firefighters. Why did we not have Eagle and Waverly come instead of Lincoln Fire Department. Do you know what that's kind of like saying the Lincoln Police Department, the size of them compared to the county sheriff's department is a lot smaller. When we talk about firefighters, these people are volunteer firefighters. I'm here as a dad to know that I am going to be boxed in. And I'm going to show you this again, if you guys can see this on the map. I'm going to be boxed in right here. All of this ground that was behind here and on the side was a CUP, was an outlot that ended up getting put in here. All this ground behind here is wetlands that we've now allowed to have solar panels in here. If there's a fire, think about it as a parent, and if you have grandkids or anything like that. Now my property is surrounded by fencing. We don't have any fencing out there. The fencing, is it going to have barbed wire fence around it? If there is a fire, guess what they said? Well, if there's a tornado or whatever would cause the fire, we would figure out how to put it out then, or maybe we would try to help tell them what to do. Lincoln Fire Department's not going to come and save us. The rural fire department in Eagle, go drive out there. They're not there. They're working. So if there is a fire and they're taking 3,000 acres of this, that it's not going to end up happening. And I have to put my kids in regards to danger now, because I was promised in regards to the outlots back there, and even my driveway is actually, or our main driveway coming in is an outlot now. All of this we're talking about is health and safety stuff. I find it interesting also that they are never mentioning anything bad with solar. Are you kidding me? Like, there's nothing bad. They didn't have to have a fire plan. The decommissioning, nobody's told you how much it's going to actually cost right now. Are they having third parties actually investigate what they're doing? Have we done an environmental impact study? That should be important. They did that, I think, in Wisconsin, and they did it for 1,400 acres. We're talking about 3,000, and we don't even have an impact study on what's going to happen to this. I'm asking you from a parent that these outlots that we're talking about, these properties that we're talking about here, this is all wetlands back here too. But all of us now are having to fight for our lives and fight for our kids. If I try to sell my home, I now have to do an adverse material fact. I sell real estate here in Lincoln and through to Omaha too, and I've done that for 18 years. Both my parents were realtors. Rich knows my family pretty well. We are a family and people of integrity trying to do the right thing. And I would put doing the right thing for my client over money any day. We're putting money over what is actually best for the Nebraskan. I'm a Nebraskan. This is my wife. My kids aren't here. I'm actually supposed to be out celebrating my daughter's birthday tonight, but I'm here. Why is that? I'm spending time to fight for our family. I told my daughter, I'm sorry we're not going out to eat celebrating your birthday. I've been here all day. I don't think that's fair for my family and the kids that we talk about for the future. I'm asking for the government, for you as the officials, to think about the future generation that is now. We want to say we want to love the future generation, but what about the people right now that we're talking about this is actually going to affect? I'm trying to protect my value for my property, and you can't tell me Ranger Power does not know real estate. Rich will probably know real estate and a lot of other people better than what they're talking about right now. I guarantee the only way to know is if it's actually affecting your property is when a buyer comes to there and that agent to ask them, why did you not buy that property? That's the only way you're going to end up knowing that it was because of the solar panels and because of all of the fencing that's going to be around there. We live on an acreage. That's what you're out there for. But our CUP lots were promised and they were taken away now in regards to this. And now I have to fight for my life that we're surrounded, and now even across the street on Adams Street is going to be potentially too. I appreciate your time. I hope you know I'm not angry with any of you. I'm not even angry with the neighbors who are deciding to do this because I know they're trying to do what's best for them and their family financially. I'm trying to do what's best for my kids safety-wise. And I think that's what most everybody out here is trying to do as well. So I thank you for your time. Thank you for letting me go over. I hope you guys have a good night. And Natalie, if you're watching, we're going to go celebrate later. So,
Thank you.
Haley Bulow, Stuart Hoff, and Cindy Hall.
All right, Haley Bulow, 3300 North 155th. Thank you again for persevering with us and just taking the time to hear us out, the ones that are being affected. I am leaving this up here just so you can see what's covering our house. So a few points I have to say. Ranger Power has stated it is the place that they chose because it's the most beneficial for them. Not for the residents, not for the county. It's because it benefits them, not us. The landowners, most of them don't live out there. They're not reaping anything but benefits because they're reaping the money. They're not reaping having to live around the solar panels and suffer the consequences of being out there. I don't remember who said it, but talking about the landowners, they're voluntarily giving up their land. It's not voluntary. They're not freely just giving up their land. It's because they're having money waved in front of them that's 4 times as much as what they would get for farming it. So they're not just, if you would just go to them and say, hey, can we put solar panels on your land, they wouldn't willingly just give that up without the money. What are the consequences for us as the residents? Again, this has been stated by many people, but the more you hear it, hopefully the more it'll sink in. Our biggest asset is our homes. Those will be diminished, and for us to think and be naive that it won't is just a laugh in our face. The fire risk is higher for us out in the county versus the city because we are on volunteer firefighters. The risk of the chemicals, they say it's all natural. Has anybody tested that? Is there a third party that's tested that, or is that just word of mouth by Ranger Power? We will be losing our loss of nature and peace, animals, and in turn getting a constant humming noise. Has anybody tested the change in the ground temperature? Most of us that live on acreages are outside a lot, especially us with our children. And that will greatly affect us if it changes and heats up the ground temperature. And then again, the enclosure, you can see where we live. If we have all those solar panels, plus all the fencing, everything else, you have one little road here and one little road here, and you will be completely blocked, feeling as if you were in a prison. And that is not what I paid for. So I'm asking you to continue to do your research. Ranger Power talks about, well, they only need 1,500 to 1,800 acres, but we're going to take 2,800 to 3,000. They should be able to avoid that and take into consideration not being around residents. They said in 2018 they did a community outreach to residents and 2 open houses, but we as the residents, all of us here, only heard about this about 4 months ago or less, some even less. So for them to say that they did a community outreach, they were not reaching out to fully everyone in the community. If they're coming here in Nebraska and going to tear up our lands, they should know the laws of Nebraska with decommissioning and recycling if they're wanting it in our state and our county. Is there a better place, parking lots, right-of-ways? I do believe the city boundaries would have had a different outcome if all of us residents would have known about it in 2019. We would have been here fighting for our previous 2019. So none of us knew about it. Otherwise, we would have been here. Okay, let's see. I got lots of notes. Building a rectangle of them would be available, but it would cost Ranger Power more money to do that. And the solar company would rather spend less money to benefit them and make it more convenient for them versus more convenient for residents than to spend more money and take it to an open space or right-of-ways to protect the residents. Obviously, I hope this doesn't go through, but if it would, which we hope it won't, there needs to be more talk about the protection to the residents with setbacks, fencing, and much more. So I'm asking you, it's your responsibility to protect us as residents. When do we get a say on this? How do we get to say what is best for our family to protect our homes? And just not being overlooked and saying, I'm sorry. It just has to be fair. No, a landowner versus a CUP with residents on it is not the same. For us on CUPs, it's a bait and switch. We need more protection and support. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
And it's primarily because you've shown us the map, which has been very helpful.
Yeah.
How many properties are in that little?
There's 4.
There's 4?
There's 4 houses right there.
Okay, and what's the size of your property?
Each of us are like 3.5 acres.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Helpful for size and perspective.
Hey, Stuart, Stuart Hoff, Cindy Hall, and I think I have a couple that are crossed off here. Melanie Friend.
Evening, my name's Stuart Hoff. I live at 8019 Leo Lane in Lincoln, Nebraska. I should have spoke earlier. I could have got out of here sooner, but that's my fault. People have covered several points I've noted down. Some of the points I wanted to cover, I'm going to skip over those. I want to get to the construction part of this. I mentioned this a couple meetings ago. Does that come up on here?
Mm-hmm. Takes a second.
This is a project that's in Northeast Texas, done by a Nebraska company. That's actually flat ground in Northeast Texas. And you can see that's been bared off, put solar panels on. That piece right there is about 75 to 80 acres, I believe, when I looked it up on their website. It's called Samson Power. This is them putting the standards in for the panels to be put in. That is a pile driver there. Notice the ground again. That is bare ground. There's no vegetation on that ground at all. I manage a farm for an entity. I'm speaking for myself here. What I have learned with soil and water resources is that's going to be a lot of sediment in our tributaries, our ditches, and our roadways when this goes in. They can do this a piece at a time, but we're talking 1,500 acres to 1,700 acres they're going to be tearing out piece at a time. Is the county engineer Pam Dingman ready for this to happen in certain areas as this goes along? I read in the Lincoln Journal-Star this is supposed to be completed in 2024. That's 2.5 years from now. Can we get through this process that fast and they still complete it that fast? I want to know how long it's going to take for them to put this in piece by piece. The other question I've got for that company is, this project is on contiguous acres in Northeast Texas, 4,200 acres. And it's only slightly bigger than what they're talking about for megawatts here. They're putting in 7,000 miles of wire to connect all this stuff up. That's enough to go from Miami, Florida to Anchorage, Alaska in one shot. That's being buried out here in our ground on these hills and stuff. And I know trenching and stuff, this isn't all going to be horizontal bored because that's going to be way too expensive to do that. This is going to be trenched in. And this is going to be trenched in across terraces that have been put in by the NRCS, paid for by federal tax money. And I've been told that if they start tearing into this stuff, some of these drain tiles are supposed to be there for 25 years. The landowners could start losing and looking at litigation and start losing money. We need to slow down here on this quite a bit. I'm a little upset about this. This is another project that's, I believe this might be one of theirs up in Wisconsin. Notice the ground, it's bare. These solar panels concentrate water flows. That's all it is. It's as solid as this glass here. It's going to concentrate it down. It's going to run off the side and hit the ground, and it's going to cause rills. And those rills turn into larger washouts. They're going to have access roads. The water's going to be concentrated on the access roads also. I'm just saying, I'm just looking at this one piece. I don't care about the rest of it. I understand the landowners and everything. I believe I do, because I've been involved with some of that out west. But I'm concerned about how much acres this is going to be turned into just impermeable for water infiltration. Our ground, we have a lot of clay soil in this area, and it will not take the infiltration very well, especially after it's wetted, especially after construction's done on it. It's not like you're planting these standards in pasture.
1 minute.
And it's not like you're planting it in, it'd be in some farm ground, but a lot of this farm ground has been turned into no-till farm ground in the area, which increased its infiltration rate from being tilled. So I'm concerned when we knock all this down, they're not going to knock the hills down. It's going to be too expensive. When they smooth this off, put these in, and replant what their other seeds are, it's going to take 5 to 7 years for that soil to even get back to where it's at. One last thing on an informed decision I heard, current rates for renting farm ground right now in this area is roughly $250 an acre, give or take the ground. The company's offering $1,400 an acre. Absentee landowners don't care. They'll look at the money. they'll take the money. And then the farmer in that area is renting that ground. He's got to go find other ground, which he can't because he's got too much competition in the area. Other farmers will not, landowners won't give up their ground for him to farm it. So he loses that ground. That's loss of income, and I know in certain case, there's going to be one full-time worker that's going to be let go. I got one more point on this if I can. The choice is, by the landowners, money. If this was $250 for farming or $250 for solar panels on your farm, what do you think the landowner is going to choose if they could see this stuff on their property? That's all I've got.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cindy Hall, Melanie Friend, and Rhonda Bopp.
I am actually Melanie Friend. I don't think that the other lady is here. So I'll
Okay,
go.
thank you.
My name is Melanie Friend, and I live at 1500 North 170th Circle in Lincoln, Nebraska, in the Sagebrook Estates neighborhood. I'm testifying in opposition to the proposed special permit. I've had the privilege of attending all but one of the various public hearings leading up to this one, and I want to thank each one of you for your genuine consideration of all the parties involved in this project and how it will affect this county not only now, but for decades to come. You care about the county and its people, and it shows. You care about making the right decision now, thinking of the quality of life in Lancaster County for our children and our grandchildren in the future. You were wise enough to acknowledge in the previous public hearing that while you see solar power being a valuable part of Nebraska life at some point, in order for it to be effective and beneficial to our county, more time may be needed to study important factors to consider in the implementation of these solar projects. So what if that is the next needed step? A step back to glean knowledge and crucial information on specifics of our state and our county, its landscape, weather, topography, and future growth, and the impact that solar projects of this size would have on them. This is information we need to collect from people within our state who have direct knowledge, data, and experience with these things on a local level, not simply relying on the word of a company that stands to gain monetarily from moving this along at a quick pace and will soon be headed back to their homes in Chicago. As I was gathering my thoughts for this hearing, I decided to do some research to see how common it was for a county to issue a moratorium on projects such as the one being discussed today, and what outcomes were for the counties that chose to go this route. I searched on several different search engines and found that this strategy is not rare at all. In fact, it's rather common, and it's proven to be very helpful in providing the decision makers like yourselves clarity and the way best to proceed. And I have a couple examples of those. In a report by news affiliated out of Albany, Georgia, Fox 31 Network on August 10th, 2021, it reports that the Lee County, Georgia County Commission unanimously voted to extend their moratorium, extend it on solar farms until October 29th. This vote stemmed from the results of a study the commission had conducted. The study found many consequences that solar farms bring, such as erosion to agricultural land, and with it being mostly a hands-free operation, it led to job loss for many. There are currently 2 solar farms in Lee County and many that have been proposed to the commission. However, Lee County Chairman Billy Mathis says solar farms are just not beneficial for the community right now. And this is his quote. The commission about 15 years ago committed to preserving the agricultural integrity of the northern part of Lee County. We are going to be very serious about what we do in the northern part of this county because once farmland goes away, it's pretty much gone forever. In the Riverhead News Review out of Mattatuck, New York, in August of this year, an article addresses a situation where solar projects were given the green light too soon, and officials recently met to discuss the possibility of a moratorium 7 years after 2 solar projects were already in place near Calverton, New York. Councilwoman Barbara Blast stated that, quote, "The time to analyze the potential impact of rezoning 1,000 acres to provide for commercial solar energy facilities is 7 years and 700 acres too late. and the town should have considered a moratorium before it allowed projects like these to be approved. This possible moratorium has been recommended now to look whether future projects should be focused on rooftops or landfill projects rather than large-scale rural ones. And the last example that's most compelling to me is that of a new 12-month moratorium on future solar projects in the Shiawassee County, Michigan Township of Hazleton, which was referred to by the Ranger Power executive just a little bit ago, being imposed as of July 2021 to prevent any new solar farms from beginning work. And this happened immediately following the completion of a $250 million project by none other than Ranger Power. So my strong encouragement is to deny this special permit for now, or Mr. Campbell, I liked your amendment, that would be good too. When we go solar, let's do it the right way, at the right time, not 7 years and 3,000 acres too late, with all due diligence done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jerry, how many people are left on the list?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1 on Zoom, so 6.
Everyone okay to keep powering through?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I have Rhonda Bopp, Jim Bopp, and David Bargan.
Hello again. We meet again. I'm Rhonda Bopp. I live at 1855 North 173rd Street. I've been here 3 times, county commissioners once or twice. We were looking for land in 2018. I knew of no outreach in 2018. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought land where I did. Seriously, I would not have bought this land. I was promised, I don't know how this works. Might have to help me. There it goes. This. I was promised this when I bought this land, and I built our house. We built our house. We built our house to have something that was different. We were newly empty nesters. We wanted a little piece of land, a little piece of peace and quiet. That's what it's all. That's all. And that's what we were promised. The fact is, we simply do not have enough information to allow solar farms on our agriculture land, especially when it is surrounded by residents. Those poor people have it on 3 sides. I'm in a CUP. We'll have it across the street, over there, and behind us. It's unreal. Solar panels absorb most of the sunlight that reaches them, though only about 15% of that incoming energy gets converted to electricity. The rest is returned to the environment as heat, which affects the climate, which will affect our ecosystem. And they're talking about green. These panels are made in China. They are made with many toxic chemicals in horrible conditions. The people that work on these panels work in horrible conditions. Do we really want to be a part of that? The fire risk is real. Overgrown fields, dying trees. Here is a picture, it's not very good, but it's a picture of a Ranger Power solar farm, and look at the trees, they're all dead. You can see here, barely, but it's all overgrown. That is a fire risk. Come on. One of the selling factors from our planning department is that this will create jobs and industry for Nebraska. Lancaster County has 16,000 open positions that they cannot fill. 16,000. We're going to create 2 or 4 more, and that's a big deal. It is not. On the other hand, our farmers are feeding the globe. Soybeans were the United States' #1 agriculture export at an increase of 38% over 2019. We live in the Corn Belt. Corn exports increased 20% over 2019 last year. This is what I signed up for. and that's my dog. And I don't want him going into a solar field. Ranger Power has targeted Nebraska because we do not have the proper regulations in place. Everything in this permit was written by them. That seems very counterproductive, doesn't it? We need to stop pushing a party agenda and do this smart. Take a step back, do the proper research. Do not allow these in the CUPs.
1 minute.
And that's all. Thank you. I appreciate your time. I really do. I know. But, you know, I've taken off work all this time, and so have all these other people, and it's real. It's real to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James Bopp. I live at 1855 North 173rd Street. I do appreciate your time. I know you're volunteers. This takes a lot of work, especially today, so thank you again for doing that. I'm going to bring up again, it's my third time up here, the fire situation. I will tell you flat out that I appreciate the work that the planning department does, but they are sadly mistaken. I've been in the fire service since 1982. I've seen every form of combustion known to man. I've been all over the world. I was deployed by Uncle Sam and was proud to do so. So I got to see a lot. And I will tell you that what's happening is there's a change in our environment. You may not be aware of this, but in 2017, there was a large outbreak of grass fires in the southern plains, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. 2 million acres burned by the third week. That's a lot in one time. If you're not aware, it's huge, huge effect. So we're talking numbers that challenge what goes on in California. While I heard what Steve said earlier about we're not California, he's right, but because of environmental changes, we're becoming more like that. It's a big concern. The NFPA, if you don't know, is the National Fire Protection Association. Lately, they've been pushing things across public education to teach people about defensible space, meaning that they understand that places like California did this for a while, but now it's happening in the plain states, in other states, because the climate is changing, things are drying out quicker, we get dry spells even in the winter. While I agree with Chief Bohr, and I talked to him personally about this at some length, all he looked at was solar panels on roofs. He did not look at solar farms. He told me that to my face. I will tell you that I haven't in-depth looked at this, and when you look at what goes on in places like California who have dealt with these things, but even a country like Australia who gets 11% of their power from solar power, they know what's going on. While it is a different environment, they recognize the value in looking at every environment for what it is, and that's all I am suggesting. And that does not address in this special permit or in the permit process right now, which is a travesty. I have spoken with Matt Holte with the Nebraska Forest Service. He's a fire protection specialist. He's fought wildland fires his whole life. He agrees that something needs to be looked at for this area, for our area. What should the setbacks be? What kind of grasses should be planted? How should they be cared for? You can't just come in and think, generally speaking, it's all going to be the same. Obviously, we're not California, we're not Oklahoma, but they're all different, and we all get that. That's the important thing to understand about this. The other thing to understand about this is, like I talked to you before, I think a few weeks ago, what solar panels do, well, does a solar panel sitting here in this room right now generate power, start a fire? No. No. If it's wired correctly, it's not going to start a fire. We're not saying that. What we are saying is it changes the environment in that area on those thousands of acres. It will literally becomes a heat island. It will dry those grasses out quicker. If they're not the right grasses and they're not mowed correctly, that contributes to the fuel load. So that when someone does come along with their four-wheeler to do some maintenance on them, or they get they get their pickup in there and the catalytic converter starts a grass fire, which happens all the time in Nebraska. That's how most of them start. Someone's out there doing some farm work, doing some work on fencing, and they accidentally start a grass fire. It will race. I will tell you that it's too close to my front door, okay? The current setbacks are not enough. I spoke with Scott Langhorn, who is the current assistant chief for Eagle. I'm in his district. He totally agrees. It's a great concern of his. He told me he wanted to participate tonight, but unfortunately they have a real fire board meeting. He couldn't come. So I would submit to you that you do delay this, do some more research. Please do some due diligence. In particular, when it comes to CUPs, these are residences. It's a small neighborhood. Let's face it, we're a small neighborhood. And many of the previous people who testified, you know, it is not Lincoln Fire out here. It is a small rural fire department. And God bless them for what they do. It's a lot of work, and they do a good job at it. But there will be a delay in notification, there'll be a delay in response, and getting that water supply there. That's huge, right? If these things aren't built right and they can't get up and down the roads will, if maybe the access roads won't hold a tanker, that's unfortunate because they can't do their jobs. And I've talked to them about this, and it's one of their concerns also. So I thank you again for your time. Are there any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
David Bargan, Matt Franson, and Andrew Poole.
Good evening, David Bargan. I'm a partner at Rembolt Ludke Law Firm here in Lincoln, 1128 Lincoln Mall. My practice area is primarily governmental law, including land use regulation. Thank you for your time this evening. You've had many hours here, so thank you. My clients appreciate your indulgence. I represent Mick Von Bush and several other Lancaster County landowners who, as you know, are in the middle of proposing text amendment number 21009 regarding requirements for solar facilities in the county, and who are here today to oppose special use permit application 21042. Other speakers here today have addressed various issues with this special use permit and why it should be denied. I want to address two primary matters. First, this application is not complete and should be denied or postponed on that basis. Regarding noise regulations, your zoning regulations for the county, section 13.051A2 contains the current noise limits for large solar facilities and requires that, quote, no electrical substation owned or operated by a private supplier or any other facility owned or operated by a private electric supplier to support the generation, transmission, or distribution of electricity for a large solar facility shall be located as to cause an exceedance of those noise limits. But page 3 of the special permit application in this case states, quote, the project will locate the project inverters to strive to avoid causing an exceedance of the required noise level standards per 13.051. Striving to meet the noise standard is not meeting it. It's our position that noise testing and modeling of this facility should be done prior to approval of this permit to ensure that the noise limits will be met, not just striven for. On decommissioning, you've heard some comments about that and some questions from the commissioners as well. Very good questions. Your zoning regulations, section 13.051A5, requires that, quote, each application shall have a decommissioning plan that is reviewed and approved by the planning department prior to beginning operations. But page 4 of this special permit application admits that the application does not contain a decommissioning plan and states that, quote, the project will submit a decommissioning plan to be reviewed and approved by the planning department for the final site layout prior to beginning operations. While the planning department must review and approve a decommissioning plan prior to operations beginning, these regulations also require that the application itself include that decommissioning plan. My guess is that's so you all have a chance to review it too and can have some of your questions answered that were asked earlier this evening. This application contains only a, quote, typical program for decommissioning, end quote, and even at that, it does not meet the requirements of zoning regulations section 13.051A5. That section requires that the decommissioning plan, quote, outline the means, procedures, and costs of decommissioning and a cost estimate for decommissioning and any estimated resale and salvage value prepared by a professional engineer, and that the cost estimate shall explicitly detail the cost, any estimated resale and salvage values, and shall account for inflation, costs, and value changes. What's included with this application does not address these items. Section 13.051A51 requires a decommissioning plan to include how fencing will be removed. But what's included with this application states that, quote, it's anticipated that the fence, gates, wire, and hardware will be removed and recycled at decommissioning. The application for this special use permit is incomplete and should be denied or postponed. Second, the application was filed, as you know, in the middle of a text amendment process that's not yet complete. My clients filed an application for text amendment 21009 on September 15th, 2021, that would address changes to section 13.051 regarding noise limits, fire protection, environmental impacts, screening, and setbacks for large solar facilities.
1 minute.
Thank you. The process for hearing that text amendment continues with the county board scheduled to hear it on November 9th. This application followed and was filed on September 24th, 2021, We believe it would be prudent for text amendment process to proceed first, particularly where there was discussion at the Planning Commission meeting on the amendment that additional research on the areas raised by it should occur. So in conclusion, we, my clients, ask this commission to deny special permit 21042 because it is an incomplete application, or in the alternative, at least delay action on it until the prior text amendment process can be completed. Also, as an alternative, we ask that the motion that was made earlier be approved, that as a condition in this permit, that no current CUP outlots can be used for the solar facility. And finally, I ask that all the materials submitted by opponents of this special permit be made part of the record of this proceeding. I'm happy to address any questions you might have.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matt Franson and Andrew Poole.
Good evening. Matt Franson, 4721 Matty Street. I live in a CUP at about 185th and Havelock Avenue. I would like to thank you guys all for the long day today. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm not against solar or green energy. I don't think most of us are. We just don't agree with some of the placement of this project. It's a large project, and this shouldn't even be in the 3 mile of Lincoln, Nebraska. I don't know what you guys are thinking. Within our 3 mile growth of construction, I sell all the parts and pieces to build a home, and I draw blueprints for a lot of my customers. And this is gonna stop growth. The first week that my wife found out about this, she says, well, should we just move? And I don't wanna move. I guess more importantly, this does not belong in our outlots either. I bought my lot from Gary Creaser, Gary and Diane, in '05. He currently still owns our outlot. With a 300-foot setback, he's only going to be able to use 35 acres anyway. What percentage is that up against 3,000 acres? Does it really matter? But yet I'll have to listen to the inverter noise of 60 decibels because they won't lower it. He's the same guy that wrote my covenants. He says, well, Matt, you're the first one out here. Would you like to change anything? And I said, well, what would I change? And he says, well, the size of your outbuilding or anything. And I said, no, I'm good with everything. But in that covenant, it says I can't have a solar panel or any other energy collectors without his permission. And do you know why I can't have those? Because they look like crap. And it's to protect my neighbors so they don't have to look at them. But yet he wants to surround us with them, our clusters of homes in our outlots. What sense does that make? There's a lot of half-mile sections and quarter-mile sections that make up a hell of a lot more ground than surrounding these. Some people are surrounded on all sides. If this wasn't in my outlot today, and thank you, Dick, for recommending and motioning that, and I hope you'll do it again for us. If it wasn't in my outlot, I wouldn't be here right now. And I just found out about this a couple months ago. But it is in my outlot, and I am here, so I'm not going to stop with myself. I'm going to fight for my neighbors too. Because a 100-foot setback from an industrialized solar panel, and you know, it was, Tom, you compared our setbacks to ag. We're AG2 in CUPs. We don't care about pole barns and buildings put up next to us. We only have a 15-foot setback for our pole barns. We don't have to worry about 60, but we don't care. What we don't want is 8-foot tall chain link shiny fences with barbed wire on the top of them that make it look like we're in prisons. You guys, you have the opportunity here to do the right thing. One, get them out of outlots, increase the setbacks for everybody. There's no reason why we should be surrounded by these fences and then look beyond at these industrial solar fields. Doesn't make sense to me at all. I don't think it makes sense to you, but I think there's pressure coming down from somebody on this project, and I don't know who it is. You know, the only thing that has come across is land rights, because it's a lot of money. I don't blame Gary. I'm not upset at him. I'm not upset at Jason Miller, who just created a CUP with 9 houses at less than 3/4 of a mile from my house. I drew 2 of them, and I supplied material to 2 of them. I don't blame him, but I'll either. It's a lot of money, $1,200 to $1,400 an acre versus $250. You do the math. And I'm sorry that I'm getting upset. I'm not upset at you guys at all. It's not your fault, but it's not the landowner's fault. You know, our job here is to come up with codes and regulations to protect us from this stuff, because without that, landowners can do what they want. And the idea of zoning is to protect the people around them that are affected by this. The noise, 60 decibels. An average lawnmower is 45 decibels, and my furthest neighbor away is probably 300 or 400 feet, and I can hear his mower from inside my house. You all heard the noise before, and I could replay it for you if you'd like. I don't think we want to hear that noise out on our acreages, inside our home, sun up to sundown. So I guess if anything today, I'd like you guys, if you do pass this or propose it, I would like you to strongly consider removing outlots of the CUPs again, please. And not only that, give these other people more than 100-foot setback. It's not fair to compare it against ag. It's industrial. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Hi all, Andrew Poole, 4700 Maddie Street. I promised you all I'd have some different material. So I do have one thing I want to put the massive windfall to bed about the massive amounts of tax revenues we're going to be getting. Let's figure out how much it takes to generate $1 million in tax revenues for new development. In the Waterford area, let's assume that every home, or the average size of the home out there, has 1 acre and is valued at about $300,000. It takes approximately 165 homes to generate the exact same tax revenue. 165 acres that can still leaves a large part of our county as being farm ground. It's great that this project will bring in new taxes, but the reality of it is there's a lot of development on eastern Lancaster County that's bringing in a lot of taxes as well. With respect to acreages, it would take approximately 400 acres, and again, you're looking at about 130 homes. So the massive windfall just really isn't there. So what I do want to talk about, though, is there's a couple things on the screening aspect of it, and this is a view that most of you guys all saw last time I was in here a couple weeks ago. But this is our property. This is 6 trees spanning 95 feet. The current regulations, or the current code, is 4 trees over 100 feet. And that's the screening that's there. And the thing that comes to issue here for me personally is what's happening, and I know Mr. Hendrickson mentioned this earlier in the day, that the screening responsibilities fall on everyone else. Regardless of who was there first, the screening responsibility is going to fall back on my wife and I. So my wife and I we measured it out on our deck and looked to see how tall we need trees in order to screen this thing out if we have to do it. But we have 400 feet of property line out there, and we calculated it out. We did an old Boy Scout method and kind of drew lines on the thing, and we figured out we need trees that are going to be 25 to 30 feet tall, and that'll screen out that view for us. So we did some research. We found a tree that's called full speed a hedge, I think is what it's called. And so it grows at 3 feet per year. The tree is approximately 4 feet wide. It's recommended you plant one every 3 feet. It's going to take about 130 trees in order for us to screen out this from our backyard. So at $20, $25 a tree, we're talking about $2,000 to $3,000 that burden falls back on me for them to be able to put this in. I'd really like for you all to consider having stronger screening requirements as part of the special permit. With respect to that, one of the properties, or one of the reports that they provided within the real estate impact study, was the North Star Solar program in Minnesota. I sent into the planning department, and it's been uploaded for the record, documents that came from that Minnesota project. And I highlighted a few things in there. Inside of that, and I did this in response to that core question that we were here a couple weeks ago of, what do other places do? How do they do this? Well, in that particular one, there's a couple things that they did. Number one, they chose a site that would have minimal impact on property values, but how they also treated it was they required 2 rows of trees for screening for anybody that was impacted by it. This one has 4 trees for every 100 feet. There's a big difference there. Some of the other provisions that they put forward, they did offer up for anybody that was severely impacted from it to purchase their homes. And in some cases, they turned around and resold those. So the confidence that the property values wouldn't change was actually exhibited by that company by saying, we're willing to buy this home because we're confident we can turn around and resell it for the same price as what we paid for it. Those concessions haven't been offered to us.
1 minute.
And in addition to that, inside of those documents, some of the things that were added in that I'd really like you all to consider is there's going to be a lot of heavy equipment coming up and down. You get days like today. It's going to take our road a week or 2 weeks to dry out. It's going to create a lot of damage. In the North Star Solar one, the company that installed it, the provision was put on there that the responsibility to repair that road fell back on that company if it was determined that that came from their trucks and their equipment coming back and forth. There's provisions that we can add to this. I do really hope that you guys reconsider removing them from the outlots. The outlots in this part of the county are very oddly shaped. And so with the current setback at 300 feet, it oftentimes in several of these only leaves them with a small part of it. Mr. Franzen mentioned how ours is going to be impacted. If you eliminate our outlot, it only removes approximately 1% of their entire program. It's not a very large part of the program that gets removed if you give that concession back to us. For a great majority of us, that's the situation we're in. We're on outlots, and that really helps ease the burden as far as this program is concerned to us. So with that, I do appreciate you guys' time tonight. It's beginning to feel like that line in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles when he says, I can sit through insurance seminars for days with a smile on my face. Now, it was because he had to live with John Candy. You guys can do it because you're county commissioners, or county planning department, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one individual that's registered to testify via Zoom, and that's Rick Rasby.
Mr. Rasby, are you there?
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Well, I feel like I'm with Verizon. Can you hear me now? So my name is Rick Rasky. My wife and I live at 2300 North 176th Street, and that's between Addison and Holdreach. We're asking the Planning Committee to deny special permit 21042 filed by Lancaster Power for the Salt Creek Solar Project in Lancaster County. Thanks for the opportunity for me to address you remotely. Based on the length of this hearing, I probably could have been there personally. My heart goes out to the CUPs that have land that have land mixed outlots, and I think, Mr. Campbell, I would hope that you help us address that again, because I really feel sorry for them that they bought and built with the idea that outlot would remain agriculture. We ask that the decision before you today be guided by evaluation of research, extensive investigation to gain knowledge relating to the effects of large electrical power generating plants and high voltage transmission lines on land, water, air resources, and the effect of such facilities on public health, welfare, vegetation, animals, materials, aesthetic values, including baseline studies, predictive modeling, and evaluation of new and improved methods or technologies for minimizing adverse impacts of this application. We also think that this research should be conducted by independent firms. I didn't know what to expect when I looked into supplemental material, but some things I didn't see in the supplemental material that I thought would be there, especially when you think about a project of this scale. What I don't see in that supplemental material for special permit 21042, now they say it's there, and Steve said it was there, but the environmental evaluation of sites and routes proposed in the relationship to land, water, air, human resources. We don't see the evaluation of new electric power generation, transmission technology, and systems related to solar power plants designed to minimize adverse environmental effects. I don't see analysis of direct and indirect economic impact of proposed sites and routes, including but not limited to productive agricultural land lost or impaired. I don't see evaluation of adverse, direct and indirect environmental effects that cannot be avoided should the proposed site and route be accepted. I don't see evaluation of alternatives to the applicant's proposal of routes and sites in respect to subdivisions. I don't see evaluations of potential routes that could be used or parallel existing railways, highway right-of-ways. I don't see an evaluation of governmental survey lines, other natural division lines of agricultural land so that as to minimize interference with agricultural operations. I think Mr. Schroeder said most of this land is HEL land, highly erodible land. It's hard for me to believe that if this is approved, that there's not going to be a lot of earth moved. We also don't see evaluation of future needs of any additional high voltage transmission lines in the same general area. The other thing is we don't see evaluation of irreversible or irretrievable commitments of resources should the proposed site be routed or approved. I also think that I don't see supplemental information, documentation when appropriate, consideration of problems raised by other states, federal agencies, and local entities. This goes back to extensive investigation to gain knowledge. We respectfully ask that the committee deny this special permit by Ranger Power. They have not performed their due diligence to provide research-based information for your committee to arrive at an informed decision. I think the challenge for you is the changing rules, guidelines, regulations makes your job as a committee tough because rules and regulations have been put in place for years for reasons, mostly to protect people, landscape, ecosystems, aesthetics, wildlife ecosystems, natural resources like water, both above and below surface and land. The applicant needs to develop their project that conforms to the rules and regulations, not rewrite them. I'll say it again, it bothers me to no end that rules and regulations have been rewritten that govern outlots. We truly believe that this is not right. We applaud our neighbors for how they have educated themselves over the last 100 days. A project that was initiated underground, in my opinion, in our area 4 years ago, that only became above ground in June of 2021 when Ranger Power Open House, we found out what families and land would be impacted. Then the full court press by the applicant to get text amendments approved and special permits granted is alarming. I hope the committee says, like Lee Corso says on Saturday morning during game day when he makes his predictions, not so fast. I'm troubled by the comments that said that this is the right place in Lancaster County because it's conveniently located next to a subdivision or substation. To me, this means that they're going to move forward for approval at all costs. I would challenge any single study references. A single study references, that's not enough background to inform this committee to make an informed decision. I would also say grazing is not an option. Cattle will destroy the panel, sheep will chew the wiring. You have to develop water for livestock to be in those enclosures. To imply this is livestock friendly, in my opinion, is not true. This is not about solar as an energy source, but about siting and permitting. I would just say for our group, our feet are in the right place. We're going to stand firm. We know that our feet in the right place and we'll continue to stand firm in this right place. Again, we ask that your committee deny the special permit request 21042 submitted by Ranger Power regarding Salt Creek Solar Project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other testimony in opposition? You. All right, is there any questions for staff? It's actually questions from the panel for staff. Yep, come up, Tom. Dick?
Tom, I had don't see our attorney, city attorney here.
They're in the back.
Oh,
Jim
back.
Holiday's back there.
Okay. Basically, it may be the question to her, but the amendment that I made previously, I think is more appropriate than it was on the city side in the county materials. And even though the county board, when it went before them, did not follow us, I still think we should put it forward again. But I just want to make sure it's legal.
So it actually, in my opinion, would not be. That's because what you're effectively trying to do is a text amendment as a condition. So the text amendment went through all of you, and then it went to the county board. That language is now approved and in effect in your zoning regulations. So you can't make conditions to change your zoning, what your zoning already allows.
I guess I would argue that if it's part of a special permit and this is the actual application that's in front of us, if it seems inappropriate for this special permit, that we would be able to do that.
It's not actually the CUP and the outlots is not a condition of the special permit. It is allowed in a different article that changed how outlots can be defined and what can be included in them. If it was a condition, yes, you can add, waive, modify, but it's not a condition within the special permit. So you guys don't have the authority to change without a text amendment to not allow that language.
Right, but I understand that it's not, couldn't it be a condition that we could apply to it? I mean,
so you want to put a condition in place that contradicts the regulations put in place from the text amendment?
What if we increase the distance? We didn't change the text amendment, but we required an additional 200 feet.
Again, that's not within your special permit.
Right.
It's not allowed.
But the outlots are included in this special permit.
They are, but the CUP outlot requirement isn't just a condition of a special permit. It's outside of a special permit. It impacts any CUP, any outlot. It's not just under solar special permits. Under 13.001, you guys have the authority to add, waive, modify conditions. This is not even underneath Article 13. So you don't have the authority to change that requirement. It would have to go, if you no longer wanted to allow CUPs and outlots and the 300-foot setback, you'd have to go back through another text amendment to change that language in Article 15.
So currently, there's a setback of 300 feet in the CUP lot.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Correct, and that was done in Article 15, not in Article 13.
Yeah, that's actually
that
what the-
setback is not in the special permit. It's in a separate section of the zoning code.
And that's because of how the text amendment was before you guys. If it would have included Article 13, yeah, arguably that probably would have been the best place to put it with the setbacks like everything else, but that's not how it was done.
So then if we wanted to just give a larger setback for non-participating, is that an option?
I would say no.
Not in general, like?
Yeah, no, you cannot. That would again be another text amendment.
I don't understand setbacks and special permits. Okay, so let me think, I gotta think.
So if we're going to bring a new text amendment forward, it would have to be introduced and listed for the 2 weeks or whatever.
Yep.
And then a public hearing would be held on.
Correct. And you guys' recommendation, which could be approval, could be denial, would then have to go to the county board, go through that process as well.
It's really independent of that.
Yeah.
There was one a point that was made with regard to there being a pending text amendment in front of the county board, and that text amendment would obviously, depending on what the action was on that text amendment, would impact what's happening with regard to the special permit?
So it is possible. The attorney answer is it depends. So as it stands right now, at your time of decision today, say this wasn't going to be appealed, what's in place now is in place and is what is applicable. Now, that being said, this text amendment that you guys, I believe, denied, yes,
Correct.
and that's going to be in front of the board November 9th. They obviously can make changes to that. If it's also denied, then there's no changes.
Okay.
If it's approved, those, which we don't know what those even could be, they could, yes, apply at the time this comes to the county board if it's appealed. Now, there are exceptions, which we've talked about before, things like if the board has a bad intent when they're adopting those, if they want to regulate this special permit to not be allowed, no, that's not legal. So there are certain exceptions. So it really is a depends. For you guys right now today, no, it does not matter. It is not applicable.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question for legal or planning. Mr. Bargan's assertion that this permit is not complete, that it has holes in it. What's your opinion on that?
Do you want to go first?
Sure. I'm going to read one section. He talked about the decommissioning plan. And it says, each application shall have a decommissioning plan that is reviewed and approved by the planning department prior to beginning of operations. It does not say that the decommissioning plan has to be submitted with the application. We do, for comparison, our commercial feedlots has certain additional documents that have to be submitted with the application, and it specifically says with the application.
I also, are you done, Tom?
Yeah.
Okay, along with what Tom said, their application does include information on decommissioning, and I believe they'll discuss that in their rebuttal. The other thing is it's not required to be a finalized decommissioning plan. It is a working document, so they can work with the planning department, planning director, get that approved, make sure it meets our regulations, the timing, things like that. One of those requirements is that if they have abandoned or stopped doing energy for 12 months, they only have 12 months to clean up the property. So I know that's been asked multiple times. It won't sit for 5 years not being used. They have 12 months to get that cleaned up and out.
Understand. Other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you. Applicant rebuttal.
I think it is now safe to say good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. David Levy, Baird Home Law Firm, 625 South 14th Street, Lincoln, on behalf of the applicant. I will reiterate by reference only the points I made in rebuttal in the last hearing. I will not repeat those, but rather focus on a few things that I think were brought up new in this hearing. The first one is maintenance or repair of county roads that may be damaged or altered during construction. It is a typical practice, and I will volunteer here that this applicant, if this application is approved, will enter into a road use and maintenance agreement with the county. The county board typically approves that agreement. It's typically negotiated with and approved by the county attorney. It's a fairly simple agreement, but essentially it says that the developer of the project has to put the roads back to at least the condition they were in before they started, if not better condition. It has a map. It shows which roads they're going to use. The county engineer reviews that as well and advises on which roads are good to use, which roads might have issues, which roads might need modification, whatever the case might be. That agreement is a legal contract. So in addition to the special use permit and its natural inherent enforcement mechanisms, that road use and maintenance agreement provides another enforcement mechanism for the county as well should the developer fail to comply with that. there's a lot of talk about 2,800 acres, but they're only going to use 1,500 to 1,800 acres, and then what happens? What happens to that, let's call it 1,000 acres, is it's released back to the landowners. So it goes back into production. If we came here tonight and we asked you to permit only exactly 1,800 acres, and then we went and did the final engineering and final site design and realized that that didn't quite work, we'd have to come back. So that's why the permit application is for all of the area that might be used. A lot of it will be used, 60%, 65, 70%, depending on the math there. But whatever is not used will be released back to the landowner and will continue to be used as it's being used today. Certainly there's some inefficiencies. There's some land that's inside the fence that doesn't have solar panels, but the vast majority of that 1,000 acres or so will go back to those landowners and continue to be used as it's used today, or however they want to use it. Regarding the currently pending text amendment, I will respectfully disagree with the county attorney on that point. The rules are as they were the day that the applicant filed their application. That's true, in my opinion, in my experience, for this applicant or any other applicant. In fact, the Nebraska Supreme Court case on the matter called Whitehead Oil arose out of the city of Lincoln a number of decades ago. But regardless, I don't know that we need to argue over the law, because I think it's a fairly safe bet that whatever the outcome tonight, that will be appealed to the county board. And that appeal will be considered, the county board will consider that appeal after November 9th. So they will know what happens, and we will know what happens with that proposed text amendment at the time of final disposition of this application. I will remind the commission, I don't know that I need to, also that you voted, I believe it was unanimously or close to it, to recommend denial of that text amendment. So that text amendment provides no basis to delay or deny this application tonight. We're aware of it, and my client is willing to proceed at whatever risk that might pose to them. But it certainly does not create a black and white legal barrier to this board, this commission making a decision tonight. The decommissioning, there is a decommissioning plan, a draft decommissioning plan in this application. That's what is required. Prior to starting operation, the applicant developer will enter into a decommissioning agreement with the county. Again, a lot like the road use agreement, typically approved by the county board, reviewed and negotiated by the county attorney, planning staff. That decommissioning agreement includes, as exhibits, really the two important parts of it. It provides an enforcement mechanism. The two important parts are a final decommissioning plan provided by a third-party licensed engineer and a final decommissioning cost estimate also prepared and stamped by a licensed third-party engineer, licensed to practice engineering in the state of Nebraska. That's something that's provided to the planning department for their review, for their comment. Unless and until they are satisfied with that, this project cannot commence operation. So that is always really, in my experience, how the process works. The decommissioning agreement and the road use agreement, those final documents are almost always done with staff and the various interested expert departments after the land use approval, because there's really no reason to take their time to do that before the land use approval. With that, unless Sean has anything else that he wants to add briefly?
Yeah, I think just two quick things, and then happy to take questions. So the first one, there was a couple of times where questions were raised about wetland impacts. And when we talk about the constraints that we're avoiding with the site, those are among the constraints. The permitting process with Army Corps of Engineers is very costly and takes a very long time if you're impacting and filling in wetlands. So our intention is to stay within the lowest permit category with the Army Corps, which I think is less than half an acre of fill in wetlands. So yeah, the wetlands will not be impacted. And then finally, I just wanted to point to a letter that we'd provided from a solar panel manufacturer. there was some question about just the testing that solar panels need to go through. This letter specifically states that in markets where this solar panel manufacturer operates, they meet all of the regulations. So, for example, in the U.S., the EPA, and then the European Environmental Agency, in Europe, of course. And so the modules do, the solar panels, otherwise referred to as modules, do go through testing requirements before being installed.
Okay. You mentioned wetlands, and that was actually one of my questions. In the site-specific conditions that are listed in the conditions of approval, it talks a little bit about identifying the floodplain, and then making a note that no solar panel shall be located within the 100-year floodplain, or any minimum flood corridor. That's different than wetlands. This doesn't talk about wetlands specifically, but you're saying that if there was a specific condition that would require that there be no building, no installations within wetlands that would that would be in line with what your standards are, and that would be appropriate to reflect perhaps in the conditions?
Sure. Yeah, I think the extent of project facilities that could be located within wetlands would just be if we need to connect portions of the project, whether it's typically required to be a horizontal bore below the wetland or waterway. So depending on the length of the bore, sometimes you will need to dig a bore pit to receive kind of the pipe as it's drilled, and then kind of continue the bore. So the extent of any impacts to wetlands or floodplains would just be related to crossing, and if a bore pit needed to be dug to span a larger wetland or floodplain.
In parlance of the Clean Water Act, which is where all this regulation comes from, those are called typically temporary impacts. So if you wanted to make that a condition of approval, I think I would ask that you limit your prohibition to permitted impacts to wetlands. What Sean talked about is correct. You can stay within the nationwide permitting process with the Army Corps of Engineers if you have less than a half acre of permitted impact to wetlands. So that might be another way to condition it. Gives a little bit of leeway, but certainly confirms that there wouldn't be significant permanent impacts. The Army Corps considers that half acre threshold as something below which you don't have to come in and get an individual permit. So the commission could kind of follow their permitting scheme and their thinking if you wanted to do that as well.
Great. Thank you. Questions for the applicant?
A couple things were mentioned from other projects. Do you do where you'll buy a home adjacent to your site, those types of things?
Yeah, our company has never purchased a home adjacent to its site. I think there was a reference to North Star Solar, which is not a project that we developed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then another concept was adding more screening where the houses are. Have you thought about maybe potentially doing that?
Yeah, I think one way we've addressed this on other projects that I think has been effective is allowing neighboring residential parcels to have up to a year to request reasonable modifications to the screening. So in case what is required by the county or the city is sufficient and that addresses their concerns, then that is adequate. And then if following the installation, a year following the completion of construction, folks decide I really want more screening, then there's that period of time to request those modifications to the landscape plan.
And I know I'll add to that from 2 years ago when we were here for the city special permit. Sean's colleague Colin Snow at that time, who was the representing the project, made the point that Ranger is always open to talking to adjacent homeowners about screening. They had done that at that time with the adjacent homeowners. Some of you who are here might recall there was a group who was very opposed, and we reached an accommodation with them. Part of that discussion was screening as well. So as Sean has said a number of times tonight, the door is not closed to those discussions. That said, the regulations are what they are. at this point, and they are some of the most stringent that I have seen in Nebraska. But that's not to say that the door is not closed for further negotiation and voluntary agreements.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to hop back up quick because I realized I think I misunderstood your last question. When you asked about changing the setbacks within, well, you said generally, but I think what you meant to say was just within Article 1351, correct?
Correct.
So like the non-participating property with a dwelling.
Correct, that is listed under, on page 226.
Right, little VI. Yeah, so those, yes, you can, yes, modify, add, change those. And I apologize, I thought you meant generally including the CUPs. So that is something you guys have the authority to do. And like Levy said, that you can also add the condition for the road maintenance agreement. We do that quite regularly just because of the impact on county roads and to make sure we have that oversight.
Perfect, thank you.
Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Second, Joy.
Jerry?
Okay. Campbell.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Joy.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
I would move that we approve special permit 21042.
Second, Joy.
Discussion.
I think it would be appropriate to do a couple of the amendments that you have mentioned, and I would support you putting those in place, putting the motion amendment together on the motion to add those two items especially, since we've been told we can't mess with the with taking the outlots out.
Right, so for the First Amendment, then I would propose would be to add the road maintenance agreement as per defined by our standard.
So do each, if we have additional conditions, shouldn't we get that all out on the table at once and then, or what's the best way to handle that? David?
David Carey, Director of the Planning Department. Yeah, so let's just make sure we got clarity as we move forward here. I don't think you have to get everything on the table at the same time. You could do that if you wanted to, but what I want to make sure of is that let's get a motion to amend. It's clearly stated in a second so that we can discuss and then take a vote.
Right, but wouldn't our motion to amend have to outline what we want to be in the motion to amend?
Yes, that's kind of what I'm saying. Is
Yes,
I want to make sure
okay.
that's- yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the road agreement with the county as per our standard.
Yep.
Or how do you want to define that?
No, I think that's
Yep,
fine.
I can draft it like we always draft it.
Okay, perfect.
So then I'll second that, so then we can continue to discuss.
Well,
Okay, I have a second.
Oh, you did have a second, sorry.
I think. Yes, okay, so Joy, or Campbell made the motion and Joy seconded, right?
No,
Or
opposite.
other way around. Okay, got it. Okay, so I do have a second.
Okay.
Are you going to make another?
Well, do we want to?
Well, I don't know that we're done with our amendments.
Yeah, I would wait, yeah. You already did your motion to amend in second, and then I think you should just discuss the conditions.
Got it.
And then they'll all be within that one motion to amend.
Correct. So we have a road maintenance agreement. Cindy, you have something else?
No, I was just.
Oh, you just wanted clarity.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we had that wetlands discussion with the applicant. It sounds like that's just the common way that they're handling it anyway, but I would prefer some specific mention that that the wetlands, there will be no permanent impacts to wetlands resulting from
Permanent?
from the installment of solar panels on wetland property. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm making that up, but.
Okay. I guess I'm not an expert, so I'm not
sure we can require them, that there'll be no permanent impact. Is that even possible, is my question.
Here comes Steve.
Here comes Steve.
Well, if there is a permanent wetland problem or
Right.
impact to the wetlands, that's what we're trying to ameliorate.
Right, and I don't know that right now.
Right.
Steve Hendrickson of the Planning Department. So, yes, we have, on both the city and county projects, we've occasionally had somebody who knew they weren't going to impact wetlands, and so they agreed to not do that.
Okay.
So it could be, for instance, site-specific condition 1.7. We have several things that we've said, add as a note on the plan. So this would be more like a note on the plan that no permanent impacts to wetlands are allowed as a part of the installation of the project. And that would just be a note that if somebody then later brought to our attention that there was a permanent impact, they were now in violation of their special permit because they had noted they weren't going to do that. In other words, we're not looking for them to submit to us a wetland mitigation plan or something. That's not our role or expertise. That's the Corps of Engineers.
Mm-hmm.
And then the road maintenance agreement would fit naturally under condition 2 of a whole bunch of things that need to be done prior to receiving building permits. And that already says you will receive an erosion control plan, approval to satisfaction of the director, a landscape plan, 2.3 a decommissioning plan, so you could add 2.4 a road maintenance plan approved by the county. Again, that planning director is not approving the road maintenance agreement. You're just proving to the planning director you have done this step.
Before you can move forward.
Right. The erosion control plan is approved by the NRD. You're basically showing here's my letter from the NRD showing that I had this approved. The landscape plan, the decommissioning plan would actually be approved by the planning director because those are two things that are in our area to review.
So they would not need an amendment then?
No, what I'm
it's
trying
part
to do
of
is
it.
help
It's
you
in the-
phrase
in the
your
amendment
amendment.
also.
That one would be a note, a new condition 1.7, and the other would probably be a new 2.4, which is a thing that must be done prior to receiving building permits. And we just check off that that has been done because the road maintenance agreement would be approved by the county, not the planning director.
And then the final amendment that I was going to propose was to change the non-participating property with a dwelling to 300 feet versus 100 feet. Under E on page 226.
And do you want to do these as all one large or vote on them separately?
That I didn't know. That's why I was going to do, I
It
didn't
might make
know.
more sense procedurally just for you to vote on them one by one. That way, if people have different views, you haven't packaged them and make the vote difficult.
So I agree that the voting on them and introducing them as separate, we have one thing that's been introduced as the motion right now, which is just the county road maintenance. But to Tracy's, or I can't remember if it was Tracy or Christie's suggestion that while we're discussing that one, we're just at least putting out the other issues that might be on the table so we can enumerate them at least in our mind to know how many different votes we're taking on separate amendments.
Correct.
So setbacks is another one. And then they also suggested that, the period of time in terms of reviewing screening, that having that in writing, I think, as opposed to just a general.
Then just good
Nice
faith.
thing to do, that we should also think about that too. I don't know if there are.
Do you want to
other-
make that amendment motion?
Well, when we get to it, we
Okay,
already have an
sounds good.
amendment on
Yeah.
it. I was just
Yes.
saying, those were the other things I was also thinking
The
about.
4 things? Okay.
So we got a motion and a second on the First Amendment. Should we make the other amendments?
No, let's finish talking about the conditions you guys
Are there other
brainstorming.
conditions?
Yeah, let's hold off on motions and just brainstorm your conditions for right
Are
now.
there any other conditions that would make this more palatable?
I think having the distance go back to 300 foot on this is a good idea.
Any other conditions? I think we have them all out on the table.
Yeah, because the one addresses the additional potential for landscaping or screening. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
right?
Okay, so I'm gonna get a little bossy on you guys. So let's do the first condition, the road maintenance agreement for the county, and I will draft that as we always do, and as a condition to be done before they get their building permits. So you can take it from here with your motions.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second on that. So Jerry, I think we'll take a vote on that, please.
On the road maintenance agreement for the county. Okay. Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 6-0.
All right, next one will be the language, which I will need to finesse a little, but essentially to be, there's no permanent impact on the wetlands.
I'll take a motion on that.
I'll move, so move.
Second, Joy?
Okay. Let's do a vote, Jerry.
Okay. Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 6-0.
All right, next one is going to be changing the setbacks for non-participating properties with a dwelling only from 100 feet to 300 feet.
So moved.
Second.
Do we need additional discussion on that?
No.
Jerry?
Okay. Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 6-0.
Again, the next one, I'll need to work on the language, but essentially changing the language to allow for a time period of, I'm going to suggest 1 year since that's what was discussed, for there to be some work between the applicants and the landowners on screening. So something of that sort.
Steve, suggestion?
Yeah, I don't.
We're open.
I want to make sure we're clear. We're not giving adjacent property owners the authority to veto something for a year. So I'm not sure what this is. I mean, if they submit a landscaping plan because they're ready to get a building permit, how do we then say, oh, nope, sorry, you have to wait a year for adjacent property owners?
Hard to manage.
It's a discretionary thing for them to work out. We can't have this thing of approval that you have to go then negotiate with neighbors, because then they would just, some of them might just say, no, well, yeah, let's negotiate for a year, and then say no.
Right, this would be more of like a private
Yeah,
private
it's kind of
issue.
fuzzy with no teeth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there would
Yeah.
be zero enforcement
Right.
from the county standpoint.
Correct. It's more like encouraging
Right.
further conversation, but it sounds like that's happening anyway.
We can have it on record in this discussion.
Right,
Right.
that's really what I was.
Yeah.
The only thought I had as you were already discussing this is that perhaps maybe you're putting it on the record that that is a good idea.
Right.
But not necessarily a motion to amend because of what we just discussed.
Right.
Fair enough. Yep.
So I have one last question. I really like Commissioner Campbell's attempts to pull the CUP affected homes out. As I see it, we only can vote to approve or deny the motion in front of us. Can we send along a recommendation to the county board that we think that would be something they could do?
Well, unfortunately, what happened was we tried to do that last time, and the county board overruled us in terms of the change in the text amendment.
So we can't do it again?
Well, I mean,
David Carey with the planning, I guess, I think the reality is that that process has occurred.
correct.
That the decision made by this body that was then sent as a recommendation to the county board was changed, and the county board has the final say on those types of changes. That's what we have in place right now to work with as far
Right.
as regulations are concerned. That doesn't mean that a different proposal couldn't come through the process, but the reality is that what you have before you tonight, is to take action on what's before you right now based on those rules that were just changed.
I mean, to be honest, Rich, I think that the option is to just vote against the special permit.
Yeah, there's no text amendment process that would be able to take place and get done
Right.
before this is approved.
Along those lines, and continuing our discussion, because I think that's the point where we're at in this, is discussing before our final vote. you know, this is really, really hard, as evidenced by the fact that we're here at 8:45. I mean, this is a really challenging issue. Change is really difficult, and the fear of the unknown, as well as those unknown health and safety factors, is a real concern. You know, we've been citing our comprehensive plan. We had a new plan that came in front of us tonight that we've all put a lot of work into and are really proud of. One of the tenets of the last comprehensive plan talked about striving for predictability of neighborhoods. And I feel like we have done a disservice here with regard to these homeowners where the landscape changed underneath their feet. And I just think that we don't have a remedy for them. And our hands are tied. Our hands are tied. So what we have in front of us is a special permit for a laudable, important issue in our community, which is putting forward the important tenets of the climate action plan that are part of the comprehensive plan to be more invested in renewable energy. But it does feel a little bit like it's on the backs of these homeowners, because it's retroactive. And I struggle with that. I'm really struggling with that as I decide how to vote on this. I think that these amendments help. I appreciate the information that's been brought forward from the applicant, and I'm sure that it's an important project, but I'm still struggling.
I'm wondering if we would vote down my motion to approve and let the developer and the attorneys go back and look at whether they can replace the outlots in these CUPs with raw land somewhere else, and then bring that forward.
Dick, the reality is that they have agreements with landowners. You know, I mean, these are the people, they have been able to reach out to these landowners who have decided this is what they want to do with their property.
There must be some contingencies involved, that they're not locked into that lease if it doesn't go through the county.
Sure.
I could just remind about the process. Remind about the process that's in front of us. So
right.
You have the special permit in front of you. That is what the action needs to be about today.
That's right.
Also, depending on where this goes, this is an item that can be appealed to the county board, and I would posit that it's going to be appealed either direction.
Yes.
So the action by yourselves is advisory. Well, once it's appealed, it will end up being advisory to the county board.
Yes.
But if we vote down the motion, that's going to remove the amendments also.
The 300 foot from all property line would be more than what we were doing before on the one side for these property owners.
Well, those without a CUP. I mean, the CUP people already had the 300 feet, so it's the same.
Just on the one side though, on the outlot side, or on everything? No, I'm asking.
Yeah, I want to make sure you understand your vote.
Thank you.
In the city, you just recommended approval of a 100-foot setback to non-participating properties,
right,
rather in the CUP or not. Your motion, as I read it, is that everyone in the county, whether you're next to a CUP or not, has a 300-foot setback.
Right.
And so if I'm a county board member, they're going to ask us, why in the city is it 100-foot for everyone, and in the county, it's 300-foot for everyone? Because again, the county board already determined that if you're in a CUP, which in the county, previously you couldn't apply for an outlot because it was in a CUP. In the city you could, but the county decided, well, to make up for the fact that you were in a CUP where you couldn't apply, we're going to increase the setback for them, but the setback is still 100 foot, is the minimum for everyone else. So I would be at a loss at this point, unless you provide us for further information as to why you're recommending a setback of 300 feet in the county and 100 foot in the city.
Thank you, Steve.
I just want to, while we're all contemplating how people are going to vote and what happens next, I just want to add on to what my fellow commissioners have said and thank everybody who has committed so much time. The homeowners and the other community members who've been so involved in this. It's a hard decision for us. I can't imagine what it's like for all of you that are going through this, and so I just want to know how much we appreciate your efforts in providing information and educating us, and thank you for being here.
So if we vote to deny, then the applicant can appeal to the county board.
Correct.
And start over. If we vote to approve,
The homeowners
can appeal.
And our amendments would be there then also.
And our amendments would be there.
And so that's, well, then if the minutes will communicate our amendments and reflect those. And so if we vote against my motion to approve.
I mean, everyone, you need to, I think that we need to, as commissioners, we need to vote to approve or deny based on what we feel is the right decision, not based on how it gets to the county board. I mean, I think we need to vote with regard to that. Before we get to that vote, I do think we need to rethink Steve's point about the one amendment that we just made with regard to the 300 feet, though, because that does change the landscape with regard to the city part of the project and the county part of the project. And I'm not sure that was our intention.
Well, your amendment would only change, it wouldn't change it for the city, only the county.
Well, I'm just saying that this project,
Yeah.
right, this project, you know, goes across both. And so then that creates a very different landscape for the developer, I would think.
Right, because in 19, we said 100, because we were
Correct.
only talking about 300 acres today. We weren't talking about the whole thing.
Which is one of the reasons why we probably
Didn't.
left
there
it, is
was no
because it wasn't,
houses.
it was just an amendment to the special permit.
Right, and no houses were affected in that 300 acres.
So I would like to revisit that amendment. I'm not sure that that's the best amendment, or in my mind, based on what Steve has brought to us, I'm not sure that that furthers what we're accomplishing here. But
Jerry, who made and seconded that one? Did I make that one?
Christie
I
made
think
it.
I made that one.
Okay,
It was, yeah, and seconded by Campbell.
okay. I would withdraw my second.
No, we already approved it, so.
Yeah.
I think it's already.
Oh, we've already approved it.
But if we reject the amendment outright, we would be rejecting the additional 350 acres altogether, in which case the amendment would be a moot point, would it not?
What do you mean the 350
I'm
acres?
sorry, the
300 setbacks.
sections, yes.
Did we vote on that one already?
Yeah, you voted on those
All
three.
three? Okay.
And since we all voted aye, there's nobody that can.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean, at this point, we have a motion and a second on the floor for the approval of the special permit.
Yes.
I think that's where we're at.
I think I just would mention that if you are having, second thoughts about that motion to amend about the 300 feet, you could move to rescind that motion to amend and see if you get enough votes to do that, since you're still
Yep.
openly discussing the item. I'm not recommending anything. I'm just letting you know that that's a
Well,
possibility.
it does already say in here that the 300 foot from a non-participating that's in a CUP is covered.
Correct.
So I would make the motion to rescind.
And I would second that.
Okay. because it already is in here. If that's what our goal was.
Well, this is
Well,
for
what-
CUPs.
Right,
But-
that's for the CUPs.
Right.
Your motion was going to take it to all
To
the
all of the
properties.
properties.
All non-participating properties. Was that your intention?
That was my intention. Correct. So I mean, someone else can make a motion to rescind it and we can vote about it, I guess. You're right. That was my intention, was all.
I will make that motion to rescind because I'm uncomfortable that it doesn't match with what we're doing in the city jurisdiction. I think that it's important that with regard to special permit 19036A, that we're not having different,
Consistency.
we're having some consistency with regard to those setbacks.
I'll second it.
So Jerry, did you catch that? We have a motion to rescind and a second.
And I'm probably going to, what would that be? Vote against that based on the fact that the county is different than the city
Sure.
because it's just different.
Yep.
And the concept of protecting the open areas and that.
So we vote to rescind.
You can't.
You would vote yes to rescind, no to keep it.
And you said you were going to vote.
I was going to vote no.
Okay.
So based on the fact to keep a more open area around non-participating dwelling units
County.
in the
considering
county.
County land use.
For county land use, correct.
Yep.
Okay.
So Jerry, I think we have a motion and a second to rescind
The 300-foot
the
setback.
300
Right.
foot setback.
Yep. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Joy,
No.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost,
No.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-3.
No motion.
No, it
Need
it
five.
does carry because
Oh, yeah,
you just need a simple majority of,
Yeah.
on motions to amend.
Thank you. So now we are at the point where I think that we are ready to vote on the underlying special permit 21042.
And I will be voting against my motion.
Oh.
Any final discussion?
So I just want to make it abundantly clear what we're doing. So you're voting on Dick's original motion to approve the amendment. Now, this amendment will automatically include the road maintenance agreement condition, the no permanent impact on wetlands, but it will not include the one you just rescinded.
Right.
Correct.
Okay,
And my motion was to approve the special permit
Right.
correct.
So this would be as amended.
As amended.
as amended.
Right. Okay.
And I'm just going to say I will be supporting the motion. I believe that the plan overall is very solid and it does meet a lot of our goals and those types of things. And I definitely feel for the community and the impacts that they're receiving on that and would encourage them to continue to talk with their county commissioners. And then use that appeal process as needed. But I will be supporting the solar project.
That makes sense, because it's going to be appealed to the county board either way. And I'd rather have our amendments going through to the county board also. And also the discussions that we've had. I have talked with the county commissioner, and there may be some potential movement among the three, yes, that voted to just do the way they did rather than what our recommendation was. So who knows what will happen there, but I guess I am going to change my vote to vote for it then.
Would we be sending a message, though, to the county that we disagree with what they're doing to some of these adjacent landowners?
Well, they've already, at this point, they've already turned us down. But yeah, I think we also could contact our county board members and discuss with them what our true feelings are, and that is that the homeowner should be protected in the existing CUPs. But I don't think it's going to do us any good to have that go through with a recommendation to them. I don't think, other than our communicating with our county commissioners what our desire and intent was, I think it is a good project, and so I will be ending up supporting it.
Anyone else? In addition to emphasizing that, as was stated in the very beginning, this process is focused on land use, and there are a lot of other processes in place that have to go forward before this project moves forward. I am going to vote to support this project. Jerry?
Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
No.
Rodenberg?
No.
I'm sorry, Joy.
Yes.
Rodenberg?
No.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried. Or
No,
no, motion
it did not
failed.
carry.
Motion fails.
Due to a lack of 5 affirmative votes, we will be bringing this back to our next scheduled meeting, which would be November 17th. But that would be just for vote only, because the public hearing has been closed.
Yep.
I would just ask if in between this time period, you guys have any more communications, which I would suggest you do not. But if you do, please make detailed notes of that to put into the record for ex parte communications.
Okay. At this time, anyone wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda may do so. If not, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second Joy.
Okay. Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 6-0.
Okay.
And Jerry, I will be gone on the 17th.
Yeah.